Hello and good morning and welcome to Southport. We are here live for the round 4 of the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Championships, live from Southport Radio Car Club in the northwest of England. We're right on the coast, we're at the seaside, and it is always sunny in Southport. I'm Cam Felton. Joining me now on the comms is Mr. Adam Skelding. Good morning.
Morning, Cam. You all right?
I'm good, thank you.
Did you just say always sunny in Southport?
Well, I've heard this saying a lot.
Yep.
And it is very sunny and it is very warm. It is 9:15, and I think I'm going to have to break out the factor 50.
You are
in a second.
Yeah, you're definitely going to need factor 50. Same problem as me. Incorrect colour hair, and we're going to burn. We're going to be pink. We're going to be the same colour as Ben Smith's T-shirt this weekend.
So we're into round 2 of practice as the drivers just get used to the conditions as we watch some cars barrel rolling. It's an interesting track.
Yeah, so I was talking to a track I've known for years. I first came here in '91 for the British Grand Prix. And yeah, so I first came here in 1991, so a long time ago, but the track's been here since 1990. Was originally in this same place, but it was grass track with like meshing underneath. A lot of the features were all still here, like the cobbled corner in the middle. There's 2 cobbled corners under the trees by the TKR and Kyosho banner out the back. And up by here by our Andy's Models banner, that was a dirt banked corner. But yeah, the track's been extended twice. A couple of years ago they extended it 1 lane this way towards us, down at this end of the track, and now you can see there's a new lane of Astro at the end, different colour, slightly lower grip apparently, which is a factor in the wet, but in the dry, cars look good. Looks like you need to get it turned before, as that car just found out, you need to get it turned just before you get onto it, so you can carry corner speed onto it, but you don't want to be making your turn on it at the end of the straight.
I feel like we might be in trouble. Well, not me, you might be in trouble. Because if they get it wrong,
no, they're going left. I'm going to stand a little bit to the right of this, I think.
Just for reference, as you can see on the screen at the moment, we've got quite a nice.
In fact, let's show them.
Morning. So yeah, we are right at the end of the straight, and if they get it wrong, which quite a few have so far, there is a fence right in front of us. Thankfully, it's got some wire fencing.
Yeah, I think
we would be in trouble.
Yeah, I think we're at more risk at Bingham because that's a bumpy straight, but here's just speed. It is now, we think, the longest straight.
Every driver must listen up. I think a few are exploring advantages by certain parts of the track that you can jump over track markings and so forth.
Yeah, so the guys just getting a bit of a warning that we're not going to be allowing any. There are a couple of places on this track, I did notice that yesterday, where you can maybe jump a corner, and I think the rule is 4 wheels inside, then you get its penalty. I think you're allowed to do it once, but it just depends if they deem that you've gained an advantage. But there's a couple of places.
Sounded really relevant for locals and top guys. You'd have thought the top guys are obviously pushing every corner, but obviously then the local guys are obviously the ones in the know, aren't they?
Yeah, because I think we will see that today. There's quite a few local guys who are good round Southport, and just genuinely quick. This is their home track. Even like in Heat 1, Dominic Morby he's like 2 seconds a lap quicker than anyone else in his heat. So not sure if it's a local, but he definitely, straight out the gun, was quick and looked like he knew where the car was going and what to miss on the track. But yeah, we'll get a couple of guys in the earlier heats that will be surprising, I think. Back of the B, top of the C. by the end of the day. And I think there may be a couple of outside shots at people making an A final that don't usually make an A final. Not sure if we're going to get a first national A finalist this weekend. It's a tough track. Because the first three nationals, I was talking to some of the guys last night. 9 drivers have covered pretty much all of our national A finalists this year. The exception to those 9 drivers are Matt Thompson. Who was it now? We were talking about this. Lewis Hopkins. And I forget now. God, we were talking about this last night. I'll go back and check. But we were looking at some of the results last night. But it has been pretty much a static A final for all 3 rounds so far.
See if anybody can break that top 10. I'm going to leave you with our main guy, Mr. Adam Skelding, and I'm going to go and jump up on the camera and we'll try and follow some cars around for a little bit just so you can get used to the track and see what I mean. When we are following cars around, don't forget, if you want to get a follow request in or a shout out, come join us in the YouTube comments. Even better, if you want priority shout outs, don't forget you become a RCTV hero. Get discounts off merch, exclusive access to, or early access or exclusive access to content. And then if you join at the hero level, you get different levels of discount. And if you become a member at the hero level, you get some free stickers. Oh, what's not to love? So yeah, if you want to come and join us in the YouTube comments, as we are following cars around today, you will notice that there are some corners that are a little bit precarious and out of shot. We have got a 1.5 metre tower provided for us, so massive thank you to the team at the Southport Club for providing us with that. But at the far end of the track, it can be quite difficult to see some of the corners, so especially from our vantage point in commentary corner. So we will try our very best to bring you all of the action, but it might be difficult to see some parts of the track just because of the tabletop that's in the middle, but we will try our very best. So I'm going to go and jump up the tower and
all right,
have some fun.
You're going to get closer to the sun, aren't you?
Yeah, I've got a roof though.
You've got a roof, yeah.
I've got a roof.
Shade. That's going to be nice. You've got a nice bit of air. I'm under a black gazebo, so I'm going to be boiling in a bit, I think.
There's a little bit of a breeze though, which is not too bad.
Yeah, so
sunny in Southport. Yesterday when we got here, I was believing it because it was relatively okay.
Yep.
But as the evening went on, it did rain quite a bit.
Yeah, sea fret, I think they call it over here. It comes in off the sea. But yeah, and that's.
But there's realistically, there's no risk of rain all week, and it should be nice, dry, and warm.
Always sunny in Southport.
Exactly. Anyway.
Yep. No, it is I think it's one of my favourite tracks, this one. Oh, sorry. Oh. Yeah, one of my favourite tracks from years gone by. Because we used to come up here well early in the week. Guys used to come up here, have a bit of a holiday. And then at the end of the week, we'd turn up and, unfortunately, racing spoilt the holiday. And then we'd just go, we'd stay up here, go to Blackpool.
You were telling me about this on the way up. You basically just came on
just had a few drinks.
Bit of a bender.
Yeah, a bit of a social, just social.
So, yeah.
A week-long social, play some golf, go out.
And then gets to the weekend and you've got to come racing.
Got to go racing. Oh, dear, no. Friday night, I'm going to go racing. Spoiling our holiday. But no, it's been a great venue, great people around here, great club. And, really looking forward to seeing what will happen this weekend. Championship can't be decided, which is good, so we'll go on to our next 2 rounds. Championship's super close. Right, so as cam goes up, I'm going to try and... Okay. Yeah, so before we go actually live, I'm just going to Thank you. So it might be a little bit longer. Cam's just gone to get his sun cream. But yeah, it is already getting hot this weekend at Southport. So I think fastest guy in practice round 1 was Lee Martin, did a 25. We're going to be looking at 12 lap pace, fast 12 lap pace. Need to get under 25 seconds to get through for 13 laps. So I don't think we're going to get anyone close to 13 lap pace, but it'll be fast 12 lappers this weekend. It is a big track. There's no doubt that extra length of car Astro that they put in. Extended the straight now 50 metres, so you can imagine the speeds we're getting up to at the end of the straight. Even 2 4-wheel drive going to be just as quick, if not quicker, in 4-wheel drive when the guys wind them up and start putting as much turbo as they can on. They're going to probably be hitting like 45, 50 down the straight. I think we were talking about they had a speed gun here or something a couple of weeks ago. I was talking to a couple of the club guys, and they were approaching like 45, 50 on the straight. Like, that's shifting. So heading to practice 3, Jamie Banks is your quickest outlap. I think Jamie's local. Remember Jamie being local to here. Just going to take a minute to go and sort something out. 1 second. Yeah, so Jamie Banks, 28.4. Into the 28s for these guys. And 28s, they're going to be looking at 11 lap pace. Got to be below 27 seconds for 12 laps. So these guys need to drop their average a little bit. Southport, infamous back section. You'll always hear a lot of people talk about that. It's from where Marshall's just run out now. Marshall Point 3 is the start of it, really. Not running the full back section, but anything to your right of the associated banner is the infamous Southport back section where the locals really do make up their time. It's a tricky little section, little undulations and jumps in a fast S section, and that is critical really to getting the flow of your lap. And a lot of time can be made and lost up there, so it's sometimes nice if you can get behind a local up there and follow them through and just learn where they're going. But the rest of the track, I had a walk round yesterday, looks fairly normal, nothing else too much where we're going to see too many issues. But I think, good day of racing ahead. Top 3 in the championship this year are split by 3 points. Daniel Pole is 4, so your top 3 in the championship this year so far are Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth and Tommy Hall. Only 3 points separating those 3 guys. Tommy Hall without a win yet this year. but has 2 seconds and a third. Daniel Pole is fourth in the championship. Only a further 4 points back, and then there's a big gap then of 12 points for Lee Martin. So title looks like it's going to be down to those 4 guys in two-wheel drive. Hello. Yeah. So, underway, practice number 4. Adam Perry leads us round. Andrew Shillito, Chris Bowden, Martin Heward, Mark Keane, Aaron Carberry, Jack Mills-White, Mark Mitchell, Fraser McLeod and Riley Butler. Your drivers in this one. Adam 25.3. It's one of the fastest laps seen out there in practice so far. I think the fastest guy in practice round 1 was Lee Martin at 25. So Adam with a 25.3 outlap, looking very quick. End of the main straight car with the Union flag on its roof. White and yellow front, 26.8. Backing that 25.32 up. Andrew Shillito 28.5. Martin Heward 28.7. Mark Keane 30. Chris Bowden 29. The rest of the guys in this one are in the 28s and 29s, but Adam miles in front in this heat. Catches a pipe at the end of the straight. So 25.3 and a 26.79. This one will be a slower lap for Adam. Going to be looking around 12 lap pace for qualifying today. Don't think we'll make it into 13 lap pace, but probably going some will probably get a 13 lapper maybe, but I think it's only going to be 12 lap pace today. Problem in the middle for car there, but Adam 32.2 last time by, we saw that rough lap. Adam's still going around 26.2, so getting back down to that out lap, which is still Adam's hot lap, 25.3. Andrew Shillito 29.1. Mark Keane 28.7. That's your fastest lap, and just backed it up with a 28.71. Mark Mitchell, your last lap was your fastest, 29.94. Just beat that now with a 28.76. That's your new hot lap. So you guys all in the 28s. Andrew Shillito, Mark Keane, Mark Mitchell, Fraser and Martin Heward. Adam Perry 26.32, so still hot lap, 25.32 that out lap. So whatever you did on that out lap, you need to try and find that pace again, but the end of the run 26.37. So Adam 3 seconds a lap clear of the rest of that heat. And Bowden tries to make it into RCTV corner. So just looking at that one there, we'd like to thank our sponsors this weekend and its models: Rude Dog, Yokomo, Kyosho, Futaba, TKR, Associated, Rude Bits MV models, TMG Speed, Schumacher and X-Ray for giving us the opportunity to bring this coverage to the wider public. It's great to be in Southport Public Park, so we've got a lot of passing guys. Morning, Raggy. I've got a lot of passing people who'll be looking through what goes on with us guys racing this weekend. So for anyone around the track, this is round 4 of the BRCA 1/10 National Off-Road Championship. This is two-wheel drive. Cars are driven by the rear wheels by a LiPo battery. And the guys are currently practicing. This is just to see how quick they can go. So heat 5 up and running. Paul Jenkinson, Dave Burton did not start. Chris Pattinson, Neil Tinsley, Chris Elworthy, Ewan McLeod, Emily Heward, Ryan Preston, Stephen Harley and Scott Wyman. 27.45 outlap for Chris Elworthy, Chris Pattinson, 27.88. You guys out the 27s, so beating the majority of the previous heat, but a way to go to keep up with Adam. Adam's time, 25.6 was his best lap on his outlap. Paul Jenkinson, 28.14. Chris Elworthy down to the 27.52. So you guys be looking at 11 lap pace in qualifying. Chris gets it wrong at the end of the straight after a 27.4. That was his hot lap before that one. Chris Elworthy 27.93. Paul Jenkinson 28.03. Emily Heward 28.91. Your hot lap just gone by. Neil Tinsley 28.27. Two guys all in the 27s and 28s. Steve Harley the 28. So yep. Entire field now into the 28s. And that's twice, Chris. The end of the straight. Chris Elworthy 27.65. Paul Jenkinson 27.98. Chris Pattinson 32. 2 in a row. You've done that. So you can stick it at the end of the straight this lap. Good job. Chris Elworthy 27.62. Paul Jenkinson 27.98. Neil Tinsley 27.27. Scott Wyman 28.63. Emily 29.63. Most of the field now into the 27 second bracket. So Chris Elworthy quickest in that heat, 27.45. It's his best lap, 27.27 from Neil Tinsley. And all 6 of the field into the 27s. Only Emily, Ryan and Stephen Harley in the 28s. Dave Burton did not start. As we move into heat 6. Yeah, Chris got it wrong twice in a row on that one. Thought I was going to get my catcher's mitt out. Yeah, so guys in race control, we don't have a high vis down at point 1. If that can be sorted, please.
Yeah, we'll see that.
Yeah, someone took it. So now we're back. Cam's on the camera. So Scott Follington led us out from Rhys Trewartha, Ashton Perry, Craig Lomax, James Dixon, Graham Lyle, William Fisher, Evie Thames, Andy Manning and Brett Birch. Are your runners in this one? Rhys opens out with 27.2, Jim Dixon 28.35, Will Fisher 27.5. Scott Follington 28.6, Craig Lomax 28.8. So half the field already into the 28s, but still no one near Adam's time of regular 25s and 26s. So Adam's going to be looking at a good meeting this weekend. Pretty sure Adam's local here. But Adam will be looking at, I think, back of the B or, well, back or middle of the B, I think, for Adam this weekend. Rhys Trewartha 27.42. Ashton 27.42. Will Fisher 27.32. So you guys all doing hot laps on your last lap. Craig Lomax 28.68. Jim Dixon 27.93. Last time by 27.96. Backs it up with a 27.96. Andy Manning 31.4. Doing a 29.4 though. Scott Follington, your hot lap 28.09. We're following Rhys round. I think that's one of the corners we're taking advantage. Rhys 27.49. Will Fisher 28.35. So top 4 in this one all done 27s. Evie Thames, you've done a 27. Jim Dixon, you've done a 27. So the pace is in there in the cars. We need to be finding 26-second laps to keep up with Adam from 2 heats previous to this one. Around the 2 car. I think that was Andy Manning. Yep. And TLR of Andy Manning. Rhys 26.84 now, and followed backs up with a 26.92 at the end of this one. Ashton last lap 26.91. Scott 28.02, but your best lap 27.58. So Reese and Ashton both into the 26ers at the end of that one. So moving to heat 7, Charlie Simmons led us off. Cameron Wells, Hattie Thames, Reuben Russell, Harry Saunders, Tristram Neal, Ben Elliott, Jamie Long, Peter Craig and Manny Panasar, who had runners in this one. Charlie Simmons opens out 27.03, Tris 28.05, Peter Craig 28.39, Hattie Thames 28.52, Manny 28.69, Reuben 28.74 and Harry Saunders 29.67. Who's that? Doing a rail slide at the end of the straight and rejoining out of pit lane. $27.31 for Charlie that time by, $27.92 for Tris. Peter Craig 28.75, Manny 28.51. Who guys in the 28s? Only two of you in the 27. That's Charlie and Tristram up front. Charlie with the Yokomo car. Harry Saunders now 27.48, also into the 27s. Peter Craig 28.22. Charlie through again 28.74, so little way off his 27.03. Harry Saunders though 27.65, getting back down to his best lap of a 27.48. So Harry with the white, pink and blue associated car in the middle. Charlie up front with his Yokomo car. Mainly white if I remember. And that is Charlie at the end of the straight now. Yellow, pink and blue Yokomo car of Charlie Simmons. 27.25, getting closer back. In closer to his 27.03 best lap. Peter Craig though steady away 28. Is leading this one on outright time, but not on outright lap pace. Chris, your last lap, 27.78 was your best one. Manny also 27.69, your best lap. Reuben Russell, 27.24. Harry Saunders, 27.69. Charlie Simmons again at 27.12, so getting back down to good rhythm at the end of this one. Tris into the 26ers with his last lap 26.99. Not to be beaten, Charlie Simmons also into the 26ers on his last lap 26.89. The 26ers and 27s for this heat. but still no one near Adam Perry's time of a 25.65 from heat number 4. Moving to heat number 8. Matt Dodd leads us off in this one, followed by Chris Foster, James Pritchard, Alex Pyatt, Roger Tugwood, Ben Stevenson, Ewan Mulcahy, David Scott, James Proctor and Jacob Tomlinson. So Matt Dodd opens out the 27.25, but James Pritchard 26.65 on his outlap. So Pritchard with the blue, black and yellow X-ray car coming up to the concrete corner and onto the start finish now. Quickest outlap. He backs it with a 26.85, so 2 26s back to back for James Pritchard. Alex Pyatt 27.94, your best lap last time by. Chris Foster 27.7. James Proctor 28.0, Jacob Tomlinson 28.6, Ben Stevenson 28.7, David Scott 28.5. 3 laps in the 26s though for James Pritchard. Chris Foster 27.1, Alex Pyatt 27.5. Matt Dodd 26.98, so Matt Dodd into the 26s, so 3 of this heat into the 26s, rest 27s and 28s. Pritchard onto the straight, small error. This is first non-26 with that small pipe clip onto the straight. Pritchard's car looking really good, knows that back section well, and I've just given him the commentator's curse. Perfect. Pritchard round onto the straight again. This lap's been a rough one for the gap. Now jumping and Foster's inside there. Round on start finish, avoiding that inside curve which cost him his non-26. He's back on it 26.86. So Pritchard will be looking at all his laps in the 26s hopefully during qualifying. Going to finishing. Alex Pyatt 27.21, but 26.76 best lap for Alex. Matt Dodd 26.79, Pritchard 26.77, James Proctor 26.82, David Scott 26.75, top 6 in this heat all into the 26s, but still no one into the 25s, unlike Adam Perai from heat 4. Now into heat number 9. All right. So we're just going to sort out a little issue we've got and get another cable so we can see the comments from you guys online.
You flying solo today?
So we have Craig Drescher, Team Associated Team Manager, with us for a little bit of co-commentary.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, Adam. How are you?
Good, thank you. Sunny Southport, as we know,
Yes.
always sunny in Southport.
Well, is it? Usually rain, right? So I came up and it was raining. So weather warnings all over the country and encountered rain. So I'm surprised that it's actually bone dry and sunny. So what we're seeing this morning?
Big old track in it now.
Yeah,
From when
nice.
you'll have raced here. Because I was talking to the guys, this has been here since 1990. I first raced here in 91, 92, I think, the British Grand Prix.
Oh, yeah, I would have been here for a good few years before that. So I've been here through both extensions at the end of the straight. Now looking mighty long, to be honest. It's a fairly long lap now for 10 scale, which, it's long straight, a little bit of a kind of like intricate infield. I know it's classed as notoriously bumpy, but I don't see that. I think it's like more flow and rhythm than actually outright bumps. You are hitting lines and different lines to try and avoid the bumps and kind of get the flow in the bumps and the lumps to kind of let the car kind of glide through them rather than kind of case the sharp edge bumps. So the back section's always had that kind of tricky like line that you have to hit, and I'm guessing looking at it, it's still very much the same where you have to come kind of lower off the lump by 0.6 to avoid that. I mean, that's been the same way for years and years. So
Yeah, that little double up the inside of point
you
0.6.
know, there's actually like a jump in the middle of it, which is nice when you see the cars get it right. You know, it flows quite nicely. I think it's a good track for racing because it's a little bit high risk. You know, you've got that tabletop corner kind of jump thing that's been discussed this morning in practice, which people are talking about being able to cut or not cut. There's been some debate with that, so I'm not sure if there's some meat on the bone left in that kind of discussion if people do start to cut it and gain additional lap time. But but it is high risk, and if you can do it, then for me it's a case of putting the cone there or a piece of rebar to stop people doing it if they don't want them to, so they can't call it afterwards and say he cut the track when it's very difficult to prove and exactly how much by. So I think it's a good place to kind of do the passes, put the pressure on, as well as the back section. So we're going to see some good close racing today.
Yeah, it's always Southport's always given good racing throughout the years. Here, I think it's always one of those tracks that allows people to race. There's plenty of opportunity to pass. It's not just a follow my leader track. There's always room to sneak up the inside or just even the back section. We've seen some classic races up through the back section where people that know how to go through there quick. Yeah,
there's gonna be some pressure points out there which kind of force guys to miss lines, to kind of bounce on a bump where they're slightly offline, and of course we've got the super long straight now, which is always exciting for some good close racing and opportunist moments. Which I mean, for the last couple of races, we've actually seen some pretty good crashes on the straights, right?
Yeah, I heard about that because I didn't stay a lot for Robin Hood, but yeah, we had one at Potter's, didn't we, and one at Robin Hood.
Yes, we did. So both kind of melting pot moments, I guess, and in the heat of the time that it's taking place, it's always a little bit raw for somebody who comes off worse, I guess. You know, obviously Robin Hood, we came off worse. I think the incident at the Potteries, I can't remember who came off worse there, whether it was us or
it was Josh and
no, it was Daniel that kind of got the run on Ben at the Potteries and kind of ended up clipping his rear end, and obviously looked pretty dramatic when he was coming onto the straight. And then it was Ben and Tommy at Robin Hood, where Tommy was a little bit wide, Ben got the run. For me, a harsh 50-50. It was, it's unfortunate that we didn't just lose the race, but went from being able to win it to ending up third, which was disappointing. But it's racing, and we live to fight another day.
Yeah, I was saying it is only racing. At the end of the day, it's
not
life.
It's hard
it's not life and death, but it's
in the intensity of the moment. It's it's very frustrating and annoying. So just it's just one of them things. It's could be avoided, should be avoided, but ultimately when you got guys that want to win a race and you put your foot down, you're a little bit of a passenger at one particular point in that decision-making time, when you kind of grab that throttle and go for it. One sees the opening, one's trying to defend the opening, you pull the trigger and you go for it, don't you?
Yeah, you hope they don't close the gap on you, and you hope that you can either get through or...
Yes. So, you can see it from both sides. I've listened to both arguments, from both incidents, actually, and it's just like, the Ben and Tommy one was side by side. The Daniel and Ben one was obviously a little bit different, that one got a good run onto the straight, one was massively more overpowered than the other, and the other one didn't get as good a run onto the straight. So unfortunately, I think we could all say in these instances where this stuff happens, it's never fully intentional.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple of melting pot incidents, but I think when I've spoke to the guys, they're all happy. No one's fallen out over it, I don't think. And I say come back here, clean slate, start again. Championships, both four-wheel drives maybe not as wide open, but two-wheel drives certainly wide open. Daniel's only like a further 4 points back. So I think top four in two-wheel. I think it's Ben Smith, Tommy, Daniel and Josh.
And of course Daniel isn't here today.
No.
So
apparently it's a wedding, so I'll only see Daniel tomorrow in four-wheel.
Yes, so you can see him in his suit probably.
Yeah.
I think they're travelling through the night to get here. So
yeah, down in London. So from Scotland to London to Southport, that is being one heck of a weekend for those guys.
Yeah, I think most people would be intent on just saying, you know what, I'm going to sit this one out. But they're dedicated to the cause and desperate to get here, gutted that they're missing two-wheel. Feel like it's going to put them at a bit of a disadvantage. So I think I think Daniel's come a long way this year. He's really shown some kind of grit, determination, and desire to kind of push himself up to the top of the run-ins in the national series. And I think he's now top 3, top 5 contender at almost every race that he's at now in the UK on the Astro tracks as well. So
yeah, definitely seems to have made that jump. I think that's one of the big things that you see with like some of the youngsters, whether they do actually make towards the sharper end of he's getting his qualifying sorted. I think that's the biggest thing I've noticed with Daniel this last couple of years, or last year. Getting qualifying and being around the sharp end just means
you're putting yourself in a position to be able to compete, aren't you?
And win. It's not going to be long, I don't think, before we see Daniel win his first national.
I'd agree, and I think once he wins one as well, I think it'll open the floodgates for him to go on and win more. You see it with a lot of the guys. You saw it with Tommy when he started coming to the front. He hadn't had a TQ. He got a TQ. He hadn't had a win. He got a win. Then he got a double win, and then I think he won the Euros in the same year. So it all kind of happened in a very, very short period of time, which is a lot of the times kind of the way it happens. Once they get the confidence and that they know they've got the ability, but back it up with a result, then it, like I say, it opens the floodgates, and then comes more. So it's good to see the juniors coming up. For us, from our standpoint, we've got a really good mix of juniors coming up through the ranks that seemingly committed to the brand and enjoy being part of the team. So the next gen of guys are there ready to kind of back up the current crop of drivers. So it's a healthy state to be in. I'm not naive enough to say that it won't always be like that.
No.
But we have certainly worked very hard on kind of building that into the program and the racing commitments that we make. So having a good junior program for us has always been important. Right from my early days with the Reedies of the world and coming onto the brand, and the Gene Hustons and co. It's kind of that legacy kind of lives on in what we look for in the drivers that we have. So I'm quite happy with the group of guys that we've got running at the minute, certainly in this class as well, that we're competing for the wins and stuff. So we don't always win them, but as long as we're right up there in the mix and the guys are doing the right things and acting in the right way, then we can only be happy and take some comfort in that.
Yeah, they've certainly got it's probably the youngest team I've seen for a while associated, because it did have, it's not disrespect, it was like, there's quite a lot of
old
people.
farts.
Yeah, there was.
No,
but it
is.
It's nice to see because I think there was a fear that even just the sport in general could have stagnated. There seemed to be a lot of people that were doing it when we were doing it, and just carrying on, and there didn't seem to be like the uptake of the younger generation. But now it seems like there's been a big, this last maybe since COVID, I think, has been the biggest thing for me, noticing a lot of the juniors and younger generation now picking up an RC car and getting out there with it and finding a sport that they enjoy.
I think keeping it fun as well, being I mean, it's a great hobby, it's a great sport if you're involved in the industry. It's got so many positive facets to it, the social side, the fact mixing of like different people up and down the country, different ages, the fact that it's very, very involved and it's very difficult.
Yep. And
the fact that you're spending 12 hours a day with these guys and multiple days in a weekend. It's not just, and I say this a lot, it's not just like a football match. My lad plays football, it's an hour and a half training a week and an hour on a match day. 2.5 hours a day, we'd knock that out 3-4 times in a day, just a single day's racing. So you get to spend a lot of time with his family, and it's just good for personal development. It's good for school. It's good for concentration. It's teaching you multiple skills.
Yeah.
And I think we do forget that. I think ultimately with the kids as well is keeping it fun as well. I know everybody puts that pressure on themselves to perform, but trying to enjoy it whilst you're doing it is probably, when you've been at the sharp end, more difficult to do that. Your win is what keeps you coming back and wanting more. But I guess, isn't that like every sport? Golf. We play golf and we're never going to be pros, but we enjoy the fact that it's away from work life and
it's a release. It's at the end of the day, it's a hobby. It starts off being a hobby, and if a hobby doesn't become fun, then it's no longer a hobby anymore.
Yeah.
And
I
that's
think
you
what
always
we
have
forget,
to.
don't we?
Always have to
Sometimes at the high end of the competition, but at the end of the day, it is kind of, you know, a small-scale motorsport, and it is intense. You know, this is it's a good environment to test people's mental strength.
Yeah, no one wants to come second.
Yeah.
No one wants to be the guy that's second on the podium. Everyone's going to be striving for a win. Every single guy that's here.
So who's your money on today? Home favourite is what, the Holsworths? Anybody else's local track?
Chris Everson, but I think that's just outside chance of making the A. Who else we got?
Kevin, his home track as well.
Yeah.
I see the screen stuck on that.
Yeah.
Which was
that was a while ago, so I
9,
don't know
yeah.
what's happened. I need to speak with Cam. We'll get the timing back up and running. I think he's pulled the Ethernet cable out of one. That will race control have switched channels on us. But favourite today. Not sure. Probably. I mean, it's hard to look anywhere other than the guys who are at the top of the championship, and quite rightly so. Ben, Tommy, Josh. I think those three will be there. Well, I think it's going to be between those.
Yeah.
At the end of today.
Charlie looks pretty fast this morning. Charlie Saunders.
Yeah.
Or Sanders, as we like to call him. So Tommy's off 1, Ben off 2.
Oh.
Charlie
Tommy,
off 3.
Tommy gone for a Juan can. Anything new on that car? Why's he got a Juan can body?
I think he's gone for one of the J Concepts bodies that he didn't previously have or needed a refresh on it. So he's just been he's been testing some bodies and stuff, and basically just going through them to know what they do and understand.
Oh, so it's not got one of those rounded ones or one of those new weird like.
Oh, the Thunderbirds.
Yeah.
No, it's this is, I guess, one of the, I don't know what it's called, what number it is, but one of the J Concepts ranges. I'm not sure how many bodies they've got. It tends to be like one of 2 or one of 3 that they tend to kind of stick with. So, but his car's looking good. He's come out the blocks this morning. Swinging, quite confident, looking comfortable. Car looks really good through the high-speed stuff, actually.
Yeah, just looking at the end of the straight, looks pretty settled. And it's just seen Ben like clipping a few pipes, but Tommy already seems to be in a good groove and not having to, like you said, not having to expose himself to like high-risk manoeuvres just to gain lap time. It just looks like it could. It's nice when it's effortless.
And he had a good result here as well, didn't he? Last year he had probably one of his favourite wins of the year. I think last year going into this he was kind of on the ropes a little bit with results and stuff, and then came out here, TQ'd and won the 2-wheel drive portion, and set a really good pace last year. So I'm sure he likes his place. You know, it's one of them that you can kind of get a little bit lost with the speed and style of the track, but he seems to kind of like it. I mean, it's fast and furious, but it's also precision driven through the infield. It's tricky, this back section. He gets it wrong like that, and it just looks terrible, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jumping the corner table, which is good to see.
Yeah, it looks like it's got that. Yeah, it looks like it's got that down. It doesn't look like it's cutting the pipe either. It's just landing it nicely on the downslope. But
so it's different Astro at the end of the straight here, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently you have to get it turned on the dark green stuff, because if you don't, then you can't understeer.
No steering on the light green.
And apparently it's even worse. Yeah, like they just like maybe a foot wide, and it looks like it's jumped down the hill and jumped like 3 feet away from 0.6.
Yeah.
And it looks awkward.
Yeah. If they get that wrong, it looks super bumpy. So I was just looking at Ben Smith's car coming down the end of the straight, and you mentioned that push. You just got the entry wrong, and it pushed all the way through the end of the straight on this sweep. Let's watch it this time. He's coming in.
A lot better that time round.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've got to get the nose in early, not be late. Was that Charlie then?
That's Charlie on a 1 can as well.
Yeah.
A little bit skittish in the 180. So the first 2 180s, the drivers were saying that there feels like there's absolutely no steering through these 2 corners at all.
Yeah.
But then it's pretty aggressive and snappy everywhere else.
Yeah, I was looking at a couple.
You can see people getting sideways actually coming out of it.
Yeah, looking at earlier on, like a couple of guys through there look like massive understeer, and then the rest of the track, like you said, looks really, really snappy.
Yeah.
So you just got to deal with your car through those 2 corners.
Yeah, accept that it's. Do the drivers these days accept that the car's understeered in 2 corners?
Probably not. Be looking for a shim here, a shim there.
Yeah. searching for it all day. Whereas we, back in the day, would have had to deal with understeering them 2 corners and then
just wait.
Just manage them 2 corners and then have it decent everywhere else. So I'm not sure who topped the sheets there.
No, I'll have to be,
Let's pull up some info and see what we've got.
find out why we have lost.
I need to change my specs from Sunnies to readers. 2 seconds. Sign of old age. Terrible.
You need varifocals like me, mate. That sorts
My wife goes mad about her varifocals.
it sorts it out.
What's going on with these results here?
I don't know.
You are here. Refresh. Let's do a refresh.
Yeah.
I don't know if the internet's down. Oh, that's why.
Not connected. Yeah, so at the minute, not sure why, but we've lost timing down in our commentary position, so we're unable to provide any timing. Not sure what's happened. We're trying to work that out with race control, and we'll be back shortly. So apologies for that. We lost time in for a bit. But Jonathan Pluke leads this one now. 28-1 last lap by. 27.7 fastest time. Jonathan Pluke. Colin McCaffrey 29.12. Colin Mulligan 29.69. Michael Finchetti 29.19. James Gibbs 28.14. Nathan Stanmore 30.4. Caution at the end of the straight, go wide. Clear. For Jonathan Pluke 27.75 last time by. James Gibbs 27.62. Colin McCaffrey 29.26. James Gibbs now leads this one 28.15 last time by. Jonathan Pluke had a rough lap, 33, but now backs it up and gets a 28.82. Colin McCaffrey, 30.4. $27.62 best lap for James Gibbs, $27.75 best lap for Jonathan Pluke. James Gibbs 27.9 last time by, so getting close again to your best lap of 27.62. James Gibbs 28.22, Jonathan Pluke 28.3, Martin Lee 28.3 last time by. Okay. So as we're going to heat number 3, Andrew Luxford, Phil Campbell, Mark Christopher, Miklos Sabados, Lee Spate, Jamie Banks, Joshua Anderson, Paul Ragg, Lee Stokes and Roger Mills. The drivers for this one. Current TQ is James Gibbs, 11 in 18. So 2-car of Phil Campbell leads this one. No, Jamie Banks, scratch that, leads this one 28.55 outlap. Phil Campbell 28.59. Jamie Banks. What's going on? Jamie Banks predicted at 11 in 10, taking 8 seconds off James Gibbs' time. Lee Stokes looking at 11 in 22. Mark Christopher 11 in 23. Miklos looking at an 11 in 23 also. So these guys all affecting top 10 as it stands. Remember, Heat 1 will be rerun after Heat 6. So your leader, car 6, Jamie Banks. 29.1 last time by. So Jamie at the end of the straight. Round back to the back-to-back hairpins, round over the cobble corner and up towards the difficult back section. Up over the corner tabletop, not choosing to jump it. And up onto the main tabletop in the middle under the rostrum. Up to the hairpin and round onto the concrete. Start lap number 5. 28.13 last time by for Jamie Banks, now looking at an 11 in 14. Taking 4 seconds off the current TQ time. A little wild over the tabletop in the middle, but on his wheels. Back round onto the straight. 29.03, so that average creeping back up again for Jamie, and now only on for an 11 in 15. Still quick enough to take TQ at the minute and go 11 in 15. Previous heats were in the top heats in the 26s. Jamie in the 27s earlier doors in this one, but now only down in the 29s. As Jamie comes round and completes lap 7, 28.54, so bringing that average back down again and heading the right way about improving his time. Mark Christopher in hot pursuit with the red and white Schumacher car. We're following Jamie round, and it looks like he made a small error coming off the tabletop. See how much it affects Jamie's time this time. And it's a 30-second lap, so that small error cost Jamie about 1.2 seconds. Allowing Mark Christopher to close the gap. It's 4 minutes 12 down, so just over under 50 seconds to go. And it's Jamie from Roger Mills, Mark Christopher, Miklos Sabados, Lee Stokes, Joshua Anderson, Paul Ragg, Lee Spate, Phil Campbell and Andrew Luxford. Everyone down to Lee Stokes, affecting the top 10 as it stands. Jamie Banks 29.52 last time by, so that average is creeping back up and is only now predicted to take 0.2 of a second off TQ from James Gibbs. Mark Christopher looking at going 6, Roger Mills 7, Miklos Sabados 8, Joshua Anderson 9 in round. So Jamie Banks takes that one 11 in 5:18.09, taking 4/100ths off James Gibbs' time and goes 1. Mark Christopher goes 5, Miklos goes 7, Roger Mills 8, Joshua Anderson goes 9. Going into Heat 4, Martin Heward, Aaron Carberry, Fraser McLeod, Adam Perai, Jack Mills-White, Chris Bowden, Andrew Shillito, Mark Mitchell, Riley Butler and Mark Keane are your drivers for this one. Yes, Mr. Swallow, we will look after Cam if the sun comes out, but he's got his own little playhouse up there. He's in the shade. And Alexis RC found at Stotfold the age group is up to 20, then over 40, no one in their 30s. Yeah, probably like a middle missing. And that's what when me and Craig were talking about, that after COVID the youngsters started picking up, and some of those youngsters were now heading, I guess, towards their late teens, early 20s. Good to chat with Craig earlier on and get a good. I used to come here when I was racing and watch Craig. Was one of the masters of this place, and some great battles between him, Jamie, Kevin Moore, and some of the. In the early 90s, some great racing around here with the RC10s and Losi double X's at the time. So Heat 4, Adam opens out with 27.08, Jack Mills-White 28.66, Bowden also 28.66. So Adam, your 4 car with the Union flag. So he's made his way through traffic and is leading this one on the track and on computer, and now straight into the 26ers. So Adam will be looking for some nice, smooth, quick laps like he was doing in practice. Got down to a 25.65 in practice, but he's done what he needed to do and get to the head of this field early on from car 4 on the grid, and comes round onto the straight now. 26.83. Adam looking at 12 in 5.23, so taking 21 seconds off TQ. straight again, and another clicks another lap off, another 26.63 for Adam. So average lap for Adam at the minute, 26.87. Jack Mills-White, your average is 28.64. You're going second in round with an 11 in 14. But Adam's currently looking at putting a lap on the field. 26.3 last time by for Adam, so all of these laps apart from his opening couple, where he needed to get through traffic, have been in the 26s. Keep an eye on Adam, because this is going to be a fast time that will take a number of heats to beat. Probably up to like heat 7, 8 or 9, I think, if Adam has a clean run. Adam coming up on back markers, the blue, number 3, 2 blue cars in the middle. Aware you have your current race leader behind you, and Adam negotiates the first one of those. Up over the centre tabletop. Up to the back hairpin over the ski jump and onto the straight, and gets tangled up. Unfortunate there. But Adam, 29.18. So from when you're lapping so much faster than the rest of the field. But Adam's still looking at a 12 in 24. Cost him around 2.5 seconds. A little tangle with their back marker. No one's fault. Adam onto the straight again. This time by 26.25. So that's his new hot lap. Pink and blue car too, thank you. And be aware the 2 guys that have just gone through the back section, you'll have the race leader with you shortly. But Adam over the ski jump onto the concrete and looking for clean passage from the 2 cars in front. 26.79 that time by. Safely past the first car. Blue and yellow car, that's a race leader with you. And don't be a factor in Adam's run, please. Thank you. And Adam now has probably about another lap before he'll gain or catch up on more traffic. 4:30 down, 30 seconds to go. It's Adam from Jack Mills-White. Chris Bowden, Martin Heward. Mark Keane jumps up into the 2. Andrew Shillito, Martin Heward. So everyone down to Andrew Shillito, looking at going top 10. But Adam going number 1 and almost taking a lap off TQ. Mark Keane, you're going 4. Jack Mills-White 5. Bowden 7. Let's go into finishing times. Looks like a really good run for Adam, apart from one little collision with back marker that got stuck just there, and looks more clean passage. Start loop, or the loop is just after they come on to the start finish. So Adam, new TQ, 12 in 22. That will take some beating for a while, but that one little mistake. So 12 in 18. Looks like possible for Adam. Jack Mills-White, 11 in 20. You go 4. Chris Bowden, 11 in 21. So he didn't lap you, Chris, but he just beat you by a second. So Mark Keane, 11 in 21. Andrew Shillito, 11 in 25. You went 9th. Martin Heward, 11th. Mark Mitchell, 16th. Aaron Carberry, 19th. And Riley Butler went into 20th. As we go into heat number 5. David Burton, Chris Pattinson, Ryan Preston, Chris Elworthy, Scott Wyman, Paul Jenkinson, Stephen Harley, Emily Heward, Ewan McLeod, Neil Tinsley are your drivers in this one. Just checking that Dave Burton is actually up there and not talking to Drescher. Good morning, Emperor. Tommy will try and follow Jack in the next heat. But Adam was on for a good run in that one. We'll try and give Jack some camera time in the next one. So Dave Burton leads us round with the retro coloured associated. Looks like he's made an error towards the end of the lap. Ryan Preston opens out with 28.9. Scott Wyman also 28.9. Paul Jenkinson 29 flat. So it's Wyman from Tinsley, from Preston to 5, 10 and 3 are your lead cars in this one. Dave Burton gets a good lap 2 under his belt, 28.16. Ryan Preston 28.85. Paul Jenkinson 28.92. So in the high 28s in this heat. Like I said, no one close yet to Adam's time. Adam in the 26ers. These guys are looking at going 3, 5, 6, 7 and 8 in round. Neil Tinsley, your 10 car, though, leads this one. So from the back, there's Tinners on track. It's a blue car in the middle. That's a Tinsley at the end of the straight now. A blue car going round through the back-to-back hairpins, over the cobbled corner and up towards the back section. Goes Tinners. He's running fourth though now, but that will unravel as the stagger unravels. He set off car 10. Dave Burton at the front, 27.55 last time by. New hot lap for Dave Burton. Paul Jenkinson 28.15 and also new hot lap. Neil Tinsley back up to the 3 after a slightly rough lap 4. Neil 28.24, but looking to get most of the way up this heat and not start off 10th in round 2. Dave Burton going second in round 11 in 12 predicted. Neil Tinsley 11 in 17 looking at going third. Paul Jenkinson 11 in 18, you're going 6 in round. Chris Elworthy 11, Chris Pattinson 14, Scott Wyman 15. Dave has a slightly rough lap last time by, 29.0. Neil Tinsley 28.5. Dave, Neil and Paul Jenkinson going 2, 3 and 4 in round. Neil Tinsley going 6, Chris Elworthy 10th. Another slow lap for Dave Burton though, last time by another 30, so Dave closely followed by Paul Jenkinson on time. Not on track though, Dave sitting off car 1 and Paul Jenkinson car 6, so there'll be a big gap between them on track. So Dave just need to get back down to those 27s from earlier in the run. 4:20 down, 40 seconds to go. So it'll be this lap and one more, I think, for you guys at the front. Looking at 11 in 15 for Dave Burton, 11 in 16. So top four in this one only a second apart on predicted time, so it's going to be close to the end for Dave Burton, Neil Tinsley and Paul Jenkinson. Chris Elworthy looking at going fourth on an 11 in 18. Chris Pattinson looking at going 12th. 11 in 23. It's going to finishing times. So Dave Burton takes that one and goes second in round. Good last lap for Dave, 27.89. A couple of rough laps in the middle and one at the start. And Dave could probably take about 9 seconds off that time of 11 in 13. But Adam Perry is still at the top. 12 in 22 is still your TQ. Currently 16 seconds ahead of second place. Paul Jenkinson, you went third. Neil Tinsley, 4. Chris Elworthy, 7. Chris Pattinson, 13. Stephen Harley, 19. And Emily Heward, 21st. Ewan McLeod, you went 25. And Wyman, you went 27th in round. Going to heat 6, Graham Lyle, Andy Manning, Jim Dixon, Rhys Trewartha, William Fisher, Brett Birch, Evie Thames, Craig Lomax, Scott Follington and Ashton Perai. Ashton was quick in practice and only about half a second to a second off his dad's lap time. So we're looking to emulate his dad's round 1 run.
Okay, while the marshals are changing over, heat 1, you are out after this one. The rerun of heat 1 is out after this race.
Graham Lyle leads us off and makes it round lap 1:29.07. But your quick cars are already coming from the middle of the pack. Car 4 and 5, Rhys Trewartha, William Fisher, and as predicted, Ashton also out quickly. All in the 27s for Rhys, Ashton and Will Fisher. So be aware, fast car number 10 from the rear of the field. And Rhys and Will Fisher from the middle of the field. Cars 4, 5 and 10. The quick cars in this one after lap number 2. And it's Rhys from William Fisher and Ashton. 27.68 for your lead 2 cars. Last time by, Rhys and William. Ashton 28.35. But they've all done a 27-second lap. Purple, white and blue car going over the back section now. Rhys Trewartha. 27.5 last time by, so Rhys the only one that's done 3 27s back to back. And looking at going second in round, close to 12 lap pace, 11 in 3. William Fisher looking at 11 in 7, Ashton 11 in 8, and Jim Dixon 11 in 12. Reese now down into the 26s, 26.94 last time by for Reese. So Reese putting the hammer down now and getting close now to 12 lap pace. Only one 12 lapper so far, Adam Perry. Ashton looking at going third, Will Fisher looking at going 4, Jim Dixon 5. Reese catches 2 of the back of the corners on the back section, but gets away with it and keeps it rubber side down. A little bit of an untidy lap for Reese over the tabletop, getting it squirrely. So need to get that lap out of the way and start a fresh one. 28.3 last time by, and it looked like we said with Craig earlier on, just looked a little untidy, and that's lost him a second and a half over his previous lap. Jim Dixon jumps up to 4. Ashton, you're going in second in the heat. So it's Reese from Ashton, from Will Fisher, Jim Dixon, Craig Lomax and Graham Lyle all affecting the top 10. Reese much better this time through the back section, missing out those white concrete dots. Safely over the middle table and up over a little speed hump and onto the straight. Looked like a good lap that time by. 27.1, backed up his previous lap of a 27, best lap 26.85. So Reese on good pace at the minute and looking at going second with an 11 in 1. Ashton going third with an 11 in 4. Heading to your final minute. So Reese 3 laps to try and put the pressure on and get round for a 12th. 27.35, going the right way about it. That average just coming down. Need a little bit more out of that car. Reese gets it wrong. Lands on his wheels. Ashton looking at an 11 in 4. 27.2 last time by for Ashton. Will Fisher 28.0 last time by. Lomax 27.49. Reese gets it squirrely on the back-to-back hairpins where Craig said there was no steering. Up onto the tabletop. So Reese takes that one. A couple of rough laps to end with, but Reese goes second with an 11 in 3. Ashton, you went third with 11 in 5. Will Fisher 11 in 9. Craig Lomax 11 in 11. Dave Burton, you stay 6. Jim Dixon, you went 7. And Graham Lyle, you've got into the top 10 with an 11 in 17. Andy Manning 11 in 18. Scott Follington 11 in 22 are all affected the top 20. Now go back to heat number 1.
Marshall's hand over, please. Marshall's hand over. Go Marshall, you might have to do a bit of running.
So we go back to heat number 1, a rerun. Paul Steadman led us off from Dominic Morby, Louis Stevenson. Simon Hall did not start, so hopefully you realised that we were going again. Fastest outlap though, car 10, Jack Flynn, 28.54. Richard Theron's 29.66, Paul Steadman 30.77. After 2, Dominic Morby jumps up to the 2 spot. Dominic looked good with that yellow, white and black car in practice. 28.83, so must have had a rough first lap. But Dominic running 3rd. Jack Flynn, though, your 10 car, leads this one. 31.92 last time by. Dominic now getting into the rhythm again in this rerun heat number 1. Now it looks like it's coming up on the 1 car, Paul Steadman, so Paul lets him through on the stagger. It's Dominic from Jack, Paul, Richard and Simon, your top 5. Dominic now through for 4, 29.91. Not quite as fast as 28.69, but had to get through some traffic. And now has a good couple of laps of clear track to get some 28s and 27s, which was getting close to 27s in practice. But 28 seemed to be Dominic's pace in practice. Richard Theron's though, 27.82 from your 8 car last time by. He jumps up to the 2 spot. Dominic looking at going 31st in round, Richard 30th, and Jack Flynn 29th. Your top 3 looking at affecting the top 30. In this rerun heat 1. Dominic around the end of the straight, through the back-to-back hairpins, over the cobble corner. 29.27 last time by for Dominic, but it's Richard Theron who leads it now, car 8 with 28.27. But Richard, Jack and Dominic only separated by just under a second on the computer. These guys predicted to affect the top 30 from heat 1. So good runs for these 3 guys, Dominic, Richard and Jack. Looks like the lead cars have just had a rough lap, all laps in the 30s rather than 28s and 29s, which they've been doing. Dominic coming up another back marker and safely through. Now we'll have pretty much a clear run to the end of his qualifying without making mistakes. But Richard now back down to the 28.89, Dominic 29.51, Jack Flynn 29.07. Richard looking at going 26 in round at the minute. Dominic looking at going 30th. Dominic round onto the straight for another lap, 28.82. Going to finishing times. So back now to heat 7. Ben Elliott leads us off.
Thanks, okay, do 9 instead, dude. It's okay. Don't worry, dude.
After 1, it's Peter Craig, Manny Panesar, Cameron Wells, Charlie Simmons, Tristram Neal, Jamie Long. Top 4 cars straight away into the 28s. Charlie Simmons down to the 27s. Yokomo car of Charlie Simmons round the end of the straight. Back-to-back hairpins and over the cobbled corner, your 2 car. Charlie Simmons was very quick in practice and into the 27s regularly. So Charlie, after that opening 28, looking to do what he did in practice and just keep it in the 27s. After 3, 28.08. All right, you. Do you mind if I do an interview with you? Right. Be first. So, in the booth now we have Adam Perry. Yes?
That's it.
Hey, getting it there.
We're
Getting
getting
it.
there, yeah.
Per eye, yeah. Just have to remember to pronounce the I at the end.
Yeah.
So, you're miles in front after. I mean, I could tell. I think you're. I'm pretty sure you're local or fairly local to
half
here.
an hour away.
Yeah. So, but even just watching you in practice, like you know how to get round Southport. And so, what's the secret to getting round Southport? Because you're like, I think I was looking. I think you took like 20 seconds off.
I don't know, it's just practice really.
Yeah.
Just learning that back section.
Yeah.
There is a knack to it, but once you've figured it out, you can just attack it. Really.
Yeah. I say Carl looked really good. He got caught up with a guy that just like got
a bit gutted on that.
Yeah, he got. I think he got caught on the pipe, and then you just had nowhere to go.
He got called through. Got warned.
Yeah.
I was coming up to him. It looked like he got a bit tight onto the concrete, and then he just couldn't get any purchase. And I've obviously gone a bit wider to get the drive.
Yeah.
And just collected him. Bit unfortunate, which good run otherwise.
Yeah, I think that was the only real error. Don't think there's any other.
Yeah, I had a couple of wide runs, but pretty safe run to be fair.
Yeah. So, what's your best national result? Do you know?
A10.
Ah,
yeah.
Here.
No, believe it or not, Torch.
Yeah, okay.
Back in 17, I think it was.
So, you'll be on my list then. If I'll scroll down and find you then.
Yeah. First time down at Torch in 17. Made 10th in there.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, it was a good day actually. Car was like today, running quite well.
So
scrape it back with it. First time, only time.
Yeah, associated B7.1 or B.
No, something slightly different. I'm in a shaft-driven one.
Oh, shaft-driven one. Okay.
Yeah. I come into the season thinking we're going to have a little bit of a play. I've changed work patterns, so I weren't getting much running time. We weren't meant to be doing nationals.
Yeah.
But I changed shift pattern. All dates opened up, so I thought, all right, we'll go for it. And at that time, I built a shaft car for just a bit of fun.
Yeah.
Get back into a bit of fun racing and enjoy it a bit more. And at that time, it was just what I knew around here, and just kind of
it works.
At the moment. Yeah, it's running quite well. So seems to like the flat surfaces quite well. So
yeah. So I guess so. It's like the Dave Burton car of old, where it was like a motor in the middle, shaft.
Yeah. So it's a V7 front end.
Yeah.
And the 74.2 rear end on a Vision RC carbon chassis.
Okay.
So, like I said, so something a bit different. I used to run Team C, Term 2 back in the day.
Yeah, so.
And I had some good results for it, so I thought, why not?
Yeah, no, it's, and if it's, like I say, works around here because it's high grip, corner speed, it's not overly bumpy, and you're not really searching for traction to try and generate traction with a normal gearbox. So
yeah, even when sand does come up, or the black stuff comes up in this case, it doesn't snap sideways. It still drives, but like drifts out of corners, but still moving forward. So it runs quite nicely, quite balanced in that. So, but like I said, it's still playing around with setups and that. But here, I know
how to get around it, which is clear. Cause it's still it's still TQ going into round or into heat 8, and I said it would be like 8 or 9 before I thought anyone would get near that time.
Oh, that's looking good.
And Ashton also, good run.
Yeah, nicely run by him.
Yeah. So good run.
That's what we've been struggling with this year. Is just lack of running.
Yeah.
It's just we just don't race enough to.
So it's nice to come back to your home track with a place that you don't have to actually race at often.
That's it. We come practicing last week, week before, practicing as well. So we put a few laps around and getting it set up right, changing stuff just to see what it did, and this is what we landed on. So I knew out at gate, if it were dry like it is today, I knew I'll be.
You'd be on it,
be on it kind of thing, which it's showing time-wise at the moment. So
yeah. Oh. Nice run. Hopefully that won't be your best run because I think there's more pace. And now you're setting off at the front so to get those first couple of laps out of the way.
Ref helped me out quite a lot, really well. So like I say, just that one that I caught him pretty quick. It's one of them. It is one of them. So, but like I said, setting off at front this time, so I'll have a bit.
You'll have like 4, but you like that's one thing. Like lapping 3 seconds a lap faster, you're going to catch them up quick.
Yeah.
So you're going to be on to them like probably at the end like 5 or 6 or something. So
yeah, he was calling me through quite a couple of corners early, but like I said, once you catch him in that
and they'll get used to the car coming.
Yeah, it's happened most nationals this year, to be fair. I've been seeded quite low, I've not been moved up or anything, so by round 2, 3, 4 they've noticed I've been coming through, so yeah, it's been quite good.
Well, nice run, congratulations, and good run.
I know, I'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, keep an eye on that, and keep an eye on Ashton as well.
Yeah.
But good run, hopefully a nice clean round 2.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you, take care. So, great little interview there with our current TQ man. Like I said, it's just getting through that back section and having a car that he knew, and obviously local advantage for the guys. Well, he just knows his track is fairly local, and you can quite quickly see the local guys who know how to get round here. We'll see that later on with like Josh Holdsworth, Luke Holdsworth. Lee Martinell knows how to get around here. He's raced around here plenty of times. So heat 8. After 3, it's Ewan Mulcahy, James Pritchard, Chris Foster, Ben Stevenson. Scratch that. Alex Pyatt jumps to the top, 27.62. For Alex, Ewan 27.32. Pritchard 27.97 last time by. Alex the only one though so far to do 26. And he leads it, car number 8, so coming from the rear of the field. Chris Foster, though, leads it on track and has a clear track in front of him. Chris looking at going 4 in round. Alex looking at going 2nd. Still no one close to Adam Parai's time. But Alex getting close to that 12 lapper. Looking at an 11 in 0. Chris Foster looking at an 11 in 5. Ewan 11 in 5 also. Ben Stevenson looking at 11 in 12 and going 11th in round. But Foster at the front now leads it. So that clear track being an advantage for Chris with the Yokomo car. I think he'll be onto the straight very soon. And here he comes at 27.33, so close to his best lap. And Chris now looking at an 11 in 4, looking at going 3rd in round. So the purple, orange and white Yokomo over the centre tabletop. Up to one of the old cobble corners and back onto the straight. 27.31. So Chris's lap's very close to his best lap. Matt Dodd jumps up to the 2 spot with a 27.36. Matt Dodd's also done a 26.9. Chris currently 3 seconds in front of Matt. Ewan going looking at 3rd in the heat. James Pritchard, quick in practice but doesn't seem to have found his rhythm in this heat yet. Pritchard, although finding a 27.12 his new best lap. Chris Foster now 27.29, new fast lap for you on your last lap. But all your laps are all around the 27.3. And great consistent run from Chris at the front. 27.83, slightly slower but still a 27. James Pritchard now into the 26s with the blue, black and yellow X-ray car number 3. Pritchard knows this track well, a bit like Adam, and knows when to push on this track and not do the high risk manoeuvres. Foster through 27.36, another 27.3. These lap times are going to be good reading for Chris at the end of this one. Super consistent. James Pritchard 27.21. Jacob Tomlinson now up to the 4 spot. Matt Dodd jumps into the 3 spot. Those 3 guys, Chris Foster, James Pritchard and Matt Dodd, all affecting the top 10. Jacob Tomlinson, you're also affecting the top 10 now by going 10th. So going to finishing times. Good morning, Jose Miguel. Buenos dias. Buenos dias, senor. It is very nice over here, Steve. Very warm indeed. It's been a cracking start to the morning. Blue sky now. So Chris Foster took that one from James Pritchard, Matthew Dodd, Jacob Tomlinson, Ewan Mulcahy, Alex Pyatt, Ben Stevenson, David Scott, Roger Tugwood and James Proctor. Chris Foster went 3rd. Pritchard, you went 5. Matt Dodd, you went 6. Jacob Tomlinson, you went 10th. Still, though, your TQ man is Adam Perai. So heat number 9 off and running. Stephen Brown led us round, but Andy Woods is already on to Stephen Brown and is through 27.1 for Andy Woods. Kevin Hodkinson, though, 26.97. 2 guys who know this track quite well up at the front, but Reese Ward, 26.59. It's your fastest outlap, and car 9, so be aware from the rear of the grid, car 9. Andy Woods 26.94, Kevin Hodkinson 26.54. We're now starting to affect TQ. So running order after 2 is 4, 2, 9, 8 and 7. Kevin, Andy, Reese, Seth and Kyle. Kevin Hodkinson, your 4 car now affecting TQ time and taking a second out of Adam's time. So it's taken all the way to heat 9 for someone to affect Adam's time. Andy Woods, you're only half a second back of TQ. Reese Ward, just shy of that 12-lap run, looking at an 11 in 1. Following round the 4 car of Kevin Hodkinson. Over the sleeping policeman, jumps it onto the concrete, lights up the tyres, and it's a 27.5. Drops off that TQ pace. Andy Woods 27.09, Colin May 27.1. But your top 3 are Kevin, Andy and Reese, and they're going 2, 3 and 4. Stanton going 6. Seth, you're going 8. Colin May 9. Andy Woods 26.93 that time by. Kevin Hodkinson 27.35. Colin May 27.83. Seth 27.06, your new hot lap, and you jump up into 4th, going 7 in round. Stanton going 8, Colin May 10. Andy Woods is over and Kevin makes it past. So it'll be Kevin now leading on track and on time. 26.89 last time by for Kevin. Andy Woods had a 26.5 last time by. Reese Ward 26.43 new hot lap. Seth Shillito, Everest 27.36. Colin May 27.78. You guys all the way down to Stanton are affecting the top 10. With Kevin, Reese and Andy going 2, 3 and 4 in round. Still Adam Parai's time will stand of a 12 in 22 from heat 4. Seth gets caught up on the back section. Kevin and Andy at the front in close proximity, but Kevin has about 3 seconds on Andy on the stagger. 30 seconds to go, so it'll be this lap and maybe 2 more if they both get through for the 12. On the bubble at the minute. Kevin looking at a 12 in 25. Reese also looking at a 12 in 25. So battle between those two over the last lap for who goes second and third in round. Andy Woods looking at going 4. So Reese Ward takes that and goes second in round, 12 in 24. Kevin Hodkinson goes third. Andy Woods 4. Colin May 5. Stanton, you go 8th. Stephen Brown 13th. Callum 16th. Kyle Moon 18th. So Adam Parai's TQ stands to heat number 10. Reese 2.2 seconds back in second, so there's now 3 12-lappers, Adam, Reese and Kevin. Andy Woods only just missed out on a 12-lapper with an 11 in 1. So heat number 10. Johnny Skidmore leads us off, and Mr. Halliwell will push us round. A lot of these guys in heat 10, as they've already missed one national this year, so dropped to the lower of the F1 graded heats. Thomas Phipps opens out with a 26.26. Isaac McFadden 26.59. Matt Thompson 26.89. Lewis Hopkins 26.77. So a top 5 all in the 26s straight from the gun. It's 2 X-ray cars of Skidmore and Phipps lead this one, both on another 26. Isaac McFadden 27.1. Lewis Hopkins 26.44 jumps up to the 2 spot and splits Phipps and Skidmore. The running order after 1 minute is 2, 8 and 1. Everyone down to Isaac McFadden is looking to go 1 through 4. So all of these drivers on to beat Adam Perez, current TQ time. Thomas Phipps, another 26.46 that time by. Lewis Hopkins, 26.57, 8 car from the rear of the field. Jonathan Skidmore, 26.27. Those 3 looking at going top 3. And Phipps is on Skidmore's case, and Johnny lets him through. Try and tag it on the back of Thomas Phipps's green and white X-ray through the back section. Thomas Phipps 26 flat last time by. Skidmore 26.75. Hopkins 27.57. Druitt 26.54. Matt Thompson 26.87. Ryan Clark 27.3. The top 7 in this are all affecting the top 10 as it stands. But Phipps is affecting the leaderboard the most and currently looking at going TQ by 5 seconds. And Johnny Skidmore, 240 down, 220 to go. Green, white and yellow X-ray car onto the back section. Jumping the corner tabletop, catching a pipe. Gets away with it, keeps it rubber side down. Lewis Hopkins jumps up to the 2. Matt Druitt is running 3. Jonathan Skidmore running 4. Matt Thompson running 5. Ryan Clark running 6. Oliver Natras 7. Chris Evison, you're running 8th. All you guys, though, are affecting the top 10. So the top 8 in this are now affecting the top 10. Phipps, after that rough middle part of the last lap, drops down to a 12 and 17. Lewis Hopkins looking at a 12 and 21, as is Skidmore looking at a 12 and 21. So the X-ray car's looking good at the front of the field in this one. Pushing each other on. And now Phipps looking at 12 in 16, 26.2 and a 26.1 that time by for the 2 X-ray drivers at the front. Matt Thompson, you're looking at going 5th in round. Lewis Hopkins looking at going 3rd. Matt Druitt 6th. Chris Evison looking at going 10th. Oliver Natras, you're looking at going 8th as we approach your final 30 seconds. It's Phipps from Skidmore, from Hopkins, Thompson and Druitt. The top 5 now are all looking at going top 5. As this is a genuinely quick heat. Approach the last 10 seconds, so it will be this lap. And one more. So it's taken till heat 10 for someone to beat Adam Parai's time. Thomas Phipps takes new TQ 12 in 18. Jonathan Skidmore 12 in 19 goes 2. Hopkins goes 3rd. Matt Druitt, you go 4. Matt Thompson, you go 5. Adam Parai, you stayed 6th. Reece Ward, you're in 7th. Chris Everson, you went into 8th. And Oliver Natras went into 10th. Ryan Clark, he just got caught at the line and didn't quite make a 12 lap of 0.13 off going through for 12, and you're 11th. Helliwell, you're 21st. It's going to heat 11. Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Jamie Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumilty, Mark Anthony Jones, Tommy Dale, Eugene Galley and Stuart Marn. Josh Holdsworth starts out with intent 25.93 outlap. Jamie Hall 26.06. Stuart Marn 26.36 from your 10 car. Luke Holdsworth 26.6. Lee Martin 26.7. So Josh looking to stamp his authority on heat number 11. 26.21 last time by, so 25 and a 26. Looking at taking 6 seconds currently off the current TQ. Jamie Hall looking at going 2. Marn looking at going 4. So the one car of Josh Holdsworth Schumacher car, yellow and blue. 26.1 that time by. So first 3 laps all around the 26 flat, and he's going through the back section like it's a straight line. Even taking the middle or the jump on the inside of Park Marshall Point 6. Holdsworth round a 25.88 new hot lap last time by. Jamie Hall 26.55, Luke Holdsworth 26.57, Lee Martin 26.14. Stuart Marn, though, running third at 10 car, running from the back of the grid, 26.18. So Josh, Jamie and Stuart Marn going top 3. Luke Holdsworth going 6, Lee Martin 7. 2.20 down, 2.40 to go. It's Holdsworth from Hall. Then Luke Holdsworth, Stuart Marn, Lee Martin, your top 5. Your top 4 are still going top 4. All beating Thomas Phipps' current TQ of 12 in 18. Josh looking to take 5 seconds off it. Luke now looking to take second. Jamie Hall third. And Stuart Marn 4th. So Holdsworth over the cobbled corner up to the back section. and Josh both know this track, and Josh gets it wrong coming up the tabletop. Looks like he oversteered on the way up, and that will cost Josh. So it's Jamie Hall now to the point from Luke Holdsworth. Josh Holdsworth with that 30-second lap drops to third and drops to going fifth in round. Lee Martin looking at going sixth. Stuart Marn 7 as we approach the final minute. So it'll be the yellow and black associated now of Jamie Hall that leads this one. Coming onto the straight now. Leads it by 4/100ths of a second. 26.29 last time by for Jamie. 25.9 for Luke. 25.9 for Josh. So Josh trying to make amends for that early error and is now looking at going 4 in round and doesn't need much to jump up to third in round either. With Jamie Hall looking at going 1. Scratch that now. It's Luke Holdsworth looking at going 1. Only 4/10 in it between Luke and Jamie at the front. Going to finish in times. It's Luke from Jamie, from Lee, from Stuart Marn. So Luke Holdsworth takes that, and new TQ 12 in 5.16. Jamie Hall goes second, 12 in 17. Thomas Phipps and Johnny Skidmore stick third and fourth. Stuart Marnew go into fifth. Lee Martin 7. Josh Holdsworth 11. Adam Parai, you're still 10th in round at the minute. Matt Thompson 9th. Matt Druitt 8th. Lewis Hopkins 6th. So going to your final heat of round 1. We have 2 of your championship leaders in this one. Ben Smith and Tommy Hall. Then Charlie Saunders, Archie Bowman, Harley Eldridge, Aaron Nash, Freddie Thompson, Callum Ackroyd Bench, William Venables and Oscar Keane are your 10 cars in this one.
Marshall start to hand over, please. Marshall start to hand over, thank you.
So Ben Smith leads us off. In hot pursuit is Tommy Hall with the all orange car. And it's Tommy that opens out with a faster lap, 26.13. Charlie Saunders, 26.5. Ben Smith, 26.5. Archie Bowman, 26.8. Those 4 are the only guys that open out with a 26. The rest of them in 27s and 28s. Tommy looks to be visibly closing, and with a 25.64 closes the gap to Ben Smith, but Ben also does a 25.93. Charlie Saunders 26.39, Archie Bowman 26.77. So it's Tommy from Ben, from Charlie, Archie, Callum and Oscar, your top 6. But only 3 of these are affecting the top 10. Tommy now through on Ben Smith, 25.77 last time by for Tommy Hall. And Tommy looking to go TQ in round with a 12 in 10. Takes 6 seconds off the current TQ. Ben Smith looking at going 2 in round with a 12 in 15. Actually 12 in 16 now. So front 2 in this one are looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Charlie Saunders looking at going 6. Archie Bowman looking going 15. Callum Ackroyd bench 16. So only your top 3 cars affecting the top 10 after 2 minutes. Tommy Hall another 25 for Tommy, and still on for that 12 in 10. Ben Smith 12 in 15. Ben Smith is over on the corner tabletop in the middle, so it should promote Charlie up to second. I know Charlie has a rough lap as well as Ben Smith, so did those two come together? Tommy Hall 26.65 last time by, Ben Smith 29.27, so it's only Tommy now that's on for TQ. Ben Smith looking at going 9. Archie Bowman going 14. Callum Ackroyd bench 15. Charlie Saunders 16. Ben needs to get back on, find his rhythm from earlier on and push his way back up the grid. Because a 7 in round will not be the round score he wants for round 1. But Tommy Hall doing everything he can to take TQ and is on for TQ currently by 4 seconds. Early laps for Tommy were 25s, but now settling down into the mid 26s. And as I say, that he does a 25.83. Might have been a couple of rough laps through the back section. All it takes is to lose a half a second. Is running a little wide through the back section. Tommy now through the middle tabletop, over the sleeping policeman and onto the straight. For lap number 10, that's 26.1. Ben Smith also 26.1 last time by. Ben now moving up to going 4th in round. As we go into the last 20 seconds, it's Tommy Hall and Ben Smith looking going 1 and 4. Callum and Charlie going 14 and 16 in round. So Tommy Hall takes TQ 12 in 12. Luke Holdsworth is second, 12 in 16. Ben Smith and Jamie Hall have the same time, 12 in 17.02. So they'll get a joint third. Thomas Phipps is fifth, Johnny Skidmore 6, Stuart Marn 7, Lewis Hopkins 8, Lee Martin 9, and Callum Ackroyd bench your top 10. Matt Druitt and Matt Thompson 11 and 12, Adam Parai 13, Josh Holdsworth 14, Charlie Saunders 15, Reece Ward 16, Chris Evison 17, Kevin Hodkinson 18, Oliver Natchez 19th, and Mark Anthony Jones round out your top 20 for round 1. I've just finished heat number 1. Running in the right place this time round. Richard Theron's looks like it's going to take this one from Jack Flynn and Dominic Morby. $11 lappers for those guys, Richard and Jack. Dominic so Richard Theron's takes heat number 1 from Jack Flynn, Dominic Morby, Simon Hudspeth and Finn Mulcahy. And if anyone's hungry, I can highly recommend the hot beef and onions from the catering wagon. I think they're on the lunchtime menu now, and that hot beef and onions was really nice. But you may have to put up with them singing Tina Turner songs to you. So we're going to heat 2. Jonathan Pluke, James Gibbs, Colin Mulligan, Philip Hitchman, Colin McCaffrey, Michael Finchitty, Martin Lee, Trevor Follington, Stuart Robinson and Nathan Stanmore. Look at this, we're on TV now.
I like it. Good setup.
So, TQ round 1.
Yeah, it was a pretty nice run. Just kept it clean, and it was obviously quick enough as well. So it was it was a very nice run.
It looked good right from the start. I mean, me and Craig were talking over your last practice and watching you going around, and it looked like you got pace, and it looked easy. It looked like you were dry. It didn't look like you're having to push the car anyway. It didn't look like you're having to take any risks. It just looked nice and easy to drive.
Yeah, I think it's very easy on a track like this when you run so much power for a straight so long to really overdrive the rest of the track. I think it's always, I find here, a battle of trying to keep myself smooth and not overdriving it. I think it's half the battle. So, but no, the car feels really good, and the layout's pretty good today. So it's just trying to stay in front of the track evolution now is going to be the main thing, because it's really getting quite a bit slicker. So
already,
yeah. I mean, we were already then. I don't know what times we were doing, but we were.
Yeah, you were.
I can hear you calling out was a fair bit slower than practice. So.
Yeah, you were right in the 25s. I think you had like a bit towards the end where you like dropped off and you like dropped into 26s, but then got another 25 in just to prove me that the track hadn't gone completely. But someone said earlier that apparently when I was talking to Adam Perai, who was like TQ for ever and a day, and he said it's when the black starts to come up. He said that's when the grip starts to go. Yeah,
it's especially these two 180s down here. Out of the second one, it is very loose, and then the long left before the tabletop in the centre.
Yeah, because that's where Josh got it wrong. See, it looked like he oversteered on the way into the tabletop in the centre, the one that goes left to right, and he jumped up and hit the bot dot on the inside.
Yeah.
So he jumped, hit that, and then barrel rolled, and then went back over the other side of the other tabletop into the well, and that's just cost you everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely getting looser. I don't know how much it will keep getting looser, because it's already pretty loose now.
Okay.
But I mean, I guess we'll have to find out, won't we? So.
I see you've given your mum an easy time recently with that body shell.
Yes. No,
just orange then, please, Mum.
We got a nice order of loads of JC bodies in, and there's a few new ones in there as well. So I thought I'll test a load. And we only got it on Wednesday, Thursday, so I thought we'll just spray them all one colour to test them all.
Yeah. Have you got the as Craig likes to call it, the Thunderbird body?
I do. Yes, it does look pretty cool. I've got a few of them. I've got the Dragonator and the Striker. Yeah. But I'm going to save them for a special day. So. Yeah.
It was when I saw them, I was like, actually, they look pretty cool. Those.
They look a lot better in person than I think a lot of people think they look like online. I think, especially the Dragonator one, it actually in person looks really quite good. Huh. So yeah, we just went to Telford on the way here yesterday and just tried. I tried, I don't know, 7, 8 different bodies, and I mean the one I like best is the single colour, unfortunately. But hopefully by the next national I'll have it race
Have it all
painted.
sorted, but yeah.
So,
So started because it's 2-wheel drives close this year.
it is pretty
Oh,
close. I
only
think
3 points in it.
Josh is in a pretty strong spot. Ben's in a pretty strong spot. I just need some heavy hitter scores because he's got second and third written all over.
Yeah, you've got like 120. You've got one like
So-
128, 129, 129.
Yeah.
We were talking about it in the bar last night. It's like that. You've not won one this year.
No,
I'm not. That's not rubbing it
No,
in. It's
yeah,
like
it's-
actually you've not won one yet, but you've been there or thereabouts and just had like
it's just not falling into place this year. It happens. I think a little bit of burnout, especially start of the year, has not helped because it was a long winter. We were at the track a hell of a lot through the winter, and you get frustrated with it. And to be honest, I was just getting frustrated, and I wasn't enjoying coming racing as much as I had been previously. But I've had quite a big break between the last national and this one. I've just not really touched a car or touched anything RC, and had some weekends off. And I think it's definitely helping at the minute. So
yeah,
hopefully
it does. Yeah.
I don't eat my words and it all goes to pot later today.
No, I'm sure it won't. 'Cause no, you look well in control in round one. That looked like a really good run, and looked like Ben was. You were able to put the pressure on Ben from like lap 1 and 2, and already on his case, and then they had to let you through. And then he made a couple of little mistakes. And it's nice sometimes when you have that little advantage over a competitor or a rival, where you just
Yeah, it's a
got
nice
out-
feeling.
came out the blocks quick.
So
Yeah, because he had to push really hard towards the end. I think he's like equal time with your brother Jamie.
Yes, yeah, it was all pretty close in there. That group of them, I think they were all.
Yeah,
very close,
so he was really pushing at the end, and those like last few laps where putting like a couple of 25s really got him from like 7th to 3rd. 'Cause I think they should get the same points.
I think they both get third points. Yeah,
It looked. Yeah, I don't think they split it on timing back to like 1,000. So.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah,
Good
thank you
round
very
one
much.
out of the way. Hopefully we'll be interviewing you later on for more of this.
Fingers crossed.
And maybe one for the win at the end.
Definitely fingers crossed for that one. Yes.
All right, take care, man.
Cool. Thank you very much.
See you later.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. So Martin Lee takes heat 2 from James Gibbs, Colin McCaffrey, Colin Mulligan, Jonathan Pluke, Michael Finchitti, Trevor Follington, Philip Hitchman, Nathan Stanmore and Stuart Robinson. James Gibbs has new TQ, 11 in 19. I'm sorry. Martin Lee has new TQ, 11 in 16. James Gibbs is second, 11 in 19. Colin McCaffrey went fourth. Colin Mulligan 5. So just had a quick chat with your current TQ man, Tommy Hall, saying how the grip is already on its way, especially through the 2 180s over the left-hand side of the track. See you guys in the early heat. You want to go back and listen to what Tommy had to say about the track and how he got the most out of his car in round 1 to dominate round 1 pretty much by 4 seconds. Pretty big gap for Tommy in round 1. So heat 3, Jamie Banks led us round, and I saw a little mistake in the middle from Jamie on what was otherwise a pretty stellar outlap. It's Joshua Anderson, your 7 car, that leads this one. 29.06 for Joshua. On his outlap, Miklos 29.15, Lee Spate 29.25. Andrew Luxford of Andy's Models 29.41. Looks like Jamie Banks at the front is getting back into the rhythm after that first lap incident. Just where we are now, and he gives that pipe a little bit of room. Jamie 27.85, the only guy in the 27s at the minute. Goes to the back section again and gives that corner another wide berth, but catches the speed bump. So you want to be tighter than that. Not hitting that speed bump, and that's what caused Jamie's issue on lap 1. .29.26 with Jamie, so Roger Mills takes this one up now. Your 10 car with a 28.09 last time by. From Jamie Banks, Lee Spate, Andrew Luxford and Paul Ruggie, a top 5. All those guys affecting the current top 10 from Heat 3. Jamie 28.53 that time by. It's still Roger Mills over the 29.06. Those two only separated by 7/10 on the clock. It's 2:40 down, 2:20 to go. And Roger Mills with the blue, white and red associated over the speed jump and onto the concrete corner, onto the straight. Around the end of the straight. But Jamie Banks has taken this one back up. So look back for the, I think it's an X-ray car of Jamie Banks. There's a 6 car. X-ray car of Jamie Banks. It's to and fro in between Jamie Banks and Roger Mills. Only 0.3 of a second between them. But Jamie's got a lot in the locker. He's done a 27.85, but last time by 29.34. Need to smooth out a couple of these laps because Jamie, you know, you can do 27s, but currently going around 29.35. Maybe traction is just going a little in the track now. As we spoke to Adam Perry earlier, when you can start to see the black groove coming up, that's normally when the grip starts to go down. Also the hot sun in Southport affecting the track, making it a little lower grip. As Tommy Hall said, these 180s that Jamie's just negotiated now, getting quite slippy and loose. And the corner going up to the left to right tabletop in the middle also. Traction there at a premium. 10 seconds to go. It's Jamie Banks from Roger Mills, Andrew Luxford, Lee Spate and Phil Campbell. Those guys all affecting the top 10. So Jamie Banks takes that one and goes third in round. Roger Mills goes 5, Andrew Luxford goes 6, Lee Spate 8, Miklos Sabados 11, Paul Ragg 13, Phil Campbell 15, Lee Stokes 18, Joshua Anderson goes 19th. Let's move on to heat number 4. Adam Pariah goes in this one. Got a 13 in round 1, but had a coming together with a back marker which cost him 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds would have put him 5th or 6th in round, so that's how tight it is at the top. So Adam will be looking for a clean run in this one. So Adam Pry leads it out, 27.36 outlap. Jack Mills White, 27.92. Bowden, 29.02. So Adam and Jack, your 4 and 5 car, out of the blocks quickly, and Adam's over on the tabletop in the middle. I think that might let Jack through on the track. This young Jack Mills White now leads this one, 28.73. Chris Bowden, 28.55. Adam lost 4 seconds on that with that roll. So through the middle. Looks like Jack's been over, so now that releases Adam to the front again. And needs to get his head down and try and put in a good run for the remaining 3:30. Can't do anything about the mistake that's already been made. Just make sure you don't make any more. Have a good run to the end. .27.17 that time by getting down towards the 26s that he did in round 1, but it does look like traction has gone, whether that's run number 2 on a set of tyres, or as he mentioned, that now that the black stuff is up, the track is difficult to drive in a couple of key areas where traction's a premium. 27.25 last time by, and that looked like another clean lap for Adam as he comes up on a back marker, car 3. I think he rides the pipe but gets away with it. Catches another pipe as well. Just a little scruffy run. Jack Mills White still running 2nd, Chris Bowden running 3rd, Mark Mitchell 4, Andrew Shillito 5. Only Adam and Jack though affecting the top 10 as it stands. Adam looking at 11 in 10. Jack Mills White looking at 11 in 17 and jumps up to going 3rd in round currently. So keep going, Jack. This could be another good run for you. Perfect. I didn't need it. Thank you. So 4 minutes down, 1 to go. Adam Pride looking at 11 in 7. Jack Mills-White looking at 11 in 19. So it does look like pace has gone out of the track. 26.96 is Adam's best lap. It's in the mid 26s and low 26s in round number 1. But now looking like 27s are more your order on second run tyres as the grip has gone. For me it looks like it's making it harder to get up. Tabletop in the middle. $27.31 if I had him last time by. Jack Mills-White looking going 3. Andrew Shillito looking going 8. Bowden looking at going 10. So coming to your finishing times. So Adam Pry takes that one. Left a lot of meat on the bone though in that run. A couple of mistakes, and it does an 11 in 5. In round 1 would have been outside your top 30. So we now have in the booth Andy Hall from is it the Southport Club?
Yes, yeah, I'm on the committee here at Southport.
So, there was National here last year. I think this has pretty much been one of the almost ever-present Nationals from what I can remember.
Yeah, we've missed one, I think one of the last 5 years since 2021. I think we've missed one, and so it's nice to have them, get them back.
Yeah.
You know, we had a year away from it, and they're a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
And you think, oh, you know, do we really need it? Do we really want it? But for the sport, yeah, definitely. So yeah, we put more effort in and just keep trying to get them. Always put our hands up.
I think it's what I always like about coming to Southport. It's the only place that I know of that we can actually get the sport to the public.
Yes.
Because you've got public walking through, like all the other ones, you're either hidden away in a farmer's field or an ex-farmer's field somewhere. But this one you are. For the guys at home, this is actually in the middle of a public park.
Yep.
So we've got a path that's like 15 feet away from the track, and it's got footfall all day long.
Yeah, we get a lot of people stopping, watching, asking questions.
Good. We
have club cars. So
yep.
They come along with the kids and we say, listen, we've got a car. We'll chuck it down for you if you want. You know, if it's on a Saturday and they're and we're just doing maintenance or something, we'll let them have a run around.
Yeah.
Or even on a club day, if we have a break or a lunch break, give them the club car and let them have a play.
Yeah.
Get them interested and involved.
Yeah. I think that's one thing that, like I said, I really enjoy coming here because you actually get just people walking past who will have never seen this before.
No. Well, there's people from Southport who come past and they often say, I've lived here 40 years and never seen it. And you're like, well, we've been here for 36.
Yeah, like it was you I was talking to yesterday when you said it was like 89 that track started getting built
Yeah.
in 1990.
Yeah,
I think
1990
it first opened. And we were talking to Craig earlier. He thought it was earlier than that. I was like,
Well, we used to race at the other end of the field. On
that
the
might be why
grass
then.
and sand, yeah.
Okay.
And originally back in the day, long before me, it was we were in Liverpool.
Okay.
And so, and Derek McClarney, he's our chairman. He's not here today, unfortunately, but yeah, he knows the full history.
History.
He can. Oh yeah, he can sit you down and run you through it. And,
Okay.
And while you're trying to escape, he'll carry on.
Oh God. No. Yeah. So. So like you said, a lot of hard work goes. I don't think many people understand how much hard work like the clubs put in to put on a national, because a lot of like getting the track prepped, painted, and looking neat and tidy. And
yeah, for every season we paint all the white things white again, and then for the nationals we repaint them white again. But we've got a really good core of guys who will come down out of their own time and just maintain the track. And we lay the new Astro. We've just put 16 tons of sand and stone in and extended the track. And there was only 4 of us who did it, but it was best because we had telehandlers and diggers and what have you. So you don't want too many people wandering around. So
especially when you're in a public park as well.
Yeah, that's it exactly. But no, we when we put our hand up and say, can we get some volunteers down? We always get a good core of people.
Yeah, so you don't realise like 16 tons just to put this extra bit down.
Yeah, 16 tons went into what gives us an extra 65 square metres, because it was on a curve. So
I looked back at some of the old photos when we were talking about it last night, and we didn't realise that how much of a curve it used to be at the end of the street. Just didn't know.
It's given us an extra lane. We wouldn't have been able to run this layout had we not extended it.
No.
And so it's given us an extra lane coming the widthways of the track. And it seems to be working. You get worried with the different AstroTurf, and it's a slightly different height to the other one, but we had to put diminishing strip under the old one to build it up to the right level,
Yeah, but I mean, it seems to be working well. I think most people have worked out now that you've got to turn on the dark green stuff. You can't wait till you turn on this.
Absolutely, and nobody's really flipping over when they're hitting it.
No, I've not got a pitcher's glove out yet. I've not caught anyone. Caught anyone. But
nobody getting you.
No, so interesting. We were talking to Adam earlier.
Yeah.
TQ in for a long time in round 1.
Yeah. He did
and
well.
And then not a greatest round 2. But he was mentioning about when you can start seeing like the black line appearing, like the grip goes. So
yeah.
I guess now it does look like lap times have started to drop. Is that a thing? Do they come back or?
No, they probably won't. Once so you get all the debris falling out the trees. The cars, we do blow the track off, but the cars run over that, turn it into dust as well, spread it around the track more. The sand starts to come through at the top end, and the grip levels drop.
Okay,
so
we've probably seen the best of the track then. As in, like lap time wise, we'll have seen the fastest laps.
Probably.
Not like.
But if we had, which I hope we don't, if we had a small shower, and then the sun came back out, it would be mega grippy again straight away. But this track, if it just has a sprinkle of rain, or if we have drizzle and it just stays greasy, it's off.
I remember from old days when you used to come here and like a little bit of rain and that was it. It was done. Yeah. Until you had to have the sun back out, and then once the sun was back out, you then wished it was raining again because it was so grippy.
Yeah. But no, the grip it comes up mega after a little shower. But like I say, I don't think we're going to get one. So
no, it doesn't look like
may
it.
Continue to fade away.
Yeah. Okay. So, any people that you'd like to thank while you're down here?
Oh, listen, all the guys on the committee. Everybody's a fantastic help. Obviously, apart from Aidan, just gets in the way.
Yeah, obviously,
Yeah, but we've got, like I say, a good core of guys on the committee. One particular chap who's not on the committee, but is always here whenever I'm here. Chap and his son Will and Ethan Byrne. They put all the effort in. I insisted that they come down yesterday and just have a look and see what they help us achieve and.
So they don't race at nationals.
But no, they won't. He races on club days and championship days, but
that's it.
He doesn't fancy nationals. Doesn't fancy regionals. He just likes to
Just it's his club.
Southport,
Yeah,
and yeah,
that's fine.
and he takes a lot of pride and does a great load of work for us, and all the other guys do as well.
Yeah, a lot of unsung heroes. Like, you don't realise how much work goes into putting on an event like this. It's not just to turn up and throw your car down.
No, the car park is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've looked at where my car is now. I'm going to need one of those telehandlers, I think, to lift it out.
Get it back in. Yeah, we'll have to get it back in for you.
But no, thanks for putting on a great event. It's been nice because we're going to try and catch up with some of the other guys from like Potter's who did their first national.
Yeah.
And see what their reaction was and how they've got. And we're going to speak to Darren Wells a bit later on.
Yeah, brilliant.
Just see what. But for people that, this club's been going, it was one of the first meetings I came to.
Yeah.
Big meetings like the British Grand Prix in '92. But
we've still got guys. We've got guys who are, from 6 years old up to 86 that race here. And so there's a lot of people.
It's all that sea air.
It is, yeah.
All that sea air and sunshine that you guys get.
Always sunny. Always sunny.
Yeah, we always joke, but no. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks very much for coming.
Thank you.
Nope, cheers.
Take care and
cheers.
have a good one.
Thank you.
Adam wasn't on camera, was he? On Rerun.
So heat 6, Rhys Trewartha, Ashton Parai, William Fisher, James Dixon, Craig Lomax and Andy Manning. Your top 6 after lap 1. Top 5 all did 27 second out laps. All of these guys in this heat affecting the top 10 as it stands. Your heat 5 winner Dave Burton would now drop to 9th. Will Fisher going 3rd, Ashton Pry going 4th. But the man affecting this the most is Rhys Trewartha out front. That'll be your 4 car. Will Fisher the 5 car. Yeah, these two in round 1 couldn't really be split by much. They set off line astern and finished line astern. Look now for Rhys on track. Should be around soon. And that's your 4 car, but it's Will Fisher to the point now. Yeah, Rhys had a 31 second lap, so your 5 car, Will Fisher, 27.98. Ashton 28.13. Best lap 27.66. So both guys have said track, we've probably seen the best of the track as in lap time wise now, unless we have a shower of rain and then bright sunshine. The grip will only go down from now on to the end of the day. So Ashton 27.53. I stand by looking at going second behind his dad, so some sibling rivalry there. 11 in 5 and 11 in 6, so only half a second off his dad's pace. Will Fisher, you're also on for 11 in 6. Rhys Trewartha 11 in 10. So making your way back up after that earlier rough lap, but another rough lap of a 30.8 for Rhys. And the wind picks up and it's suddenly gone a little cooler. So Ashton now on for taking TQ in the round, followed by Will Fisher. Those two guys on for 11 in 5 and only split by 0.3 of a second on the clock. So it's a 10 car, followed by 5, 4, 9 and 2. Everyone, all top 7 in this, are affecting the top 10 in round. Craig Lomax, you're looking at going 14 in round. So it is still the 5 car of Will Fisher, associated car, going through the back section now. Blue, white, associated Will Fisher, 27.03. Someone right off their car at the end of the straight. So someone loses a wheel at the end of the straight. And Will Fisher, though, all 4 wheels definitely still on his wagon, and a 28.29 last time by. Will on for TQ, only taking half a second, though, off current TQ of Adam Pry. Ashton, going into your finishing lap, is looking at being very close to Dad's pace. So Will Fisher takes that one. Adam Pride does indeed hold on to second. Only 0.2 though in front of Ashton. Rhys Trewartha goes 4, Graham Lyle 5, and Craig Lomax with some good laps towards the end of that run drags himself up to 6. Dave Burton 7, Martin Lee 8, Chris Elworthy 9, and Ryan Preston 10th. Jack Mills White, you're 11th. Andy Manning goes 12th. Jim Dixon goes 16. Brett Birch goes 20. And the only guys that affected the top 10 out, or top 20 out of that heat. UTQ time is now 11 in 4. So that's like a top 30 in, or just outside the top 30 in round 1. And with the grip going down, I think it could be a little better as we go into heat 7. Heat 7, we've got Ben Elliott, Charlie Simmons, Cameron Wells, Ruben Russell, Harry Saunders, Manny Panesar, Tristram Neal, Jamie Long, Peter Craig, and Hattie Thames. Last minute adjustment on the line. Gets it down. So Charlie Simmons leads us off, and Ruben Russell pushes the field round. Charlie had a good run in round 1. Just outside the top 30. Harry Saunders and Charlie Simmons duking it out after 1. Harry from Charlie from Tristram Neal, Cameron Wells 4th, Ruben Russell from the back of the field up to 5th after 1. Charlie Simmons 28.0 last time by, so not the cleanest of laps. Harry Saunders 28.36, Tris Neal 28.35, so everyone opened out with a 27 but then backed it up with a 28. So little errors creeping in. It's status quo at the front. Harry does another 27. 27.48. 27.74 for Tris Neal. 28.31 for Hattie Thames. So Hattie jumps up to the 3 spot in this heat now. But running order after 2 minutes is Charlie from Tristram, from Ruben, from Hattie. All in those in the 27s last time by. Charlie Simmons has a really rough lap though. 35.63 drops him all the way down the order, and it's now Tris Neal to the point, followed by Ruben Russell. So be aware of the 4 car from the rear of the field. Ruben Russell now into second in this heat, and looking at going 5th in round behind Tris Neal. Ruben's through for another 28.23. So Tris and Ruben at the front, followed by Harry. Those 3 are the only guys affecting the top 10. As we said, grip now seems to be falling away quite quickly now. We're back down into 27.5 from 26s from round 1. So Tris Neal with a Schumacher LD3 round onto the concrete, onto the straight. He's now your race leader. 27.59 last time by. Harry Saunders 27.4, but Tris is 2 seconds up the road from Harry. Ruben Russell coming through at the back, the blue and black associated with the yellow wheels. 28.53, but those 3, Tris, Harry and Ruben, affecting the top 10. No one else affecting the top 20 in this heat. There's 8 seconds between Ruben and Cameron, 3rd and 4th. So only the front 3 in this one have kept it rubber side down for most of the race. But they're back in the 28s again. Harry Saunders though 27.68, closing the gap on Tris that time by half a second. Tris has a 29. Now the gap's down to half a second between Tris and Harry. Ruben Russell not far back in 3rd in this one. Those 3 are looking at going 4, 5 and 7 in round. Tris, it looks like it's been over 33 for Tris last time by. So Harry now with a 26.86. So he's still found some pace and got down to the 26s in this one towards the end of the run. Catches a pipe, gets away with it. And it's going to be young associated guys of Harry Saunders and Ruben Russell that take this one. So Harry Saunders takes heat 7. Goes 4th in round. Ruben Russell, you go 6th. Tristram Neal goes 7th. Charlie Simmons goes 18th. Hattie Thames goes 19th. Manny Panesar, Cameron Wells and Peter Craig, you fit inside the top 30. As we move on to heat 8. With Jacob Tomlinson, Chris Foster, James Pritchard, Ben Stevenson, Ewan Mulcahy, Roger Tugwood, David Scott, Alex Pyatt, Matthew Dodd and James Proctor. So Chris Foster took this one last time round and was inside the top 30. So Chris Foster leads us off. James Pritchard in hot pursuit. James will know how this track develops as the grip starts to go down, and it's definitely going through those 180s as James gets a bit of a swapper on exiting the second one. But it's Matt Dodd that leads this one after one. 27.2 outlap. James Pritchard 27.6. Alex Pyatt 27.4. So Matt Dodd, your 9 car leads this one. Purple, yellow and orange car of Matthew Dodd. 27.21 last time by. Chris Foster, after a rough outlap, gets 27.16. James Pritchard 27.8. These guys managing to find the pace and keeping it in the low 27s. Matt Dodd looking at going 11 in 0. So approaching 12 lap pace. Your 9 car, sorry, Matt Dodd with the yellow wheels through the back section now. Up over the left tabletop in front of the rostrum. Round over the ski jump and back onto the straight to complete lap number 5. Matt Dodd another 27.8, so clicking off these 27s and following James Pritchard round also in the 27s. Chris Foster 28 last time by. David Scott 27.04. New hot lap of the race for David Scott. Back at the front it's still Matt Dodd who leads it on track and on time. And looking at going 1. James Pritchard looking at going 2. David Scott looking at going 5. But Pritchard has a rough lap of 29.5 that time by. James Pritchard, and that drops him down to running going 6th in round. But Matt Dodd is still on for new TQ. Taking 2 seconds off Will Fisher's time. Not quite on that 12 lap pace, but he's there or thereabouts. (27.9). Going the wrong way to get towards 12 lap pace, but it will still be a good quick 11 lap run. Quick enough to take TQ by a second and a half at the minute. He catches a pipe on the corner tabletop. That will probably promote David Scott, your 7 car, to the lead. So you 3 guys in the middle or at the front just going over the cobbles need to work together. You're 2, 3 and 4 in this heat. And going 5, 7 and 9 in round. David Scott, though, your 7 car. is your current leader, 27.91 last time by. Hi. So go back to the 7 car, which is just going over the cobble corner now. That is your lead car, going up towards the back section, round past the X-ray banner, over the corner tabletop and over the tabletop in the middle, but catches the tabletop on the way up. Looks like he got away with it because Marshall didn't move. David Scott now onto the straight and still leads after that tumble. Around over the cobble corner, up onto the back section. It's going to finish in times. It's David Scott and Matthew Dodd going 4 and 5 in round. So David Scott takes that one, goes 4th in round. Matthew Dodd goes 5. Pritchard goes 7. Chris Foster goes 10. Roger Tuckwood 11. No one else affected the top 30. Track looking like it's becoming more and more difficult with the low grip to get a clean run in. So we need to give out a shout out to Simon Hall. Hopefully recovered from his late night foot race around the track. I heard about this. Apparently some of the guys that were staying near the track last night had a lap race to see who could do the fastest lap around the track. And it sounds like there were some injuries. Bowden was one. Sounds like Simon Hall. Maybe he's a little overexerted himself. Martin Sinko, 12 from Croatia, going to the Italy World Cup 2027. Which World Cup would that be? 2027. Andy Hall, yeah. That's why I'd like to interview the track guys. Going to try and get the other guys here later on this week. Because tracks like this so well presented, and the amount of time and effort put in by the club volunteers, and especially this one is it just is in the middle of a park. We're right next to a caravan club site. It's prime location to have footfall for the BRCA and it's a great exponent of the sport that we all love. Will Fisher, yep. Ashley Pattinson. Will Fisher is on one today. It looks like he's going well. And Mark Bruton Young. Hello, what's happening, dudes? Well, this is round 4 of the BRCA National Championship. And that looks like someone's got issues with the car. So after 2, it's Reese Ward with the yellow and blue X-ray car. Past the X-ray banner. Through the infield. And up onto the tabletop. Has no issues getting traction from that X-ray car up onto the tabletop. Something I spoke about with Ryan Clark and Matt Thompson last night. The X-ray car generates a lot of forward drive, and you could see it there as Reese easily cleared the tabletop. Reese 26.84, Andy Woods 26.95, Kevin Hodkinson 27.11. Top 7 in this one though are going top 7. This was the first heat that really challenged Adam Price time from round 1, and they're doing it again in round number 2. But Reese looking to go 12 in 22. 2 minutes down, 3 to go. And Reese Ward still leads this one. Car 9, end of the straight, round through the back-to-back hairpins where traction looks low, but the X-ray car looks like it's still planted. Got those drive shafts above level, trying to generate some forward traction. Well, he knows the grip's coming down, but he's still doing 26s. 26.99 last time by for Reese, and another 26.18. So the lower grip level certainly not affecting Reese Ward's car in this one. So he looks to go 12 in 21. Andy Woods 12 in 24. Kevin Hodkinson looking at 12 in 26. Colin May, Gareth Stanton and Kyle Moon just off that 12 lap pace. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. It's still Reese out front, 27.66 last time by. A little bit slower lap, but still good enough to keep on TQ pace. Kevin Hodkinson, the 4 car with Andy Woods in hot pursuit, and Andy catches the concrete blocks in the back section. And those two have a little bit of a gap now. Andy Woods is over. It's Reese still out front, round the slightly banked corner at the end of the straight. 26.78, so another 26 after that slightly rough 27. But he's on for 12 and 22. Now Reese had a 16 in round 1. And looking to back that up with taking TQ so far in round 2. X-ray car of Reese Ward, 26.66, so that car is certainly not suffering from any lack of traction on this track at the minute. 26.81 for Andy Woods, another X-ray car with plenty of traction. Looks like the X-ray guys have got it sorted. And those 3 guys are going top 3. They're going to finishing times. So Reese Ward takes that one 12 in 25.4. Andy Woods, though, only 0.13 back, 12 in 25.6. Those two go 1 and 2. Kevin Hodkinson goes 3, just missing out on a 12 lapper with 11 in 1. Gareth Stanton goes 8, Colin May goes 9, Liam Robinson 10, Kyle Moon goes 11, Stephen Brown 14. Only 12 lappers so far. Is it going to heat number 10? 0.13. They're going to heat 10 now. And Thomas Phipps leads it off. And Isaac McFadden pushes this heat 10 round. That's Phipps into the end of the straight and rejoins just in front of Skidmore. So that first lap for Thomas Phipps, 26.296. This lap will be slower. Chris Everson, 26.37 out of the gate. Johnny Skidmore, 26.81. Lewis Hopkins, Ryan Clark and Matt Thompson all in the early 27s. So it's Skidmore from Hopkins, from Everson, from Thompson, from Phipps after 2. Top 8 in this one, currently affecting top 10 after a minute. Thomas Phipps, 25.96. Hot lap for the heat and round. Skidmore gets it slightly wrong. Will still probably just about lead this one after 4. Still leads it by half a second from Thomas Phipps. So it top 5 in this one, but Skidmore's over and rejoins behind Lewis Hopkins. Top 6 in this one are going top 6. It's Skidmore from Phipps, from Hopkins, from Thompson, from Everson. Oliver Natras and Ryan Clark, you're going 8 and 9. Matt Jewett and Isaac McFadden, you're going 11 and 12 in round. So just like round 1, this heat is a quick heat with a lot of guys that have missed just one national. But all are together in this heat. Thomas Phipps now to the point, 26.89 from Lewis Hopkins. These guys looking at taking around 5 seconds off your current TQ of Reese Ward. Thomas Phipps looking at going 12 in 19. $26.5 last time by for Thomas Phipps, 26.3 though for Lewis Hopkins. Gap at the front is only 0.4 of a second. Matt Thompson not far back either. Only a second back of the lead pair. Matt Thompson, fastest guy that time by. 26.7. Thomas Phipps and Lewis Hopkins in the 27s. These three going top 3 with 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Thomas Phipps and Lewis Hopkins, Matt Thompson. Oliver Natras jumped up to the 4 spot, going 6 in round. Ryan Clark going 7 in round. Chris Everson going 9 in round. And Isaac McFadden going 10th. Top 7 in this one, affecting the top 7 or top 10. Thomas Phipps 26.01 that time by. So really putting the hammer down with a minute to go. Like I said, the X-ray cars look like they've got plenty of traction in these low traction conditions now. And don't seem to be affected as much as the sun starts to come back out again. With 20 seconds to go, it's still Thomas Phipps. Matt Thompson now up to second and going 2 in round. Lewis Hopkins going 4. Oliver Natras going 6. Ryan Clark 7. Chris Everson 8. Going to the last 5 seconds, so listen for your numbers, drivers. About final. Eh? No, it's spare chair. So Thomas Phipps takes that one from Matthew Thompson. They go 1 and 2 in round. Lewis Hopkins goes 5, Oliver Natras 6, Ryan Clark 7, Chris Everson 8, Isaac McFadden 9. So Ryan gets caught at the line again. 0.51 this time, so you just need to find half a second and you'll be through for a 12 lapper. Isaac McFadden 10th in round, so top 7 in that one. Affected the top 10. Let's move into heat 11. Josh Holdsworth, Lee Martin, Jamie Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Hudson Knight, Ewan Tumilty, Mark Anthony Jones, Tommy Dale, Eugene Galley and Stuart Mahon. So Luke Holdsworth leads it off, 26.37. Lee Martin, 26.39. Jamie Hall, 26.67. Luke, winner of this event 3 years ago, and did something unusual by TQing and then winning all, clean sweeping the day with all 4 rounds and all 3 finals. So Luke Holdsworth, the white, red and blue car at the front of the field. 26.18. So it's a Holdsworth brothers at the front, 26.18, 26.07. Going 1 and 2 in round. Stuart Mahon looking at going 4. Lee Martin 5, Jamie Hall 6. It's still Luke from Josh. 0.2 of a second between them. Lee Martin and further 4/10 back. Stuart Mahon a second back from Lee, but these guys are all affecting the top 10. Luke and Josh going 1 and 2. Lee Martin going 4. Stuart Mahon 6. Tommy Dale 10. 2 minutes down, and we're still in the 26s up front with Luke and Josh. Lee Martin also in the 26s. Jamie Hall in the 26s. So as the heats progress, these guys still finding the grip they need as Josh catches a pipe. Been an untimely moment as he'd just taken the lead. So it's now Luke from Josh. From Lee Martin, 6/10 covers your top 3. Jamie Hall a second and a half further back in 4th. Someone's over in the middle. I think that was a Mahon car that was over in the middle. Coming onto the straight now. That's Hudson into the fence, and it's Luke Holdsworth still. No, sorry. Scratch that. Lee Martin now to the point. No, scratch that. Josh Holdsworth to the point. So the front 3 now only separated by 4/10 of a second, and it's Josh from Lee from Luke. Jamie Hall up to the 4 spot. Tommy Dale up to 5 and going 10 in round. Mark Anthony Jones, Eugene Galley and Ewan Tumilty, you're going 14, 15 and 16. Josh from Lee from Luke. At the front, gap is now a massive 0.7 of a second between all three front cars, and they're going 1, 2 and 3 in round, all beating Thomas Phipps's current TQ time. Luke the first into the 25s this time round, but instantly followed by Jamie Hall. Josh Holdsworth now up to the point in this one. It's Josh from Luke and Lee at the front. Going 1, 2 and 3. Jamie Hall going 5. So it's your front car, front 4 cars, but almost in reverse order. It's Josh, your 1 car at the back, that's leading this one out. 25.99 last time by for Josh. Luke 26.2, Lee Martin 26.1, Jamie Hall 26.5. It's going to the last 30 seconds. Top 4 now, going top 4. So Jamie now improving on Thomas Phipps's current TQ. So 3 manufacturers going into the top 3. Incredibly close finish there. Josh Holdsworth takes that by 0.9 of a second from Lee Martin, who takes second from Luke Holdsworth by 1/100th of a second. Jamie Hall goes 4th, only 0.6 behind Luke Holdsworth. So your top 4 was separated by 1.5 seconds. And go top 4, Mark Anthony Jones, you went in 9th. So Thomas Phipps, Matt Thompson, Reese Ward, Andy Woods and Lewis Hopkins round out your top 10. Eugene Galley, you went 11th. Ewan Tumilty, you went 13th. Tommy Dale, you went 17th. As we go into the final heat. TQ man from round 1 goes in this one. Problem with Tommy's car, straight, looked like it just lost all power or brakes. Something happened. So that leaves Ben Smith out front. Tommy retires on lap 1. Ben Smith opens out with a 26.99. But Archie Bowman, Freddie Thompson and Charlie Saunders also open out with faster 26s. Ben Smith 26.2 on lap 2. Callum McElroy bench 26.3. Archie Bowman 27.6. So the rest guys in the 27s on lap 2. Ben Smith looking going 6 in round. Callum McElroy bench 8. Archie Bowman looking at going 10th. .26.9 for Ben Smith on time by. Still on for going 6, but Ben is the only one affecting the top 10 from this heat. Charlie Saunders looking going 12, Archie Bowman 16, Harley Eldridge 17, Freddie Thompson 19. A big gap at the front and clear track in front, no one to chase, no one to push him round. Ben Smith's going to have to do this one all on his own. But 26.25 last time by, and that's getting closer to his 26.2 outlap. So Ben with the Schumacher car, 26.4. Now moving up to 5th, going 5th in round. So slowly chipping away at the current guy's TQ times, and he's only 2 seconds off TQ pace. Shows you how close it was at the front in the last heat. This is just going to be a qualifying, sounds daft, but it is just going to be a qualifying run for Ben Smith. Just needs to keep going round and doing what he does, and that's exactly what he's done at 25.93. Now going 4th in round. So chipping away lap by lap, bringing that average down. Now only 1.5 seconds off TQ pace. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. 26 flat. That 26 flat has jumped Ben up to going 2nd in round. So Ben Smith, Charlie Saunders, Archie Bowman now affecting the top 10, going 2, 7 and 9. And with another 25-second lap, Ben Smith is now on for TQ. Charlie Saunders looking at 7. Callum McElroy bench 9. And Ben just able to do his own race. No one behind him, shoving him round, and 26.17, and he's extending that TQ gap now by a massive 0.19 of a second over Josh Holdsworth. Charlie Saunders going 7, Callum McElroy bench going 9, Archie Bowman you're going 12 with 40 seconds to go. Ben will have 2 more laps and a 25.78 new hot lap for Ben, and he's now got the TQ gap up to a second. But that can easily be lost anywhere on this track, just running wide in the back section. Ben making it nicely up onto the tabletop. No issues clipping the top of that onto the straight for what will be his last lap, and a 25.81. So Ben not relenting. And now looking at a 12 in 14 to take TQ in round number 2. Charlie Saunders looking at 3. Callum McElroy bench looking at 9. And this has been a great drive by Ben Smith to take TQ in round number 2. 12 in 14.2. Charlie Saunders goes 7th. Callum McElroy bench goes 9th. Archie Bowman goes 17th. Only guys that affected the top 20. After 2, Ben Smith, by virtue of having the fastest time. 12, I think, fastest time. Now Tommy Hall has the fastest time in round 1. 12 in 12. Ben Smith 12 in 14. So after 2, your current A final stands as Ben Smith, Luke Holdsworth, Jamie Hall, Thomas Phipps, Lee Martin, Josh Holdsworth, Callum Ackroyd bench, Matt Thompson, Lewis Hopkins and Charlie Saunders. Bottom of the A currently is 22 points. So, Heat 1, Richard Thierens, Dominic Morby, Paul Steadman and Jack Flynn. So after 2, exactly 1 minute for Dominic Morby's 2 laps and leads this one from Charlie Hall, Jack Flynn, Paul Steadman and Richard Thierens. 28.89 last time by for Dominic Morby. So that'll be the black, white and yellow car at the end of the straight. Was looking good in practice. On 3 laps in the 28s, early doors for Dominic, and he leads this one by 5 seconds. Oh no, by a second now from Charlie Hall. Paul Steadman is 4 seconds back as the lead pair. Dominic on from the 11 in 26. So those consistent laps that Dominic was doing in practice. Another 28 clicked off in the books of Dominic, and that was what he was doing in practice, and those are the lap times that he needs to do. Keep it in the middle, and I'm not sure if it's local, but he knows that back section pretty well and took a nice clean line through the back section. Onto the straight and gets past some lap traffic. 29.42, but guy gets out of his way. I think that was Louis. It looked like Louis Stevenson letting Dominic through. Good driving, Louis. Dominic Morby now 2 seconds to the good in front of Charlie Hall. Associated car of Dominic Morby now 28.45, another 28. So he's found his groove and found the groove that he had in practice through the back section and up onto the tabletop with no issues getting traction there. So maybe New set of boots for round 3, which I think most people will be doing for round 3 today. Thank you all. 28.56, another 28 for Dominic. So the great laps from Dominic Morby. Richard Thierend jumps up to the 2 spot in front of Charlie Hoyle. Jack Flynn 4th, Paul Steadman 5, Finn Mulcahy 6. All you guys in the 29s, but out front, Dominic Morby is clicking 28-second laps off like a metronome. And these are really good laps for Dominic. No errors so far. With 4:10 down, 50 seconds to go. Dominic going predicted to be 8 seconds clear of this heat. Onto the straight and another 28. So when you get off the rostrum, Dominic, go and have a look at your lap times, because these are great laps to look back on. Really good, consistent lap times. Around 28.5, 28.7 for the entire race. As we go into the last 10 seconds, we're through for this lap and one more for your race leader, Dominic Morby, who's led this pretty much from start to finish. So Dominic Morby with a great run, consistent run of 28-second laps, wins that one in 11 in 5:20. No one else made it through for 11 laps. Richard Thierend 10 in 0 time. Charlie Hall, Jack Flynn, Paul Steadman and Ollie Carberry round out your top 6. So, welcome to the booze. I say booze, it's a black gazebo. Ben Smith, TQ, round 2.
Yes, pretty slow start to that run.
Yeah, your dad was sat here, and so Tommy had an issue.
Yes.
Like,
I think that kind of put me off for a few laps.
I was going to ask you, like, is that going to put you off? And then he's like, oh, well, that's done this one. He's got no one to chase.
Yeah.
And watching your lap times, it just seemed like you just gradually eked into it and gradually got going, and then you just worked your way up, and then it was a really good way of doing it because, well, obviously TQ in round. Can't complain.
Yeah, I guess the average probably looks okay with the 5 minutes, but it was a slow start. I don't know if I was kind of trying to go too quick almost, because obviously I wanted to capitalise the fact that Tommy wasn't effectively in that round.
Yep.
He's going to he's the quickest guy in the first round, so yeah, I think once I settled down, and almost you can massively overdrive, I think, and that's what I was doing, and it makes like 0.5, 0.6 a lap, I think, just backing off and making sure you get right on the apex, because it's really struggling for front grip today, so if you kind of just miss the apex, you can't recover basically, so you kind of pay for it.
Yeah, it's something that a couple of guys have already said, that like cars are loose coming out of these 218s here. X-rays don't seem to have that issue. They seem to have really good traction, but then they seem to push hard because they've got that traction. They're then pushing. So it's interesting that you're struggling with front end bite, and I guess is that like end of the straight, or where is it just all over the track?
It's mainly them two corners actually, them two hairpins round after the end of the straight.
Yeah.
And just getting on power in places. Car just wants to drive forward, but it's not a bad thing sometimes. It helps you get out the corner. I don't feel the need to go to more toe yet.
Yeah.
Because obviously the back section is quite critical, and I don't want to get lots of bind because bump handling is important. It's a lot bumpier than it actually looks.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's hard to explain to like guys on here that even until you walk across it, you don't realise how bumpy it is and where all the bumps are. You can see from the rostrum that it's like black and there's a gap. So where there's a green bit, that's where your car's in the air. So there's a jump before that.
Yeah. So it's a really tricky track to learn, and there's a fine balance of you can't afford to back off because it's still quite high speed and it's very technical, but almost you need to not overdrive, I think, is the key.
And also there's that many. One thing I always found here, there's that many local guys that are capable of putting in a couple of rounds at any point, and they can not screwing up's the wrong word. It's they can affect guys that are probably chasing a championship, but I mean, it's their local track, and they just know how to drive around it. And
yes, it's the way it works, isn't it?
Yeah. So like Chris Everson has made loads of A finals here.
Yeah.
Andy Wood's close to top 10 in that round. I think it's like 8th or 9th, maybe.
Yeah, I think Stu Mahon was top 10 round 1.
Yeah, round 1 had a shocker in round 2, but Stu normally it was always quick round here. But one thing I did want to bring you in for, your dad asked me about this when we were vintage racing last weekend.
Yeah.
You're now up to top 10 all time.
What is this national wins? Nice.
You're 10th on the overall list now. So with 8 national wins, you're 10th. You've got a bit of a gap. And where's my mouse gone? There you go. You've got a bit of a gap. You've got another 7 to do now before you catch 9th. That's Richard Taylor, who was another guy that could drive around this track.
Yeah.
And had the back section. But yeah, so your dad asked me, and said, I'll let you know. But I'm not going to tell you. I'll tell Ben because I'll see him at the weekend. But yeah, you've jumped into top 10.
Once I had a 1 or 2, I always wanted to get to 10. It was kind of 5. Then when I got to 5, I wanted to get to 10. So that's kind of my aim, because I think, to be honest, 7 more is going to be hard over the years. There's so many kids now. It feels bad me saying it, but like I had a regional last weekend or the weekend before at Robin Hood, and I was the oldest person in the A final. I was like 20, so I was like, my time's maybe up soon. So people like Dan Paul coming through. So
that's Mid-East.
Mid-East. It was the oldest. I was the oldest person at 20.
This is going to be funny now, because I think you were probably, like when me and Matt Thompson were talking last night, you're probably the youngest at some point when there was like me, Matt, Carl, Matt Moore. Yeah. You're probably the youngest, and that's only like 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, I reckon 5 years ago I was the youngest, and I'm the oldest. So.
Yeah, because all those footy-duddies old guys have left. You're now the old guy. Yeah. Welcome to it. You've only got 20-odd years of being the oldest guy.
It's coming earlier than I expected, but I guess so it's the way it works.
Yeah, but congratulations on getting to top 10. So you're now in front of Cockers, like nice. Simon Moss, Tom Yardy.
Yes.
Name on there. But like 3 wins this year.
It's been good. I mean, I always say these guys had it a bit harder because they had kind of prime Neil and Lee who are, fighting for worlds and stuff. But yeah, I guess it's not bad.
No, it's not bad. 10th on the all-time list. It's not bad. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, congratulations on TQ for round 2. So look forward to it's 2 different manufacturers. Hopefully Tommy finds out what was up, because it literally just looked like it landed and then went straight on.
Yeah, he said his ESC went into calibration, I think, or something like that. Which is strange because he did the warm-up lap fine. I don't know if maybe landing off that small jump.
Yeah, like you said, you could expect it if it was on the warm-up lap, but not after.
Yeah.
Doing a warm-up lap. So at least he did it on lap 1 and not halfway through. No, that sounds, but not on the last.
Could have done
lap.
it on the straight or something though. It could have been quite bad. So at least it was.
Just went straight on. No brakes. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hopefully see you later on. Well,
hopefully
you'll be in there anyway, so you're fine. Another one. So that what does that take you up to now? 55.
Yeah.
55.
That's not bad. How many people have won a national out of interest?
So that was another one that was asked.
Probably quite a lot.
Not that many.
Oh, really?
44.
Really?
So in the history of BRCA, which is this is going back to 1989.
Yep.
I think only 44 people have ever won a national.
Wow.
So Hanu Worsley, son of Paul Worsley, who kindly gave me a lot of this information, is bottom of that list.
Is this like the win rate as well?
Yeah, it's actually conversion rate. This is because Neil loved a good stat.
I bet Neil's is quite good.
Yeah, it's only 36. It was high at one point. I think it was in 60s, and 70s when he was at his absolute peak. But then, as he admitted, it took him a while to get to that 100, and a lot of those weren't. It's like A finals, no wins for almost 2 years sometimes. Yeah, because he did have 2 years back to back where he won every 2 and every 4-wheel national.
It doesn't surprise me with Neil. It doesn't surprise me. I'd imagine he'd still fancy himself if he turned it up today. He was killer through that back section, I remember.
Well, him and Tricky through the back section were amazing to watch. There's a few people that could go through there and hold on to them. And it provides such good racing, this track, I think.
Yeah.
There's always an opportunity to overtake. There's different lines, like through the cobbles. I was watching Matt Thompson, he goes across it.
Yeah.
And then there's people that go round it. Not really watch where you go.
Yeah, I go across. I was thinking the sweeper before the tabletop will be good in the final because you have to come quite wide naturally to get onto the top.
Yeah.
So if somebody sticks up the inside there, it's going to be a
block pass.
Yeah. So no, it should be good fun in the finals, hopefully.
Yeah. Well, congratulations and
Thank you.
Good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
See you later.
See you soon.
So just on a quick interview with Ben Smith, your current or your round 2 TQ man and current top qualifier after 2. I'm going to go back and catch that on RC Racing TV. Go to the RC Racing TV channel and find the YouTube link where we are still streaming this live on YouTube. And that's all made possible by our sponsors. TKR, Associated, Futaba, Rude Bits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray. And of course the BRCA for inviting us along to cover this event. I think this Southport track is one of the only tracks that we still have that we get public access and general public can come by and see what we all love doing here. Back to racing, 4 minutes down, 1 to go. Andy Luxford of Andy's Models leads this one from Jamie Banks, Joshua Anderson, Paul Ragg and Lee Stokes. Andy and Jamie are looking at going 1 and 2 in round. Joshua Anderson 4, Paul Ragg 7, Lee Stokes 8. As I say Andy's name, he has a rough lap, and now it's Joshua Anderson that leads this one. And it looks still going 2 in round. Jamie Banks going 4. So Dominic Morby from Heat 1 with those great series of laps from Dominic. He's still 3rd. Jonathan Pluke would stay 5. James Gibbs 6. You're going to finishing times. So Heat 3 finishes. It's Joshua Anderson. Takes that one by 2 seconds from Andy Luxford, but those two go 1 and 2. Jamie Banks goes 4, Lee Stokes goes 7, and Paul Ragg goes 8th in round. So at the side of the track, this is the 4th round of the National Championship for 1/10 off-road two-wheel drive cars. Cars are powered by small electric battery, about the size of your mobile phone, a little bit thicker. And what you're watching at the minute is qualifying. Cars will set off at a staggered start of around a second and a half. And they are on a qualifying time to do as many laps as they can in 5 minutes. Laps are counted electronically, just like in F1. By a small transponder in each car. Soon as
the quick changing over, the clock is ticking.
So we go into Heat 4. Adam Parai needs another good run to go with his round 1 score and will lead us off. Bowden in the fence on end of lap 1. But Adam Pry leads this one. Not a stellar out lap, but 28.01. That looks like Jack Mills White that's over in the middle. 27.61 from Adam on lap 2. looking at 11 in 5. There's still some way to go to find that 12-lap run from round 1. But after 2, it's Adam Pry from Riley Butler. Your 9 car, Schumacher car, black, white and orange. Remember the hero from round 1 at the Potteries. Young Riley getting to grips with this track now. At the front though, it's Adam Pry. 27-1 last time by. Only guy in the 27s now. Everyone else in the 28s or 29s. After 2 minutes, Adam looking at 11 in 1. And it's chaos at the back section. So you 4 guys, please be aware you have the race leader coming up behind you. And he is on a good run at the minute, looking to get through for 12 laps. So 26.98 last time by. How's traffic affected it? 27.45, so not too bad. Only lost about half a second in traffic over his best lap.
Would you like a ice cream to get you lubricated?
Go on then. So 3 minutes down, Adam Pry dropped off that 12-lap pace and is now looking at an 11 in 4. Still good enough to take TQ in this round. Aaron Carberry moves up to the 2 spot. Mark Keane moves up to the 3 spot. Chris Bowden 4. Jack Mills-White moves up to 5. Riley Butler 6. Well, I had a couple of rough laps. I'll have been off mic. Jack Mills-White recovering from an early crash with his associated car. But out front, Adam Pry bringing it back down again now. 11 in 3.82. Don't think he'll get through 12 in this run, but do everything you can, Adam, to keep this run clean, because it's another good run. You know how hard this track is to get a clean run on. So Adam round the end of the straight now, over the 1.8 through the 180s. So got the rear end of that car jacked up to generate some traction on power. 27.25 last time by. Still fastest lap from earlier in the heat, 26.98. But now looking at 11 in 3. Now 11 in 2. 26.84, new hot lap for Adam as he negotiates Bowden's car. Next car that he will get to is the 7 car, I think, of Andy Shillito, who will let him through, and does. So Adam Pry Adam gets caught at line, 11 in 2. There are a couple of little errors in the middle. That's still a pretty good run from Adam, much better than round 2. So a big thank you to Muzz from Schumacher for delivering a free ice cream to the RC Racing TV guys. Much appreciated. So heat 5, 1 minute down, 2 laps in. Paul Jenkinson out front. Actually, no, it's Ewan McLeod and Emily Heward who eclipse Paul Jenkinson's lap time. .27s for your lead pair of Ewan and Emily. 28's last time by though, but they did 27s on their outlap. So the 6 and 10 car is Paul Jenkinson, Neil Tinsley. 4 car of Chris Elworthy. Looks like Emily's had a big mistake in that one. 34-second lap for Emily, drops her down the order. Neil Tinsley at the front, 28.14 last time by. It's his new hot lap. Looking at going 2 in round, but 12 seconds off Adam Perai's time. Tinsley goes to the back section. Around, up, over the tabletop. Where Ben Smith was talking about getting traction up there. It's going to be premium for the final. Well, these guys still in qualifying at the minute. Neil 27.61 last time by, so Neil bringing his average down and going the right way about this heat, lap by lap, finding a little bit more where he can push. Neil Tinsley on for an 11 in 12, going 2 in round. Chris Elworthy on for an 11 in 15, going 3. Chris Patterson hasn't hit the end of the straight yet, and he's on for 10th. Ryan Preston is on for 5 in round. Chris had a rough lap last time by. 29.4. The Schumacher car of Chris Pattinson. Neil Tinsley's though, blue car 10 still out front. 28.57 last time by, about a second off his best. Like we said, you only need to be a little bit offline through that back section or not get the drive out of these 2 hairpins, and that's where your lap time disappears. Gets it sideways up onto the tabletop, but gets away with it. And blue car onto the straight to complete lap number 8. And it's much more like it, a 27.7 from Neil Tinsley. He's still on for 2 in round. Chris Elworthy and Ryan Preston, you're on for 3 and 4. Chris Pattinson, you're on for 10th. 11 seconds shy of Neil Tinsley's predicted time. The top 4 in this are separated by a predicted 11 seconds with 4:20 down and 40 seconds to go. Blue car of Neil Tinsley out front. 29.58 last time by, so another slightly rough lap, but doesn't look like a crash lap. Might just be going wide somewhere. And he's now still on for 2nd, although that gap is now only 2 seconds back to 3rd and 4th. So last lap, most important lap to get your finishing time. No mistakes on this lap for Neil now. And he will go 2nd in round. A mistake could drop you 2, 3 or more places. So keep it rubber side down to the finish. Last 3 corners for Neil Tinsley. Round onto the straight. And he does go 2nd with an 11 in 11. Ryan Preston goes 3rd. Sorry, no, Ryan Preston goes 5th in round. Chris Elworthy goes 4th. Ewan McLeod goes 10th. Chris Pattinson, you drop to 11th. Stephen Harley, 14th. So Ryan Preston, that last lap, 31.06, dropped you from 3rd to 5th. Only 0.2 of a second, covering 3rd, 4th and 5th. And that was a costly error. Where Neil Tinsley didn't have an error, Ryan did. And your last lap is one of the most important to get right. So we head into heat number 6. So Rhys Trewartha leads his round, and Evie Thames pushes the rest of the field round. Purple, blue and white car of Rhys Trewartha, 27.26. Will Fisher, 27.54. Some good online shout outs for Will Fisher. Ashton Pry, 27.8. Graham Lyle, 27.9. You're only 27s on the outlaps. Everyone else in the 28s or 30s. No 29s out there. But Rhys Trewartha, 27.2. Backs it up with another 27.2. And currently on 12 lap pace for Rhys Trewartha. 12 lap runs have been hard to come by in rounds 1 and 2. 20 in round 1 and 15 in round 2, so a 12 lapper. Gives you an idea, it will be top 20 somewhere, could be even higher if results go your way. Rees 27.38 last time by, Will Fisher 27.33. Those two are both on the bubble of 12 lap pace. Jim Dixon looking at 4, Craig Lomax looking at 6. Another good lap from Rees puts him back on 12 lap pace at 21.17. New hot lap for Rees. Will Fisher also there or thereabouts, the 27.20. So those two looking at getting through for 12 laps at the minute. Rees clicks off at 27.3, Will Fisher 27.4. Drops them both just off 12 lap pace, but only just. Rees round up over the tabletop. No traction issues there, and same for Will Fisher as they go up out under the trees and round onto the straight for complete lap number 6. Rees Trewartha on 11 in 0 time as he approaches Brett Birch through the back section. So Rees looking to clear Brett Birch quickly, and Brett lets him through. 27.76 in traffic for Rees. 27.3 for Will Fisher. And those two are looking at going 1 and 3. Craig Lomax, you're looking at going 4 in round. Ashton Parai, you're looking at going 6. Jim Dixon 7. Andy Manning 8. Scott Follington 13th in round. Graham Lyle 19th in round. But out front, Rees pretty much led this from lap 1, but being pushed around by the associated car of Will Fisher. And those two are going 1 and 3. Will only slightly off, going second in round, only about half a second. Cases the tabletop. Don't lose too much time as we go into the final minute. And Rees flirting with that 12 lap pace the entire length of this run. Just needs to find a 10th or 2. There's no point risking it all because you will lose it all. So just keep doing what you're doing, because this is a very good run for Rees Trewartha. 11 in 0 still predicted for Rees. With 20 seconds to go, it will be this lap and maybe one more if he can find a little bit of pace on this lap. He's only 6/10 off getting through for a 12 lapper, and it looks like he's made an error over the tabletop. So that will put paid to the 12 lap run. Rees finishes with that last lap tumble. 11 in 2.2. Will Fisher 11 in 5. So Rees takes that one, and even with the last lap tumble, still takes TQ, only by 0.2 of a second. Will Fisher goes 3rd. Craig Lomax, great run, goes 4th. Ashton Parai goes 6th. James Dixon goes 7th. Scott Follington 8th. Graham Lyle 12th. And Andy Manning 14th. You're the only guys that affected the top 20 from Heat 6. UTQ time is 11 in 5 minutes 2.22. All the twos. Now going to heat number 7. So a quick heat last time with Harry Saunders, Reuben Russell, Charlie Simmons and Peter Craig, if I remember rightly, all fighting it out for the top 4. So after 2, it's Charlie Simmons from Tristram Neal, Hattie Thames, Peter Craig, Ben Elliott, Manny Panesar, Jamie Long, Cameron Wells, Reuben Russell and Harry Saunders. Charlie Simmons with 27.49 best lap and 28 second last lap. Looking at going 4th in round, Tris Neal going 5, Hattie Thames going 7, Peter Craig 8. Ben Elliott 12, Manny Panesar 16. The rest of you guys not affecting the top 20 at the minute. Charlie Simmons with the Yokomo car though. Clean track in front for an eternity and a clean track behind. So Harry Saunders made an early error. So a bit like Ben Smith, Charlie's going to have to do it all on his own. And just drive round, eking his car up to his ultimate pace. Ben said you just overdriving this track can make like half a tenth or half a second a lap. So just getting on your markers and hitting each apex that you need to, rather than just overdriving. And that's what Charlie's doing at the minute at 27.3 last time by. His best lap of the race, hitting the apex under the tree, round onto the straight to complete lap number 6. Another 27.8. So Charlie working his way gradually up the order, now looking at going 4th in round. Manny Panesar going 6. Harry Saunders after that awful first lap going 8th. Tris Neal going 11th. Hattie Thames 13th and sandwiching Ben Elliott, who's going 12th. Charlie back onto the straight, running a little wide on the concrete. 28.08. So still on for 4th in round. A couple of seconds to find to sneak 3rd, but it's a big gap up front, another 6 seconds further up the road to get either the 1 or 2. I think that's Charlie over in the middle. Nope, wasn't Charlie over in the middle. So Manny Panesar now rolling back the ears and going up to the point, the 27.4 Manny now on for going fourth in round in front of Charlie Simmons. Tris Neal going 8th, Harry Saunders 10th. 4:20 down, last 40 seconds. So you guys will have 2 more laps as you cross the line this time by. Manny 28.2 last time by. Manny with the Schumacher car now. Up onto the tabletop. So purple, pink, white and yellow wheels of Manny Panesar. Leads this one now by half a second going into your final 5 seconds. So it'll be you're on your finishing lap. So this is your most important lap now. Don't make a mistake. I think that's someone in front. I think that's Harry Saunders. That has just made that mistake in front. And that's gifted the win. So Manny Panesar takes that one 11 in 8 and goes 4th. Tris Neal goes 6th. So Schumacher cars of Panesar, Lomax and Neal in 4th, 5th and 6th. Then Neil Tinsley, Charlie Simmons, Ashton Pride, James Dixon, Hattie Thames, you've gone 11th. Ben Elliott 12th. Harry Saunders 17th. Now going to heat number 8. Oh, Andy Woods is an LD3. Sorry, Mike Owen. I thought it was X-ray with all this noise behind me from the X-ray lot. Hello, little. I've seen you in Thailand. I've seen you eating those black things on a stick. The Littles. Don't know what you're eating. Look like, and protein is protein. I think your comment was. Mike, 5-7, turn the cam round. We can't turn the we can't turn the camera round because that would show you our cameraman. I think you'd much rather watch the track and the cam, unless you were talking about when we were talking to Ben Smith. But that's what we're trying to do now, is give our drivers So 2 minutes in. James Pritchard leads this one from Ewan Mulcahy, Alex Pyatt, Matthew Dodd, James Proctor. James Pritchard on for third, Ewan Mulcahy on for 5, Alex Pyatt on for 6, Matt Dodd on for 10th in round. Pritchard car. Choosing to avoid the cobble corner. Ben Smith taking that line with his car, but James choosing to go run it wide. James will know Southport really well. Lived too far away from here and been a regular at Southport for many years. And James Pritchard 27.38. Moving the right way towards the top of the field, and again that's his line, missing that cobble corner. Not sliding across it and wearing out those tyres, just keeping corner speed, just running a little bit wide, and probably opens up his line into the back section. Ewan Mulcahy on 4, going 5, Alex Pyatt 6, Matt Dodd 7. Another 27 for Pritchard, a little bit slower though. Chris Foster in hot pursuit and catches the pipe on cutting across the corner. So probably not a run for Chris Foster to count, but Pritchard meanwhile up front with the blue, yellow and black X-ray. Another 27.9 for James Pritchard. Looking at going third in round, needs to find 2 seconds off his overall time to nip up to TQ pace. So probably need to find a few 26s towards the end of this run. And 3 of them. And this lap so far looks like it's been a good one. Clips of pipe coming onto the straight, and it was 27.5, so it probably would have been close to a 26. Going into James' final, or next to last lap though, this penultimate lap. Keep it rubber side down. Don't think you can affect the top 2. But you can affect not being third, which is where you're currently aiming with this lap. So 28.1. On for third, going third with this is your final lap. Don't throw it all the way on this lap because you're going third. Alex Pyatt going 5, Ewan Mulcahy going 6, Matt Dodd going 7, James Proctor going 8. Pritchard brings it round with another 27.7 last lap. Goes third. So James Pritchard, good last lap. 11 in 5 minutes 4.99. Couldn't do anything about your top 2, but made sure he capitalised and went third. Will Fisher stays 4th. Alex Pyatt, you go 5. Matthew Dodd, you go 6. James Proctor goes 7. Manny Panesar 8. Craig Lomax 9. Tristram Neal 10. Ben Stevenson, you're 17th. Chris Foster 18th. Roger Tugwood 19th. David Scott 25th. Okay, so we're going to heat 9. Stephen Brown, Andy Woods, Colin May, Kevin Hodkinson, Liam Robinson, Callum Trewartha, Kyle Moon, Seth Shillito Everest, Reese Ward and Gareth Stanton. Reese took this one last time by, pretty sure. And Reese got a 10 in round 2. So Reese Ward leads us off and starts off like a freight train. 27.18, but Kevin Hodkinson 26.6. Colin May 26.9. So the 4 car of Kevin Hodkinson, X-ray car, is over but gets going again. Not lost too much time, probably half, 3/4 of a second, but over again. That's early. Kevin. So Andy Woods now takes it up. I've been corrected by the Emperor that Andy's running a Schumacher car, an LD3. Colin May up to the 2 spot, Reese Ward 3, Kyle Moon 4, Callum Trewartha 5. Nothing in it after 2 laps between your top 5. The top 3 are going top 3. And all on 12 lap pace as we head into the last 3-4 heats. Close up front between Reese Ward and Andy Woods. Only separated by 0.2 of a second and both on for 12 lap pace. So Reese, then Andy on track. Blue and yellow X-ray followed by the red and white Schumacher car of Andy Woods, and now it's Reese who goes to the point with a 26.76 last time by. Carl Moon on going 3rd in this heat. Goes Stanton, you're running 4th. Liam Robinson running 5th. Seth Shillito Everest running 6th. But up front, it's still Reese Ward, now the only one on for 12 lap pace. Andy Woods dropped off that with that last lap of a 29.4. But Reese Ward with a 26.73 is now into 12 in 21. Reese getting a little tight, coming out the 2 hairpins. Steve Brown tumbles out of the way. And someone has written the car off at the end of the straight. Oh, that's Colin May's car that's off at the end of the straight. But Reese Ward coming round onto the straight now. No, not now, sorry. There's Reese, sorry. The wrong car. Reese with a 26.92, but gets away with a little tumble back on his wheels. Also choosing to avoid the cobbles. Reese going through the back section like he knows how to get through there. I think this is one of the first times he's been here. Not got the years of experience with some of the other guys. .28.2 last time by, so that tumble cost Reese about a second. But still on for TQ. Andy Woods getting ever closer with that LD3 to a 12 lapper. Only 0.39 off now for Andy Woods, so Andy needs to choose whether he needs to risk it and try and push for that 12 lap run. Reese Ward 27.28. Andy Woods 27.15, so Andy's going the right way about, edging ever closer to that 12 lap run. Only 0.2 to find in his last 2 laps to get through for a 12 lap run. This lap so far looks like a good lap. Safely over the tabletop for Andy Woods. Out onto the back 2 hairpins, onto the concrete and onto the straight. This looks like a good lap. But he gets caught at the line just. Reese Ward is your only 12 lapper from this heat and first 12 lapper of the round. And error-free run for Reese Ward, takes TQ 12 in 23.9. Go well with his 10 in round number 2. Andy Woods 11 in 5 minutes 0.68. Reese Chawartha stays 3rd. Adam Pry stays 4th. Kevin Hodkinson, you going to 5th. Kyle Moon 6th. Liam Robinson 7. Gareth Stanton goes 11th. Seth Shillito Everest goes 16th. Callum Chawartha goes 19th. The only guys affecting the top 20 from that heat. As we go into heat 10, potential A final protagonists in this one. Johnny Skidmore goes in this one and needs a run to go with round 1, number 6 in round 1. Matt Thompson, Ryan Clark, also potential A finalists, go in this one. Along with Thomas Phipps and Matt Druitt. So the X-Rays lead us round and Helluel pushes them on. Phipps hits the end of the straight. Pretty much did that lap 1 in round 2 as well, but carried on. But Johnny Skidmore starts out with the fastest lap, 26.49. Matt Thompson, 26.86. Thomas Phipps 27.05, but this lap will be a rough one for Thomas Phipps. Skidmore 26.8. Hopkins 26.6. Matt Druitt 26.7. Matt Thompson 27.1. As in previous rounds, pretty much all of this heat going into the top 10. Most importantly, Johnny Skidmore and Ollie Natras are going top 2. So it's Skidmore from Hopkins from Druitt. Sorry, from Thompson from Druitt. From Natras. Clark now jumps up to the 4 spot. All these guys doing their best laps on the last lap with the 26s for your lead 4 cars of Skidmore, Hopkins, Thompson and Clark. Matt Thompson now up to the 2 spot in this heat. Johnny Skidmore, though, looking to take around 4 seconds off Reese Ward's time. But the top 5 in this heat are going top 5. So Skidmore, Hopkins, Thompson, Druitt and Clark are going top 5. Someone else goes into the end of the straight, and that looked like Phipps again, I think. Green and white car. Here's Thomas Phipps is out. will need it a run in round number 4. But at the front it's Skidmore who leads by just over 3/4 of a second from Lewis Hopkins on time. Then it's Matt Thompson, Matt Druitt, Ryan Clark and Chris Evison, all affecting the A final as it stands. .26.33, new hot lap for Johnny Skidmore last time by, puts him predicted 3 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So Johnny's X-ray car looking good through the middle. Needs something to go the 6 from round 1, didn't have a round 2. So needs something to go with that 6 from round 1 to cement his A final after 3. Matt Druitt now running 3rd, Matt Thompson 4th, but your top 3 are separated by only 3 seconds predicted. With Ryan Clark only a further ½ second behind. And we're back up to 7 cars in this one going into the top 10, with only Reese Ward, Andy Woods and Reese Trewartha surviving from your previous top 10. With 40 seconds to go, it's still Skidmore out front. Hopkins with his 26.33 last time by was his new hot lap of the race. Matt Druitt 26.4, Matt Thompson 26.4, Ryan Clark 27.2, but still hanging on for 6th in round. It's going to last 20 seconds. Skidmore will make it all of your top 6 will make it through for 12 lappers. So your top 5 in that one went top 5. They were Johnny Skidmore, takes new TQ 12 in 19.7. Then Lewis Hopkins, Matt Druitt, Matt Thompson and Ryan Clark pulling out a good lap in his last lap. Sneaks in front of Chris Evison and goes 5th. Reese Ward, your 6th. Chris Evison, 7th. Andy Woods, your 8th. Reese Trewartha, 9th. And Adam Parai, 10th. Only 5 seconds covers your top 7. And less than a second covers 3 through 7. So it's very tight at the top. Your round 3. So going to heat 11. So heat 11, Josh and Luke lead us off. Hudson Knight pushes the field round. Josh sends a statement to the rest of the field with a 25.94 outlap, but Jamie Hall eclipses that with a 25.72. Stuart Mahon 26.2, Luke Holdsworth 26.3, Hudson Knight 26.9, so your top 5 into the 26s from the get-go. Saw Lee Martin going backwards off the tabletop, so rough outlap for Lee, but still not out but just yet. Jamie Hall, another 25 on lap 2 for the yellow associated car, running through the middle, through the back section, over the corner tabletop, up the straight tabletop, and round towards the concrete corner to complete lap 3. And the pace is hotting up at the front. Josh Holdsworth just dropped to 25.54, but is still led by 2/100. Jamie Hall with a 25.93. Those two going 1 and 2. Luke Holdsworth going 3. Jamie Hall looking to take 9 seconds off Johnny Skidmore's current TQ. Luke Holdsworth only 3 seconds predicted back of Josh and Jamie up front. It's now Josh to the point, 26.04. Jamie Hall, 26.41. Josh down the straight. Just waiting for Jamie. It is still Josh from Jamie from Luke. So the blue, yellow Schumacher car coming over the tabletop in the middle. Current race leader 26.29. Luke Holdsworth though 25.77. Last time by was his hot lap. And the front 3 are separated by less than 0.2 of a second on the clock. Eugene Galley, you're looking at going 12th. Hudson Knight 14th. Mark Anthony Jones 16th. But the front 3 are going head or toe to toe. It's Luke versus Josh versus Jamie at the front. Josh gets it on 2 wheels going through the back section, gets it back rubber side down and loses probably a 10th or 2. But that 10th or 2 will mean Brother Luke closes in as they go across the line. This time by the gap is now down to 0.15 of a second between Josh and Luke. Jamie now dropping a 1.5 seconds back, but still looking at going 3rd in round. 4 minutes down and 1 to go. Josh drops in another 25.9, Luke 26.0, Jamie 26.11. Still going 1 through 3. Jamie 5 seconds inside Johnny's time. So there's a gap behind Jamie to where Johnny sits now on current TQ. Josh and Luke only separated by 0.6 of a second. Luke gets up on 2 wheels this time. His turn to lose a couple of tenths and cut straight across the tarmac. Trying to straighten up the entry to the back section. With 5 seconds to go, it's still from Josh, from Luke, from Jamie. 0.85 of a second gap going into your last lap between Josh and Luke. Jamie a further 1.5 seconds back as we go into finishing times. Josh Holdsworth takes new TQ and fastest time of the day, 12 in 5:11.93. Luke Holdsworth 12 in 12.85. Jamie Hall 12 in 14. Your top three. No one else in that one ended up affecting the A final. Mark Anthony Jones, you went 11th. Eugene Galley 13th. Hudson Knight's day starts now with a 16. Tommy Dale 24. Ewan Tumilty, you got a 26. Tommy Hall starts out at 25.5. Ben Smith 25.7. Looks like Tommy's got rid of the gremlins from round 2 and needs something now to go with his round 1 TQ. First 2 laps have both been in the 25s. Ben Smith 26.4. Charlie Saunders 25.7. Tommy looking to take 4 seconds off current TQ. Putting the hammer down, another 25.8 for Tommy Hall as he extends his lead over Ben Smith in this one, already up to nearly 1.5 seconds after 3 laps. Ben Smith, maybe just like last time, just working his way in and just getting faster throughout the end or rest of the run. Charlie Saunders having a good run this time round, going 6. Callum McElroy bench 7 to go with his 9 in round 1. In round 2, sorry. Archie Bowman going 8th. Those are the only guys affecting the top 10. Another 25 for Tommy Hall. That's on by 25.9. 25.9 again. So Tommy, all 5 outlaps have been 25s. And looking at going 12 in 9, taking 2 seconds off current TQ of Josh Holdsworth. Ben Smith 26.1, looking at going 4th. Needs to find around a second to pass any of his stable mates, Josh and Luke. Tommy out front does his first 26, 26.1. Backs it up with a 25.9. Average lap for Tommy Hall, 25.89. Ben Smith is over. So Tommy still on for TQ, Ben Smith on for 4, Callum McElroy bench on for 6. Charlie Saunders going 11, Archie Bowman 14, Aaron Nash 18, Freddie Thompson 22. So 4 cars affecting the top 10 in this round. Tommy 26-1 last time by, 4 minutes down, 1 to go. The gap to TQ is coming down and going the wrong way. Only now has predicted 0.8 cushion. With a 25.62. Tommy gives himself a massive caution. Collects Aaron's car. And 15 seconds to go. Will that have affected Tommy's run enough? It does. It drops Tommy off TQ pace. So Tommy needs to find 0.4 in this last lap to take TQ. Charlie Saunders looking at going 7th. Just follow Tommy round. He slings his car at the track for the final few corners. So Tommy Hall throwing his car at the final few corners, takes TQ 12 and 11.6, takes it by 0.33 from Josh Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth 3rd, Jamie Hall 4, Johnny Skidmore 5, Charlie Saunders 6, Lewis Hopkins 7, Matt Druitt 8, Matt Thompson 9, Archie Bowman 10, Ryan Clark 11. Callum McElroy bench, you go 14. Freddie Thompson 15. Harley Eldridge 18. So after 3, your current A final is Tommy Hall with 2 zeros. Ben Smith with a 3 and a 0. Josh Holdsworth with 2 2s. Luke Holdsworth with a 2 and a 3. Jamie Hall 5th with a 3 and a 4. Thomas Phipps 6 with a 5 and a 6. Johnny Skidmore 7 with a 6 and a 5. Lee Martin 8th with a 9 and a 3. Charlie Saunders 9th with a 7 and a 6. And Lewis Hopkins rounds out your top 10 with an 8 and a 7. Current BQ man on 17 points is Matt Thompson on an 8 and a 9. Eugene Galley rounds out the top 20 with a 14 and a 19. Adam Parai 21st with a 13 and a 21. So heat number 1, Dominic Morby leads this one. Good run in the last one with loads of 28s. Dominic, your 2 car. 28.89 last time by. Looking at 11 in 21 for Dominic. Simon Hudspeth looking at going second. 29.55 for Simon last time by. 31.26 for Jack Flynn. 33 for Charlie Hall. 32 for Paul Stedman. 32 for David Anderson. Ollie Carberry did a 36 and Louis Stevenson a 34. But out front, Dominic Morby with the black, yellow and white associated car. .28.42 last time by, bringing that average down. Catches a corner but gets away with it. Probably not lost too much time through the back section. Up and over the tabletop. And Dominic puts in a 29.1. So still on for an 11 in 20. So that average is staying pretty consistent at just above, hovering above 29. As he comes upon a back marker who lets him through. Good driving there. Goes a little wide and Dominic a little ragged over the tabletop. Gets away with it. But this lap has been a little rough. 30.04. So lost around 2 seconds on this lap. Without really crashing. So time to get back into the groove. Get back down to those 28s that you were doing earlier on in this heat and in the previous round. So 350 down, 110 to go. It's Morby from Hudspeth, from Theorens, from Flynn, from Hall, in top 5. Dominic Morby back down to a 28.45, just above his best lap of 28.42. Through lap traffic and back onto the straight for the Morby machine. And he clicks off another 29-second lap. So 11 in 5.20 looks like that's where he's going to finish. Should get through for an extra lap this time by. Safely onto the tabletop. Onto the straight. And that's a 28.1, so best lap that time by for Dominic. So pushing right to the end of this one on his final lap. Don't mess this last one up. Last round qualifying for Heat 1. Dominic Morby, 29.56 last lap by, and does end up with that 11 in 5.20. Seemed to be destined for that from a long time out. I'll actually leave it on track cam this time, but we've got Tommy Hall
Hello.
back in the booth.
Yes.
So it'd be good to see you again later on.
Happy to be back. Very happy to be back.
What happened in round 2?
A little bit of bad luck. It just went into calibration mode on the first lap. I think I must have hit a bump and the switch just got stuck down. So
is it a separate switch on?
No, it's just a switch on the speedo. Obviously, it must have got a bit of sand in there or something.
Yeah.
And it's, I guess, a little choppy around this part at the end of the straight. Just hit a bump, push the button in, and it's stuck down. So not after round 1, I was really hoping to try and kick on and get into it, and then that just was not ideal. But it was nice to have another good run here. So.
Yeah, it looked like another good run. No real issues that I saw, but I guess something must have happened because you dropped off a 9 pace and fell back to an 11, and then you had to put your foot down last 2 laps because you dropped behind.
I hit a crash car through the back section,
you hit
so
Nash's car, didn't you? Took his body off, clean off, didn't you? Yeah.
It's a good job I was committed, because if I had no idea it was there.
No.
Because it's kind of shaded there with the trees, and their chassis is black, I guess. I don't know. I just couldn't see it.
Yep.
If I was a bit less committed, I probably would have got stuck in it, and I wouldn't have got the round. But again, a bit of luck, but also bad luck together, I guess. But yeah.
2 CQs?
Yeah, I think, I don't know what the time was in that one, but I think round 1, it was faster than round 1. I didn't think we'd be going quicker than round 1. So, it's still all up for grabs there.
Hang on. Sorry. So a little bit quicker. So I think your time is... Yeah, because Josh, 11.93. What's yours? 11.8, is that? I can't see.
11.6, I think.
Yeah, 11.6. So yeah, you've got it on. So that's...
Yeah, I'm surprised the times were faster because the track has a significant amount less grip than before. So that was another thing that kind of caught me out a little bit in that run is, well, I knew because a lot of the guys came back and said it's so loose. So I kind of just made a few changes, kind of went in blind. And luckily, the car felt really good again. So. Did
you end up running? So did you run new tyres in round 3 or?
I had new tyres then. Yeah.
I did wonder halfway through. I thought, well, you might not actually have run new tyres because. Only doing half or a warm-up lap on the other set. I'm do you risk it and just leave new tyres for round 4 when everyone else is going to be on worn tyres?
Yeah,
I know it's not the tyre game that people want to play, but
no, I like being on the same as the other guys. I think I like to just sort of. I don't like being offset and this guy has good tyres because it just feels weird to do that. I like being on the same as everyone.
Okay,
feels like the best.
I did think halfway through. I wonder if you've just left your tyres for. Because you only did a lap and a half, or a lap and a bit, and then maybe just save them for the end. But
it was definitely a thought. It was definitely a thought, but I just in the end just kind of stuck on the same program as everyone else then, just so we know where we're at.
So it did look like lap times were drifting away, but they seem to have come back. I don't know if we were talking to Andy from Andy Hall from the club, and he said. The grip goes away, the sand comes up, the dirt comes, the debris out of the trees, all comes up, and he said he was expecting the times to go away quite quickly, but it doesn't seem that way.
I think they started to go off a little bit, and I think it took a round or two for everyone to tune into that sort of feel and that kind of grip level. So I think if we could go back now to the grip we had before, we'd be going much faster.
Way faster.
I think it's just everyone's tuning into it, and the amount everyone's improving. And the track, it's kind of staying balanced in a sense, the lap times. So it's really one of them tracks you got to kind of go at it with confidence, and through the day you always get quite a lot faster here, I find. So
good. So that's it. 2 from 2. Oh yeah, 2 from 2 for you. for you, yeah. And hopefully pole for the final then, because I think there's only Ben now can take it off you, and that would have to be and because you've got the fastest time now as well. That's. It's only Ben, isn't it? Is it Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just Ben, because Ben beat Josh, so yeah. So
I think there's quite a few of us on a pretty similar pace out there now, really. So it should be.
I think finals are going to be close.
100%.
I think definitely between the Schumacher guys, those 3 look like they're really close. Jamie looks like he's got good pace at the start of the run as well.
He's having a good. I'm finding the tyres after I don't know 2.5 minutes, you can really feel a step difference in the grip you have.
Yeah.
And it really starts to move quite a bit more. So I struggle definitely sort of middle of the run when I start to lose grip, and I think Jamie has a similar thing to me. When the grip slightly goes off, we start to kind of lose our way a little bit in the run. So we need to work on that a bit. But he's got a good pace. He'll be in there. He'll be fighting. So.
Definitely. Yeah, it's like 5th or something. So good to see him like knocking on or regular A back to being a regular A finalist, because like, rough couple of years, last couple of years, so it's like top of the B.
Yeah, he deserves it. He's one of them. On a practice day, he is just insanely fast. I mean, we went to, I think, Bury on Monday. He picked up my car and smoked my times in a few laps, and it's like, this guy could do this on a race day. He would just blow everyone out the water. So he's just, I guess just getting back into it, getting a bit more confidence on the race days, and he'll be, if everything fell for him, he could be winning.
Which he's done before, so.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, we were talking to Ben, 'cause, Ben now has moved into the top 10 of all time with his 8th win.
Hell yeah. That's pretty cool.
Sure up there on, see if you've seen. So where are you? You're there. 20 wins.
20. Having a slow year this year.
Yeah, so 6 on the all-time list, but you two guys are the only 2 guys in the top 10. I mean, you've got to look down, like Josh now is 21st, so like top 3. Now, like, what are you, 6th, 10th, and 21st, so getting a good crop.
Yeah, it's it's good racing them too. I think, especially in 2-wheel this year, it's been us 3 at, I think, every round in 2-wheel. Like 1, 2, 3 in different orders.
Yep.
So we're all pretty similar out there. So.
Yeah, it's something that made me laugh. We were talking to Ben earlier on, and he mentioned that at the Mid East Regional, the last one he did, he was the oldest guy in the A final.
I know, it's insane.
I said to him, well, I remember when you were the youngest guy in the A final.
Like,
and that
3 years ago.
And that wasn't that long.
Yeah, it's pretty insane to be fair. I was saying to him the other day, I feel like I'm one of the old experienced guys now.
There you are.
It's like, it's just really strange how it's like flicked so fast from being, we're racing a lot of these guys in this list a few years ago, and they've all sort of stopped racing at a similar time, really. Obviously, Lee's still doing it for him. But, it's really switched pretty fast, and it's a really strange feeling, actually. So.
Yeah. Come with it, one of the more older guys or more older. Yeah, it's older, more experienced guys. More. Yeah. No, good to have you. Good to see you get that round 2 out of the way quickly and on pace in round 3.
Yes.
So hopefully win number 1 of the year ended today.
Fingers crossed. There'll be big celebrations if we do.
Everything crossed, right?
Yes.
Good man. Thanks for taking the time to speak to us again.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And see you soon.
Cool. See ya.
So 1:30 down for Heat 3. Joshua Anderson leads us round. Just had a quick chat with your current TQ man and TQ man from round number 3, Tommy Hall, getting the Gremlins out of the way in round number 2. Tommy now sitting pretty at the top of the pile with 2 zeros and the fastest time. So going into the last round, Ben Smith knows what he needs to do to take TQ, which is TQ the round and beat Tommy's time. But easier said than done. But in Heat 3, it's Joshua Anderson, Jamie Banks, Andrew Luxford, Mark Christopher. Your top 4. And those guys in the 28s. And all affecting and 4 of them affecting the top 10. Joshua going 1, Jamie Banks going 2, Andrew Luxford going 3. Andy Luxford, one of the sponsors of our coverage on RC Racing TV of Andy's models. Not sure where he's fitting, but you'll be able to see his sign written gazebo around the track. And thank you to TKR Associated, Futaba, Rudebits, Kyosho, MB Models, Andy's Models, TMG Speed, Rude Dog, Schumacher, Yokomo and X-Ray for sponsoring the RCTV coverage. Brought to you here at sunny Southport, round 4 of the 2026 two-wheel drive 1/10 off-road national championship. Top 120 drivers in the country doing battle over 6 rounds, with the best 4 rounds to count over the series. I don't think we've had much rain in this year's event. 2 remaining rounds to come. At Bury in a few weeks after the Euros, and then Batley in September. With 1 minute to go, Jamie Banks leads from Andy Luxford, Mark Christopher and Roger Mills. Those 4 guys affecting the top 10 as it stands. Jamie Banks looking at an 11 in 15. This will be the purple, white and blue car. Andy Luxford though looking for Andy's car. That is the one car, the yellow car of Andy Luxford. Leads this one as they go into finishing times. So heat 4. Adam Perai leads us off. Still looking for that super clean run to go with round 1. Adam currently polling the seat with a 13 and a 21. So need to get rid of that 21. And a low teen score will see him in the middle of the B final. Adam opens out with a 26.84, much more like his round 1 lap times. Also choosing to avoid the cobbles. Riley Butler 28.6, so Adam 2 seconds a lap quicker. The next quickest of this heat. Backs it with a 29.1, so mistake early on. For Adam looking at 11 in 8. It's early doors, plenty of time to bring that average back down to somewhere close to 12 lap pace. Had one mistake in round 1, so you know you can still do a 12 lap with one mistake. You just need to make sure you get a mid-teen in this round. 26.89 is exactly the right time to stick in a 26. So whatever you did on that lap, just keep doing it, because those 26s are what you'll need to end up with a mid-teen score to go with round number 1. Another 26.7. Edging closer already to that 12 lap pace. Takes a little bit of curb on the inside. Through the middle over the tabletop. Andrew Shillito, you're second, currently going third in round. Jack Mills-White looking at going 8th in round. Riley Butler 9th, Aaron Carberry 10th. So junior shootout at the back between Riley and Jack Mills-White in this heat. Looked like Jack had a rough outlap in this one. Hopefully that wasn't Adam that was over. I don't think it was. No, 26.6 and new hot lap for Adam on that lap. And he's so close now to 12 lap pace. Only 6/100ths off predicted 12 lap time. Jack Mills-White looking at going second in round now. So after that rough lap, few good laps for 2, 3, 4 and 5. And Jack now on pace to go second. Andrew Shillito going 4th. Riley Butler going 9th. Aaron Carberry going 10th. Another 26.55 this time for Adam. New hot lap for him. And he's now on that elusive 12 lap pace.
Try it, but I think it's a bit far from race control.
Okay.
Try your best.
So 26.99 for Adam Pry last time round. 27.1, so still on 12 lap pace, but no more 27s please for Adam. As he looks to get another run to go with that 13 from round 1. One error in each of his runs so far. Probably cost Adam an outside chance of an A final today. But a mid-B final will be good points for Adam this year. Jack Mills-White, 11 in 5.16 predicted. Andrew Shillito, 11 in 19. Riley Butler, 11 in 21. You guys are looking at top 10 after heat 4 as we go into your last 5 seconds. So Adam Parai takes that one 12 in 25.57, gets that second 12 lapper in. Jack Mills-White, 11 in 5.14, you go second. Andrew Shillito, 11 in 5.20, you go 8th. Riley Butler, 11 in 5.21, you go 9th. Only 14 12 lappers in round number 3. So I think, Adam, you've just done what you needed to do and get a mid-teen score, hopefully, in round 4 to go with your 13 from round 1. Heat 5. Got Dave Burton, Chris Pattinson, Ryan Preston, Chris Elworthy, Scott Wyman, Paul Jenkinson, Stephen Harley, Emily Heward, Ewan McLeod and Neil Tinsley are your drivers. So after 1, it's the 8 car of Emily Heward, 28.59, who leads this one. Now back to Ryan Preston, Ewan McLeod, Emily Heward, Chris Pattinson, Scott Wyman. All in the 28s last time by, apart from Emily, who did a 29. There's been a slight error there, but Emily did a 28 on her outlap, so can do those 28-second laps. So Ryan Preston now leads this one from Ewan McLeod. Paul Jenkinson, Chris Pattinson. You guys all affecting the top 10, going 2, 4, 7 and 10. Scott Wyman going 11. Emily Heward going 15. Stephen Harley 16. 28s for everyone last time by, all the top 5. Three car of Ryan Preston. Right from BMR, that'll be an all-white car. Through the back section. Up and over the tabletop. Gets it slightly wrong. Looks like he landed on his wheels at the other side. No martial movement. And Ryan Preston now still leads it even with that tumble. Still does a 28.6 with a tumble. Ewan McLeod 28.4, Paul Jenkinson 28.1, Chris Pattinson 29.0, Scott Wyman 28.8. You guys going into the top 9. and gets away with it again over the tabletop. Came up a touch short on the up ramp. Down the straight now to complete lap number 8, 27.96. But Ewan McLeod, 28.11, leads this one now from Ryan Preston. Those guys going 2 and 3, 11 and 12 seconds off Adam Parai's time. Chris Pattinson going 6, Paul Jenkinson going 8, Scott Wyman going 9. .28.1 for your race leaders last time by. Ewan and Ryan. These two duking it out. Only 6/10 between them on the clock with 10 seconds to go. They're fighting over second and third in round 6 and 7. Chris Pattinson and Paul Jenkinson only split by 3/100. So those four guys battling it out. So Ewan McLeod takes that one 11 in 13 and goes second. Ryan Preston 11 in 16 goes fourth. Paul Jenkinson, you've gone 7th. Scott Wyman 8. Chris Pattinson 9. Neil Tinsley and David Burton 15 and 16. Heat 6, Graham Lyle, Andy Manning, James Dixon, Rhys Trewartha, William Fisher, Brett Birch, Evie Thames, Craig Lomax, Scott Follington and Ashton Parai. So after 2, Ashton Parai, 2:27s, Craig Lomax, 2:27s, Will Fisher, also 2:27. So these guys going 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. That's Ashton, Craig, Reese, James, Graham Lyle and William Fisher. Where Williams drops down the order now with a 32-second lap. But Ashton out front, another 27. Looking at 11 in 2 pace. Craig Lomax looking at 11 in 6. Rhys Trewartha looking at 11 in 5. So top 5 in this heat going into the top 10 overall. Ashton leading this one, looking at an 11 in 3 pace. 27.66, so those have all been 27 so far for Ashton. Your 10 car, similar sort of scheme to his dad with the Union flag on the roof. Safely up onto the tabletop, which seems to be the hard part of the track now as traction disappears. And people struggling to jump up onto the tabletop. But Ashton clicks off another 27. Rhys Trewartha though, 26.96, new hot lap for Rhys. Rhys must have made a mistake early on in this one and be coming back from that early mistake. But Ashton and Rhys on for 11 in 2 and 3 pace respectively. Craig Lomax looking at 11 in 8. Jim Dixon looking at 11 in 11. Will Fisher also looking at 11 in 9 now. So after that 31-second lap for Will, he's clawing his way back up. But Rhys now to the point with another 26. Ashton 27.42. So Ashton doing nothing wrong, just Rhys getting quicker and quicker, and another 26 for Rhys. And he's heading this one now and getting close to 12-lap pace. The 12-lap pace is possible even with one mistake. You just need to stick it for the rest of the run and get a clean run. Ashton runs a little wide over the sleeping policeman, but safely up onto the tabletop. 4:10 down, 50 seconds to go. Ashton, first time I think I've seen Ashton in the 28s. Rhys 27.5. Rhys only 1.3 seconds off a 12-lap run. Going into the last 30 seconds. All about consolidating that fast 11-lapper. Don't think the 12-lapper is on. Rhys around the end of the straight at 27.2, so I think that 27-lapper is, 12-lapper is on for Rhys this time round. Ashton Pryor looking at 11 in 2. Jim Dixon 11 in 11. As you're going to the last 5 seconds, drivers. Rhys Trewartha throws everything at it, including this kitchen sink on the last lap, but still comes up just a touch shy. 11 in 5 in 0.58. Would have needed to have done a 25-second lap on his last lap to get through for that 12-lapper. So Rhys goes second, Ashton third, Andy Manning 4, James Dixon 5, Graham Lyle 8, Craig Lomax 9. Will Fisher, you went 13, Evie Thames 20th. So going to heat number 7. Ben Elliott, Charlie Simmons, Cameron Wells, Ruben Russell, Harry Saunders, Manny Panesar, Tristram Neal, Jamie Long, Peter Craig and Hattie Thames are your drivers for heat number 7. So after 2, it's Hattie Thames who leads this one. 2:27 to start Hattie's runs. And Tris Neal is second. Charlie Simmons jumps up actually to the pole now. Cameron Wells go in 4th. This is changing super quick, so they're only separated by 3/10. The top 4 in this one. So it's Hattie from Cameron, from Charlie, from Tris. Manny Panesar running 5th, Ben Elliott 6th, Ruben Russell 7th. Everyone into the 27s already, apart from Manny, who's on a 28.0. And Manny instantly gets his 27.52. Cameron Rells 27.4, Hattie Thames 27.75. Everyone down to Ben Elliott looking at going inside the top 10, and Ben is running 6th. So Cameron, Charlie, Manny, Hattie, Ruben and Ben all going into the top 10 as it stands at the minute. Cameron looking at going 3rd, looking at 11 in 2. So not far off, 12 lap pace for Cameron Wells from Mid-East region, host of round 2 of this year's championship at BMR. Cameron now heads to the point of this one, the 27.4. Looking at still going 3rd in round behind Adam and Reese. Three minutes down, 2 to go. Associated car of Cameron Wells round the end of the straight and still leads this one. 27.6 last time by. 27.6 for Charlie Simmons. 27.7 for Manny now, and Ruben Russell. Rough lap, 32nd lap will drop Ruben down. Cameron still looking at going 3rd. Charlie Simmons looking at going 5. Manny Panesar looking going 6. Ben Elliott 7. Ruben Russell 9. And Hattie Thames 10. Coming to your final minute, guys and girls. It's Cameron from Charlie, from Manny, Ruben, Ben and Hattie, all going into the top 10. Cameron still looking at that 11 in 2. Charlie Simmons looking at 11 in 4. Manny Panesar 11 in 5. Cameron looking at something to go with his 39 from round 1. Charlie looking at something to go with his 34 from round 1. Going into your last 20 seconds. Cameron still leads Charlie by 1.8 on the computer. Manny further half second back. And Ruben Russell at 2 seconds back of Manny. Ben Elliott another 2 seconds back of Ruben, but those guys are all affecting the top 10. Hattie Thames just dropping out of the top 10 and going 12th in round. So Cameron Wells takes that one. Charlie Simmons, Manny Panesar, Ruben Russell, Ben Elliott, Hattie Thames, Peter Craig, Tristram Neal, Jamie Long and Harry Saunders. Cameron goes third with 11 in 3. Charlie Simmons 5th with 11 in 4. Manny Panesar 6th with 11 in 6. Ruben Russell 7th with 11 in 10. Ben Elliott, you've gone 9th with 11 in 11. Heat 8 next on the grid. Jacob Tomlinson, Chris Foster, James Pritchard, Ben Stevenson, Ewan Mulcahy, Roger Tugwood, David Scott, Alex Pyatt, Matthew Dodd and James Proctor. Caution. So Mark Bruton Young, sorry. Yep, Ben Smith is at this one. He's currently second on the grid. TQ'd round 2 and has a 2 from round 1. He's sitting pretty second on the grid at the minute. So heat 8 up and running. Chris Foster leads us round with his Yokomo. And 27.41 first time by 27.13 for Chris Foster. On lap 2 and on to 12 lap pace straight away. Dodd with the 22.27s to start out with as well. So Matt Dodd looking at going 5, James Proctor looking at going 6, James Pritchard looking at going 8, Ben Stevenson 11. Top 5, top 8 now all doing 27s on their last lap, and Chris Foster backs it up with a 27.5. Just drops off that 12 lap pace only by half a second or so. Still 3:20 down, or 3:20 to go, and plenty of time to bring that average back down for Chris with his Yokomo car as he brings it down the straight. One more time, and a 27.4 is heading the right way, but not far enough. Oh, yeah. Go on then, Tom. Can you... So Chris Foster still leading this one. Only just off that 12 lap pace with 11 in 2. Has a slightly rough lap in it. That allows James Pritchard with the X-Ray car, one car back from Chris, to take this one up, and Chris gets a back section all wrong, and James Pritchard now leads it on track and on computer. And looking with a 27.18 last time round, his hot lap, so James edging ever closer to a 12 lap run. 28.33 that time by, not ideal. Going the wrong way. And that half second has let James Proctor and Matthew Dodd in through the door. And Alex Pyatt's not far behind. The front 4 in this one are only separated by 1 second after 3 minutes 40. So it's Proctor from Dodd, from Pritchard, from Pyatt. Still just over a second separates those 4 guys. 27s for the front 3. Alex only managing a 28 on that lap, but still looking at going 9th. Someone's over in the middle, and that's the Dodd car that's over. So Pritchard now, first one through. And the rest of the field are throwing this one away, and Pritchard is keeping it going, keeping it rubber side down. Not had the greatest few laps, but he's kept it going forward. And with 30 seconds to go, Pritchard still on for a good run of an 11 in 3. Should be something good to go with a 27 from round number 3. So coming into your last 5 seconds, it's Pritchard from Proctor from Pyatt. And I must thank Gordy, X-Ray team pitting behind us, for delivering biscuits. And if anyone knows Gordy, he does like a good biscuit. He supplied me with the best biscuit in the world, which is a bourbon. So James Pritchard takes that and goes 4th in round. James Proctor goes 8th, Alex Pyatt 9th, Chris Foster 10, Roger Tugwood 12, Matt Dodd 13, Ewan Mulcahy 14. Just on live feed. Thank you to Gordy Phipps for the bourbon. Best biscuit in the world, no doubt. You went fourth in round. So we're heading to heat 9 now. So that could start a could start something. Best biscuit in the world. Chocolate hobnob. So Reese Ward quick out of the blocks, but takes a tumble wumble by James Pritchard and gets back on his wheels. 26.58 outlap for Reese, but how much did that tumble cost him? 28.6, so almost 2 seconds, just barrel rolling onto his wheels and facing the wrong way. But Reese has the pace and, more importantly, an empty track in front of him to get his foot down, which he can do. Has plenty of traction to get up the tabletop. Round onto start finish now. And Reese 26.56, so going the right way about getting rid of that rough lap. But Kyle Moon leads this one from Reese Ward, Andy Woods and Colin May. And Kyle Moon finding pace in round 4. 26.86, looking at a 12 in 25 and going top of the pile, beating Adam Parai's time by half a second. Andy Woods also looking at a 12 lapper. Colin May just shy with an 11 in 0 time. Reese Ward though falling down the order with another 30. So Reese will look back at rounds 2 and 3 and sit on those and be in the B final. Steve Brown hooked up on the pipe, but Colin May through. 12 in 25 predicted for Col May. Andy Woods also on 12 lap pace. Kyle Moon just short, looking at 2 seconds off a 12 lap pace. Colin and Andy, your 3 and 2 car. Pink, white and blue will be Colin May's colours as he comes down the straight. No, not now, that's Andy Woods, it's Col May, there's a next car. So Colin is behind on the stagger, but in front on the computer. And in front by only 0.15 of a second. Courtesy of Andy Woods, 26.98 last time by. So those two trading blows at the front of the field. Only separated by a couple of tenths on each lap. And they're only separated by 4 tenths on predicted time, so close battle on the computer, but not on track. So Andy Woods leads this one, 26.81 last time by, 27.9 for Kyle Moon. Colin May has a rough lap, 30.5. Gareth Stanton in 4th, going 12th. So Andy Woods on for a new TQ time now. Looking at 12 in 24, taking about a second out of Adam Parai's time. So Andy Woods with the Schumacher LD3 onto the straight, through the end of the straight. Another 27.3 for Andy Woods, still on for TQ. 40 seconds to go. So another, if Andy completes this lap, it'll be another 2 laps for Andy to complete. .26.85 going back about this the right way, so another 2 laps coming up for Andy. Just needs 2 low 27s or high 26s, and that'll be TQ. Currently looking at taking about a second out of Adam Price time, but I'm pretty sure he just got it a little bit squirrely going up onto the tabletop. Not clean onto the top. Doesn't cost him much at all. 27.1, so still well inside. And he's more importantly through, so this is his most important lap. Got almost a second buffer over Adam Parai's time, but can't afford to lose any time. Andy Woods pushes his car around the last 2 corners onto the straight to take a new TQ. 12 in 24. Takes 9/10 off Adam Parai's previous TQ time. And that goes with Andy Woods 11 from round number 2. So as we only had 13-12 lappers in round number 3, looks like a good time, and probably will put Andy in the middle of the B at least. Kyle Moon, you go 4. Kevin Hodkinson 9. Liam Robinson 12. Colin May 13. Gareth Stanton 16. As we go into heat number 10. Genuinely a quick heat and plenty of protagonists for the A final in this one. Johnny Skidmore currently sits 8th with a 6 and a 5. Matt Thompson, Matt Truitt, Ryan Clark all have outside shots of making the A from this heat. As does Lewis Hopkins. So a few guys in this one with an outside chance of a final. Chris Evison, Johnny Skidmore both open out with 26s, as does Lewis Hopkins. Johnny backs it up with another 26. And Johnny Skidmore going top of the pile. Chris Evison looking at going second, Lewis Hopkins third, Matt Thompson 4, Isaac McFadden 6, Oliver Natras 8, Matt Jewett 10. Johnny Skidmore clicks off another 26, 26.49. Average lap 26.5. Johnny on pace. First time Johnny's done a two-wheel drive meeting at Southport. Did a four-wheel drive meeting last year. First time Johnny's raced two-wheel drive round Southport track, and currently sitting in the A final. Another 26.4 for Johnny Skidmore. 26.6 for Lewis Hopkins. 26.4 though for Chris Everson. Jumps him in front of Lewis. Front three are only separated by 9 tenths. Matt Thompson's only 6 tenths back of the front three as well, sitting in fourth, looking at going fourth. Matt Druitt going 5. Oliver Natras going 6. So top 6 in this one, all beating current TQ man Andy Woods' time. And Johnny Skidmore's just gone over. You had it for a heat. Johnny's over. So now Chris Everson to the point. Local hero Chris Everson. Made plenty of A finals here at Southport. 26.6 last time by for Chris. Jumps him to the top of the pile now from Lewis Hopkins. Matt Thompson still looking at going third in round. Oliver Natras looking at going 5th. Ryan Clark now up to 7th. All on 12 lap pace. So top 5 are going into the A final in as it stands. Ryan Clark looking at going to 7th. Matt Druitt 8th. So 3:30 down, 1:30 to go. Lewis Hopkins, 26.8 last time by. Matt Thompson now up to the second or 2 spot and going second in round. Chris Everson dropping back a little, but still only 7 tenths between your top 3. Oliver Natras about 2 seconds back, so Hopkins, Thompson and Everson super close, only 3 tenths of a second between them after 4 minutes. All these guys going top 3. Andy Woods would still stick 4th. Ryan Clark going 5, but only half a second now off that Andy Woods time. Oliver Natras only another 2 tenths back, so really is close from 3 down through 7 in this round. 30 seconds to go. Lewis Hopkins 26.2 that time by. Matt Thompson 26.55, and Chris Everson sneaks in front of Matt again. But Lewis has a massive lead now of 1.8 on the clock. We're going to 10 seconds. It's Lewis from Chris, from Matt and Ryan. Andy Woods looking at 5th. So Lewis Hopkins, new TQ, 12 in 5:19. Chris Everson, you go second. Matt Thompson, third. Ryan Clark, 4th. Oliver Natras, 5th. Then it's Andy Woods, Adam Parai, Rhys Troarthur, Kyle Moon, Cameron Wells. James Pritchard, you're 11th. Ashton Parai, you're 12th. James Helliwell, 13th. Matt Druitt, 15th. Johnny Skidmore, a rough run, but will be in the A with rounds 1 and 3. As we go into heat 11. So Luke Holdsworth opens out 25.81. Josh Holdsworth is over on his outlap. So it's Luke from Jamie from Lee, Stuart Marn, Eugene Galley. After 2, it's still Luke from Jamie from Lee, 26.21 for Luke Holdsworth last time by. Looking at going TQ, taking 7 seconds off Lewis Hopkins' time. Jamie Hall looking at taking 6 seconds off, though those two going 1 and 2. Lee Martin going 4. .130 down, 3:30 to go. Josh is now back in front of Luke. Leroy is in the middle of those two on the stagger. So it's Luke from Lee, from Jamie, from Josh. Only 1.2 seconds separate your top 4 in this one. And they're going top 4. Currently taking 4 seconds out of Lewis's current TQ and looking at going 12 in 14. That's only 3 seconds off the fastest time of the day so far. And we've got half the race to go. Luke and Josh through the back section, closely followed by Jamie Hall. And it's Lee Martin next car over the tabletop. And those three, Luke Holdsworth 25.8, Jamie Hall 25.6, Lee Martin 26.8 last time by. So they're just dropping off the back of these guys at the front. Their pace is very hot for Luke, Jamie and Josh. But Lee's still looking at going 3rd in round. Stuart Marn looking at going 8th now in round. 26.2 last time by for Stu Marn. So with the purple, white and green car, or green X-ray, I guess. An X-ray. No, looks like another Schumacher, I think. So Stu Marn still looking at going 8th at 26.91. Luke Holdsworth 26.03. Jamie Hall 26.1. Josh Holdsworth 26.2. Lee has a rough lap of 28.5. Drops him down to going 5th in round. But Luke, Jamie and Josh at the front going 1, 2 and 3. Josh has another tumble and that will put paid to this run, I think, for Josh now. So he lets Tommy go through. So 30 seconds to go. It's Luke from Jamie from Josh. We know Josh has been over. That might promote Lee up to the 3 spot. And it does indeed. And Lee now on for 4th in round. Only 6/10 shy of Lewis Hopkins' time in 3rd. So needs to push if he wants to try and grab that extra point off Lewis. Chris Everson will stay 5. Josh Holdsworth is 6. Stuart Marn 8. Luke Holdsworth 25.82 last time by. Jamie Hall 25.87. So, new TQ, Luke Holdsworth, 12 in 11.98. Just shy of the fastest time of the day so far. Jamie Hall 12 in 12. Lee Martin 12 in 19. Josh Holdsworth 12 in 20, going 4 and 5. Stuart Marnie went 7th. Mark Anthony Jones 9th. So heading into the final heat, Tommy Hall has 2 TQs. The only other man who has a TQ also goes in this one, Ben Smith. And Ben needs to TQ this heat and beat Tommy's time to take TQ for the meeting. No one else can take TQ from Tommy Hall other than Ben Smith. Ben already has a 0 and a 3. Would ideally want to drop that 3 and put himself at least second on the grid. Luke Holdsworth currently holds that second with a 0 and 2. And that 0 is from this round. So Ben Smith has a great out lap, but then lap 2 is one he won't want to remember because that just got all sorts of wrong. And Charlie Saunders nearly visits us in race or in commentary. He gets a big old wheelie on at the end of the straight. Brings it down and Tommy Hall leads this one. 26.42 last time by. Charlie Saunders looking at trying to cement his A final place by getting something to go with his 7 and 6. Ideally needs to drop that 7. End up with a 6. Because people in this round are scoring lower points. So at the front it's Tommy Hall. Aaron Nash jumps up to the 2 spot. Then Callum Ackroyd bench. Freddie Thompson, Archie Bowman, Oscar Keane, Harley Eldridge, William Venables and Charlie Saunders. Tommy Hall only looking at going 6th in this round. Callum Ackroyd bench looking at going 16th. Aaron Nash 21st. Freddie Thompson 23rd. So this is a heat that not many people are going to want to watch a replay of. It seems to be a bit of a crash fest out there for some of the top guys. Tommy Hall working his way back up and now looking at going 3rd in round. But needs to find 7 seconds off his predicted time in the last 2 minutes to get near Luke Holdsworth's TQ time. But with Ben Smith languishing at the back, Tommy knows that this is now irrelevant and Tommy will take TQ. Today's meeting with 2 zeros from rounds 1 and 3. So this is all practice. If Tommy gets on the gas early and gets loose with that associated car where he said after round 3, traction's low. through those corners. But needs to know where he can push in the final, because won't be qualifying anymore. It'll all be about racing. Over 3 legs. Tommy running it out wide this time round rather than squaring it up, and that looked much better. Tommy now on for 3rd in round. Callum McRoy bench, you're now going 10th in round. Freddie Thompson 17th. Charlie Saunders has a blowout. So with 4 minutes down and 1 to go, only Tommy and Callum from this heat are affecting the top 10. And this isn't really affecting the top 10 standings at the minute. 30 seconds to go. It's still Tommy Hall. 25.97 last time by for Tommy. Picking up the pace again. 25.6 best lap. 25.9 last time by. Callum McRoy bench still looking at going 10th in round. And that 10 will go with one of his other 10s and a 9. So he already has a 10, but this 10 might be faster. Callum looking at the middle of the B final overall as we go into finishing times. So Tommy Hall takes that one and is the only one that goes into the top 10 in that round and goes 3rd. So your A final, subject to confirmation, is Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth. Keep going on and off. Top 10? You hear that? So, top 10, Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Ben Smith, Josh Holdsworth.
Too far away. Can I borrow you this thing, please, mate?
Huh? It looks like it's fine on the thing.
Signal, it's just too far.
For the benefit of the farmers, we'll go with Miles if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. No.
The B&A for that. 13 points, mate.
But yeah, I assume that was probably going to can't have this because it's cutting now.
So, in commentary corner, whatever we want to call it, the den of Inquisition. Luke. It's Luke, not Josh.
Yeah, I know. I've been missing this year.
Yeah. But you always turn up here, though. Because was it 3 years ago you did the clean sweep, didn't you?
Yeah.
All 4 rounds in qualifying and then 3 finals. Because everyone wondered why we doing the 3 finals. Because no one normally does that.
I think that was the last time.
Yeah, to do a clean sweep, and I know Crompton then tried to do it the following day, didn't he, and failed miserably. So, congratulations, TQ, round 4.
Yep.
Got it going.
It's the round to get.
Yeah, confidence going into the finals, I guess, mainly.
Yeah.
Knowing that you're the fastest guy out there going into the last round. Because Tommy didn't seem to have any pace in that one.
I don't know what happened.
No, and Ben set off like a rocket and then had a crash fest. So, just looking, he's relying on rounds 1 and 2, so his confidence is going to be...
Yeah.
But, good run though. Happy with it?
Yeah.
Where qualified, just checking there.
Second.
He's second on the grid. Hang on. Yeah, second on the grid. Yeah, I've got him on both. I can't see that far. That's why I've got these on. Yeah, so second on the grid. Yeah, so you're going to be the one putting the pressure on Tommy then.
I hope so.
From the outlet. Yeah, so getting in the mix with all 3 championship contenders at the minute. Where are you overall in championship? Oh, don't talk about me. No.
I think I've gotten in a C final or something.
Oh, right. Oh, was that Robin Hood?
No, that was BMR.
BMR C. Oh, right. Okay. So not you're hiding then, coming up on the inside late on in the year. Yeah, 'cause 2-wheel drive's close this year.
It is.
Anyone? I think it's anyone's 2-wheel definitely. Any major changes throughout the day?
Not really. Didn't change it from round 3.
Just left it. Just drive it. Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing around here. 'Cause you'll know I think this is one of your most local tracks, isn't it?
Yeah, second to Bury.
Yeah, Bury then here. So you know your way around the back section and know what to do when the grip's going away. And we're talking to Andy Hall earlier. But he was surprised, I think, that the tracks stayed, like, lap times have stayed pretty consistent. And I think all 4 TQs are within a second of each other.
Yeah, I mean, I've been quite consistent all day, really. I think that was within a second of my last round.
Yeah.
So.
Good. I guess there are no changes for the final, just race time. And
new tyres.
New tyres up there, new tyres every run for you guys. It's got to be.
Send it.
Yeah, because I think that's always provides good racing here at Southport. I think plenty of opportunities to pass end of the straight, back section. I think we're going to see some over the tabletops. I think people are like struggling to square it up and get drive over there. So there's going to be some moves thrown around, I think, in the finals.
Yeah, hopefully.
By you, hopefully, on the first corner.
I'm hoping.
Into the first corner. Yeah, so good. Anyone you'd like to thank while you're here?
Schumacher.
Yeah.
My nan and granddad.
Yeah. So we'll be speaking to them at Bury, I guess.
Yeah.
Try and get one of them on the interview.
Oh, my granddad's the chairman of Bury.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. We'll get him because we're trying to interview the guys for like the track guys, like we've interviewed Andy for here, just to get a feeling for what they're doing for like the racing and clubs and how much hard work it is that we all take for granted when we just turn up and come racing. But yeah, we'll get them. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck in the finals.
Thanks.
All right, take care.
See you.
Bye bye. So overall TQ, Tommy Hall back again.
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's been a good day. I struggled a bit in that run though, to be honest. But hopefully.
Yeah, pace seemed to draw. I don't know. Did you make a mistake in the middle or?
Yeah, I had a few errors.
Yeah.
I think I just went out and tried to push it a little harder, and I just was blowing lines, and it didn't really work. But at least I know now.
Yeah.
Where the limit is a little bit more. So.
Yeah, because we're just talking to Luke, confidence going into the finals. If you need to have a good at least end of the run. If the start's not been good, so no, I'm still all right. I'm still quick, and your lap times came back. Smithy's had a shocker, I think, because he's had start of the day good, and then because he set off a
Yeah, really good first lap then. I had a bobble, and he was pretty much there, but I don't know if he hit a bump or hit the pipe down
Yeah,
here,
hit the pipe, ended up on the wrong side of the track, then wheeled back across this side, crashed again, got round to the back section, crashed again. It's like, right, you're not going to want to watch that one back because that's an awful lap. But yeah, it was really weird actually watching your heat. There are not many guys out of your heat have made the finals, only like really you and Ben.
Yeah, it's quite. I think a few guys have missed some rounds. So the C heat has got quite a lot of good drivers in it. Actually, the C heat is probably the strongest heat, if anything. So
the one with Clark and all these guys.
Yeah,
it's like
like the extra heat.
Yeah,
but that's a pretty good heat compared to it sort of usually is. And then I think the B heat with all four of them are pretty good grouped together.
And then so you've got like an empty heat, if you want to call it an empty heat, but.
MC, there's still some pretty damn fast guys.
Oh yeah, fast guys, but not like the guys that you'd normally be racing around with. But
yeah.
Good extra point already.
Yeah, that's
true. In the bag. Just need to make sure it's a 130 to go with it, not a 128.
At least finally just something.
But not a 128.
To be honest, I'd take a 127 at this point. To be honest, just something different. I wouldn't mind. But it's going to be difficult because the holes will always run a lot of power, and it's quite a straight. So I'm sure there'll be some good racing in these finals.
Yeah. So what motor are you guys running? Do you know?
I'm on a 6.5. I think Jamie's on a 5.5. I think pretty much everyone's on a 5.5. But I'm still
so 6.5. Like seems pretty sensible for you.
Yeah. Well,
getting old.
Yeah, I know that's what it is. I'm the old guy now. I'm basically running a stock out there.
Yeah.
To be honest, it still feels plenty faster for me. I don't. It shouldn't be a problem on the straight. We'll find out in the first leg when it comes.
It takes a lot to actually pull a move on someone on the straight. But what do you think to the extended straight?
I think it's pretty good actually. I think I've heard they're going to use this Astro for the rest of the track next year. I think they're going to resurface the whole thing.
Yeah, we're talking to Andy. He said they're going to pull it all up and do the whole track. So
this has maintained the grip. So it's still quite a lot of grip around this end of the straight, and then you get on this super loose stuff here.
Yeah, because I was looking now, this is starting to like tear up here, and that's where I think one lap you went tight around the hairpin and just got all kind of squirrely, and the next lap you just carved a smoother line. Like,
if you just slightly blow past the corner when you try and get it back, it just does not bite the track. So you do just have to hit your lines out there. I think as soon as you try, there's just not the grip in the track to push now.
So it'd be interesting racing, like pushing people offline or trying to force them offline.
Yeah, 100%. There's a few good spots. I've been told we're allowed to go on these curbs as well. So I don't know if you can pull a move, go in tight.
Well, because for me, the pipe ends there. So if you wanted to go the inside of that, that's fine.
So it's definitely interesting. I don't know if anyone's going to try that. I tried the line in practice and it felt quite good, but it kind of doesn't feel like normal, if that makes sense. It feels
a bit risky.
So I mean, we'll see if anyone goes for it. It'll be interesting if they do. Right. So
Well, good luck for the finals.
Yeah,
Take care.
Thank you very much.
And see you. Well, hopefully at the end.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
At least on the podium.
Well, definitely fingers crossed.
All right, take care, man. See you later.
Cheers, lad. See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Photoshop that later somehow. And your top under 16 is Reese Ward. Man. Okay, so we've now moved to the under 13s, and I hope all of the under 13s at the event are present because I need all of them. We'll go backwards, right, in reverse order. So, Reece Stevenson, where are you? Hey! Oh, fantastic. That's it. And look at Joe. Cool. I like the pose. He's got a bit of this going on. What's going on there? Don't disappear, guys. Don't disappear. We're looking for Ollie Carberry. looking for Charlie Horn. None of these juniors to disappear. In third place, Jack Flynn. In second place, Riley Butler. So that's a little bit of a mistake on our part. You'll get his correct ball as the next national. And your top under 13, Jack Leon White. And what I now would like is all the under 13s to come here with Pete for a photo. So all of you, wherever you are, if you're under 13, come and take a quick photo, please. Grab your plaques. Little ones up the front, I'll do the organisation.
You're not telling me, making that look really difficult. Okay, that's the presentation over with. The finals have been made, starting with the L final, so I expect to be going through scrutiny very shortly. This is marshalled by the C final, which is Oliver Natras, Adam Perry, Freddie Thompson, Eugene Daly, Unity Multi, Reese Fairarthur, Kevin Hodgkinson, Harley Eldridge, Kyle Moon, and James Pritchard. Starting the first panel very shortly, we start seeing the drivers picking their way out to the marshal points. And drive to the L final, going through scrutineering and making their way to the rostrum, please. Okay, still in on some drivers making their way to the rostrum, please, which is Michael Faccini, Simon Huppenstedt, I can't say that, Stuart Robinson, Phil Hitchman, Paul Steedman, Nathan Stanmore, Phil Mulcahy, David Anderson, Ollie Carberry, and Louis Stevenson. Should be marshalled by the C final, which is Oliver Natras, Adam Perry, Freddie Thompson, Eugene Daly, Unity Multi, Reese Fairarthur, Kevin Hodgkinson, Harley Eldridge, Kyle Moon, and James Pritchard at your marshal points. And we shall make a start with the first final, which is the L final.
So now had a little break, and we start off with L final 2-wheel drive. Full complement of drivers here this weekend, so we've got a full complement in the L final, so 120 places available. A little bit of an argument about where people are on the grid. This one we've got Michael Finchetti, Simon Hudspeth, Stuart Robinson, Phil Hitchman, Paul Steadman, Nathan Stanmore, Finn Mulcahy, David Anderson, Ollie Carberry and young Lewis Stevenson. Off and running. The start finish straight, Finchetti lead, massive lead, full length of the 50 metre straight. Phil Hitchman, Paul Steadman, Simon Hudspeth. Finchetti is checking out, clips the top of the tabletop and only just gets away with it, but he's round and looks like he's definitely underqualified in this one. Need to have a look what's happened, but I think he was in heat 1 or heat 2. So 30.4, so Phil Hitchman pulls in about 8/10 on Michael Finchetti. Looks like Michael's made a mistake over the back section, so Phil Hitchman, closes in and gets it wrong onto the tabletop. And it's now Phil Hitchman that's in front. After that massive lead, he's thrown it away in all of one lap. So 29.73, 33 seconds, so he's lost 4 seconds there in one lap with a couple of crashes, and now Phil Hitchman now takes it to the point through the back section, round onto the corner tabletop, up and over onto the tabletop, onto the ski jump. Only about half a second between them. Phil gets it slightly wrong coming onto the straight and allows Michael Finchetti to close in as they go around the bank corner through the back-to-back hairpins where there's no traction at all. Differing lines, one goes through the inside and one round the outside onto the back section. Up over the middle tabletop and over the tabletop in front of the rostrum. And this time it's Michael Finchetti that gets it wrong, and that allows Philip Hitchman a bit of a breathing room out in front. And we're back to pretty much the full length of the straight lead now for Phil Hitchman through the back section. No dramas through the back section this time for Phil. Up onto and now takes the tabletop safely. Like we said, it looks like it's going to be tricky for guys in the A final because they'll be racing through there and there's not a lot of traction up that tabletop. but Hitchman out in front and now into lapped traffic. Catching Lewis Stevenson next, but Louis not running last. So Louis having, as I say that, he's over in front of where his dad's watching. But it's still Phil Hitchman from Michael Finchetti, Simon Hudspeth, Nathan Stanmore and Ollie Carberry are your top 5. Ollie Carberry making a good move up from 9th. But it's Philip Hitchman that's made it the biggest and most important move, as he still leads it. And he leads by around 3 seconds from Michael Finchetti. There's Phil Hitchman and there's Michael Finchetti, a full length of the straight lead now. So 3 and a bit seconds to cover the length of the straight. And your 2 and your 3, 4, 5, 6 guys are way back from these lead 2. So this field's now spreading out quite quickly as we head into the last 30 seconds only. With 20 seconds to go, so it'll be this lap and one more for Philip Hitchman, and with Michael Finchetti making another couple of errors, I think that'll be all she wrote for Michael. Phil round should make it through because the start line is very close. 56, yep, he'll make it through. Just makes it through, so Philip Hitchman on a victory lap. Finn Mulcahy gets caught at line, as does Stuart Robinson, so Phil Hitchman through the back section, doesn't need to, just takes it easy over the mountain in the middle and down through the back-to-back hairpins that used to be cobbled corners and onto the straight to take the win in the L final 2-wheel drive. Philip Hitchman.
He's never in a higher final, is he? He actually is. He's in the J final. So he's got to run around a bit in the J final. So A final left number 1 is coming up next. So Matt Christopher, you're 2 races ahead of him. Bless you, ready for your A final. Rolling back the years. Yours go, sir.
So K-final, Raggy gets it all wrong at the start and then makes a couple of dives up the inside and he collects quite a few cars. So rough old start to this K-final two-wheel drive, and it gets even worse. That was what can only be described as a train wreck.
Already from the referee. And the spectators, end final leg number 1 coming up next.
So it's your 5-car, Jack Flynn, followed by Campbell, then McLeod, Spate, Heward, Stokes, Zabados, Ragg and Charlie Hall. And Jack Flynn making the most of that start from 5th as chaos ensued in front of him. And so did Phil Campbell. So the 5 and 7 car, you know that it was a messy start when the 5 and 7 car are clean through and gone. The 8 cars also followed them through. So 1, 2, 3, 4 are 5, 6, 7 and 8. So almost complete reversal of the grid. And Raggy's gone from pole to 9th in 2 laps. So back out front it's Jack Flynn, car 5. Leads Phil Campbell out onto the straight, and Jack's got half the length of the straight lead over Phil Campbell. So 1.4 seconds the gap out front. And someone else is over it in the middle. There's Jack Flynn, Phil Campbell, Lee Spate. So your closest battle is your front two, but they are an absolute distance in front of the rest of the field. So Jack and Phil come onto the concrete at the same time. Phil looking around the outside, round the back corner at the end of the straight. Lee Stokes running 3rd. The only one that's really going to challenge these two is Lee. So Jack and Phil Campbell back through the back section, over the corner tabletop, up onto the mountain in the middle, and both clear it with no issues. Round up onto the concrete corner, back onto the straight, and it's still that half length of the straight lead. 1.2 seconds difference in the last 2 laps between Jack and Phil. And Lee Stokes is coming now. 28.3 takes 1.4 out of Phil Campbell on that lap, so Phil having a rough lap. And your podium will probably be decided by these 3 guys. Charlie Hall, your 10 car, up to the 4th spot. So Charlie also making good use of that hectic and start of this K-final two-wheel drive. So it's Flynn, Campbell, Lee Stokes drops back a little bit, and Charlie Hall is all over the back of Lee Stokes, as Lee Stokes has a 31-second lap, so loses 2 seconds. But that looks like car 10, Charlie Hall, just had a mistake in the back section and backs it up with another one. So that back section, once you get one part of it wrong, it's really hard to get the flow again for the rest of it. So up front it's Jack Flynn still with Phil Campbell in hot pursuit, both going over the cobbled corner, not choosing to go around it, through the back section, up onto the corner tabletop, around the left-hander and up over the mountain in the middle. And both of them get it wrong, but Campbell gets it really wrong. And it looks like the leader got it wrong on the downside. So that it's as you were, as they come down the straight this time, it's only 0.6 of a second, and Raggy goes straight on at the end of the straight. I think he's had enough. So it's Jack Flynn, Phil Campbell. Phil Campbell now to the point as Jack Flynn gets it wrong, but jumps over him over the mountain. Move of the week in maybe as he jumps up and over the top of him. And this is an early one to call for move of the week in the K final. But that looked like a good one over the mountain, good and clean. And the inside, Phil Campbell making a move. Tries another move, but he's got to try and pass cleanly through the back section. 4.43, so it'll be this lap and one more over the corner tabletop around. And Phil Campbell gets stuck on the pipe trying to make it past. Jack Flynn coming onto the straight now. Jack Flynn on his victory lap. Phil Campbell gets caught at the line. So another race goes to a victory lap for Jack Flynn.
Down the straight, give Jack Flynn a round of applause. Wins a K-final. What a race, well done. The final leg number 1 coming up next. Drivers, we will announce you onto the rostrum for leg number 2, as always. So head up onto the rostrum for leg 1. We'll do announcements for drivers for leg number 2. Marshals out from the B-finals when you are called to do so, please.
Tommy Hall chooses outside. And points his car inwards, aiming at the apex, getting that sweeping line in. Luke Holdsworth doing the opposite and aiming out. So it's Hall, Holdsworth, Smith, Holdsworth, Hall. Seems like you need to have a brother to do well in the UK at the minute. Lee Martin. It looks like Lewis Hopkins, Phipps, Skidmore at the back. And Charlie Saunders right at the back. We've got red cars at the back. Tommy Hall looking to win his first national this year. TQ'd a couple, but not won a national yet. And it's probably the longest he thinks that he's gone into a year since he won a national before he's won a national, if that makes sense. Straight off. Tommy Hall out clean start, regulation order round through the back-to-back hairpins over the cobbles. Everyone in this one looks like they're going over the cobbles and not around the outside. So it's Tommy Hall, Luke Holdsworth, Josh Holdsworth and Ben Smith in running in third. It's a complete one lap down the straight for the first time of Askin. And it's Hall, Holdsworth, Smith, Holdsworth, Hall, Martin. So it still looks like regulation order all the way down to the back, apart from Thomas Phipps, who's dropped back to ninth. But at the front, it's Tommy Hall making a desperate run for the hills, trying to break Luke Holdsworth. Luke Holdsworth going into this final full of confidence after TQing the last round. So fastest man going into the final was Luke Holdsworth. But they've all done, all the TQs have been within a second of each other. So there's no real, all these four cars at the front have the raw pace. There's now 5 cars, so it's a group of 2, then a group of 3. So it's Smith, Holdsworth and Hall running third, fourth and fifth. But at the front, Luke Holdsworth trying to put pressure on, but catches a pipe and allows Tommy to escape again. So Luke's got to do it all over again. 26-1 last time by, so even with that little clip of a pipe at 26-3, so Holdsworth definitely got the pace. We know he's got the pace because, like I said a few years ago, he won all 4 rounds and all 3 finals. So Holdsworth is over. So Ben Smith now will be up to the 3. Josh Holdsworth, I know. So Luke Holdsworth's over as well. So Ben Smith now up to the 2 spot. Not had the greatest rounds 3 and 4. But at the front, Tommy Hall is gone and trying to make a big gap to the guys behind. 25.32, so one of the fastest laps we've seen today. We've not seen a 24, but a 25.3, 25.5 for Ben Smith. Luke Holdsworth 26.2. So Tommy takes nearly a second out of the third place man, and Luke's all over. So it's Josh now. No, it's Jamie up to the 3, and Jamie rolls over. So your lead 2 separated by almost 2.5 seconds down the straight, the full length of the straight and part of the bank corner. 25.7, so Tommy Hall not relenting, just lap after lap in the 25s and jumping the back section. Not many people do that. There's only a few have been able to do that in years gone by, but Tommy's got the confidence, even in the final, to jump that back section. And onto the straight, 25.7 for last time, 26.0, so Ben Smith closes a little bit on that lap by 2/10. Jamie Hall closes also on Ben Smith. So Luke Holdsworth, closest battle on track now is Luke Holdsworth right behind Jamie Hall. They go through the centre tabletop, up over the mountain, round onto the back section and onto the straight. It's Hall and Holdsworth, your 3 and 4, but out front Tommy Hall leading this one unfazed and unchallenged at the front really in this A final leg 1. This is what he wants us to do. Get a good strong start and then hopefully win one of the other 2 legs and convert that TQ into a win, which he's not managed to do this year, and start his title challenge in 2-wheel drive. The defending 2 and 4-wheel drive national champion from 2025. Tommy Hall 25.79, Ben Smith 25.59. So Ben Smith has the pace, but setting off third, he's always got to wait for someone to make a mistake. Ben Smith is coming, 25.9, 25.5. So Ben Smith takes 4/10 out of him. 30 seconds to go though. That gap is still at 1.8 seconds. So I don't think 1.8 seconds is going to be caught unless Tommy really tightens up. But it just looks like he's in the groove today, right from practice round 1. The only real blemish was round 2, when his ESC decided to go back into calibration mode. But Smith is still coming, 26.0. And Ben Smith, 25.5. So this is your final lap. As they go through the back section, Tommy Hall is through the hard part of the track and just needs to get round, can roll it over but doesn't choose to, onto the straight to win leg 1 and put that safely in the books. But a charging Ben Smith will be on the hunt in leg 2. Jamie Hall 3rd, Luke Holdsworth 4th, Josh Holdsworth 5th. So just like Tommy said, Jamie will be there or thereabouts in the final. And Luke didn't have the start. A couple of mistakes early on.
As the clouds disappear.
So further back, after we watched the main race at the front, Charlie Saunders finished 6th, Johnny Skidmore finished 7th from 9th on the grid. But it sounds like he had to stand a long way from where he was stood in practice in qualifying on the rostrum, but that's part of the game. your poleman gets preferential choice on the rostrum, and then it goes down in grid order. So by qualifying 9th, you may end up in a different position on the rostrum. Lee Martin dropped down from 6th to finish 8th, Lewis Hopkins 9th, and Thomas Phipps 10th. So Roger Mills, the tech officer, leads it off, and he got on the gas, and the rear end of that associated car looked loose on the gas through there. It's Riley Butler that now goes to the point, hero from round 1 at Potteries. His first year of doing nationals, and it should be Riley. It is Riley that leads this one, 28.4, and he's gone. So it's Riley underqualified. We only saw him have one good run, maybe didn't have the second good run to back it up. And Riley is storming out into the lead, and he's gone. So Riley 28 and a 29, so Riley is 2 seconds a lap. Was quicker on the first lap by a couple of seconds, and now only about a second a lap quicker, but he's got a massive lead now over Roger Mills. Mark Christopher up to 3rd from 8th on the grid. Aaron Carberry sticking where he qualified in 4th, but young Riley Butler going round onto the back straight, onto the main straight, sorry, through the bank corner, and Riley's looking good there, but Roger's taken 0.6 of a second out of Riley on that lap, so Roger now getting to grips with what he's done to the car for the final. And it looks like he's closing again, so the fast starting Riley Butler is going to soon be under pressure from Roger Mills. Roger Mills is on it now, 28.24. Riley Butler 29.5, so it takes 1.3 out of him in a lap. Gap back to 3rd is a big one, so these two are going to just be fighting, and Riley's over on the mountain. Campbell's out there marshalling. So now Roger Mills to the point and down the straight for lap number 5, or lap number 6, sorry, completing lap number 5. So Riley, can he find that magic pace again that he had in the first couple of laps and close the gap back to Roger Mills, or has Roger just now got in the groove and clicking off low 29s and high 28s to win this J final? 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Roger Mills now in front by just over 3.5 seconds. Taking nice and safe through the back section. Over the corner tabletop, up over the mountain in the middle, and nearly gets it wrong. You can see where people are squirming as they get on the gas going up the hill, so that Astro probably does look like it's starting to get a little bit bare on the up ramp, and that's probably what's just costing people so you'll need to be like carrying a little bit more corner speed and getting on the throttle a bit earlier than you maybe did earlier on in the day, now that the sand's come up. But Roger Mills with that associated B7.1, you can see it there, gets all sideways on his way up, and Riley's sideways as well, so that's the tricky bit of the track. Now is the middle tabletop. These two-wheel drive cars not being able to get the power down to squirt them onto the top of the mountain. Probably the second run or third run on most of these tyres and someone fires their body off. I think that was Riley who just launched his body off. It was. So Roger Mills now has a massive lead, and it's over Colin Mulligan, 7 seconds. Stephen Harley in it for the 2 seconds back, Mark Christopher, but Riley on that last lap, the 35-second lap, so loses 6 seconds and drops from 2 to 7th. But with 10 seconds to go, Roger Mills is on his final lap. Around the banking, and another victory lap, I think. Yep, so Colin Mulligan gets caught at line, so it is another win and victory lap for your final winner, Roger Mills, with his associated B7.1. So I-final now. Dominic Morby, associated car, went well from Heat 1 and made the I-final. Paul Mann, and almost. So some dancing there on the dance floor by Roger Mills as chaos ensued at the end of the straight. Andy Shillito now leads Emily Heward. Mark Keane. And where is Dominic Morby? Drop right back there. Looks like he's struggling on old tyres, struggling to get the power down. So Tommy said looks like new tyres will be a premium for the A finalists. Shillito of Shilly Shells fame out front. Emily Heward, Mark Keane, Andy Shillito out front up onto the Man Mountain. Through the back-to-back hairpins where the cobbles used to be and onto the straight. Around the bank corner. And Andy Shillito 28.77, but Emily Heward closes the gap by 2/10, 28.58. 28.68 for Mark Keane, Jamie Long, 29.36 last time by. So 3 second race or 3 second lead for your race leader, Andy Shillito. As he comes onto the straight now. 3 seconds is about the length of the straight, and that's about right, 'cause Emily's on her way down now. 28.1 that time by for Andy Shillito, so extends his lead by a tenth over Emily Heward. And now up to almost 4 seconds, a gap between your race for first and second.
Check the gap because Emily was closing. Back to 3.5 seconds.
So Emily drops back a little bit on that lap, and gap and now back up to 3.6. So Emily through the back section while Andy Shillito is coming round through the infield. Shillito down the end of the straight. Emily Heward. Yeah, so it's still that full length of the straight. So Andy's coming back through. Emily just starts to go over the back section as Andy's going over the mountain in the middle. Shilley onto the straight now. 1 minute left. So Andy Shillito, Emily Heward, Mark Keane. But as we've seen, it only takes one little mistake on this tricky Southport track to throw away a big lead. But Andy's now got a 3.5 second lead. So it's come down a little, but nothing huge. 28.03 new hot lap. Emily Heward 28.45, 28.2 this time by. So extending the lead, eking it out lap by lap, 10th by 10th. And Shillito out front. Does look like people getting squirmy up that mountain and get on the gas too early. Car goes sideways and that kicks them from one side to the other and they can't get onto the top.
Third, fourth and fifth all making mistakes on this lap. Is there a change in the order? Bowden might be going up at the stop.
So dropping back and finishing. Chris Pattinson finishes. But Andy Shillito round onto the concrete, onto start finish. Andy Shillito wins by 3 seconds from Emily Heward. Mark Keane finished third. Bowden fourth. Jamie Long fifth. Dominic Morby, your pole man, who had a chaotic first corner, finishes sixth. Next move on to the G final. H final. like Jacob Tomlinson on pole in this one. So B final at BMR and H final at Southport. Doesn't look like Jacob's got his car sorted around here this weekend so far. Will hopefully be after a better two-wheel drive. After the B final at BMR, looked like he was on the up.
Then it will be the G final and then A final with number 2.
Got Stance in this one. And also Andy from Andy's Models, one of our sponsors, for the coverage on RC Racing TV for this 4th round of the 1/10 Off-Road National Championships.
Jacob Tomlinson leads off from pole position in the H final. Oh, he's over.
Tomlinson over on the first lap. So 2 car of James Gibbs leads this one from Paul Jenkinson, Martin Lee, Ewan McLeod. It's Gibbs round to the back section, another car with a big lead after lap 1 over Paul Jenkinson, the orange and white car. But out front it's James Gibbs.
He's a local hero, isn't he?
Onto the straight. Looks like Schumacher LD3. By Jenkinson, Martin Lee, Ewan McLeod, Scott Fullington, Jacob Tomlinson dropped back. So Jacob really not getting it to hang or to grips with this track. James Gibbs now full length of the straight lead, and he's over. So that full length of the straight's gone in one crash. And got Paul Jenkinson all over his rear gearbox. Jenkinson behind, then Martin Lee and Scott Fullington. So your poleman Jacob Tomlinson not out of it just yet. He needs to, looks like he's made a mistake on this lap because he was running 5th, but I think he's dropped down to like 6th or 7th in this one. So your first 4 in almost in the same shot as they come round over the cobbles and your leader is over. And Martin Lee gets stuck, and it's just chaos. Said he wouldn't be out of this yet, because Jamie Banks now was running 5th. No one wants to win this one, so it's Martin Lee takes the lead. Ewan McLeod. Tomlinson back up to 3rd after a dreadful start, but Martin Leeso gets a roll back onto his wheels. Ewan McLeod running 2, Jacob Tomlinson 3, and Jacob now closing on your 2 race leaders and gets tangled and is over, and it's just a messy final this one. But Ewan McLeod out front now. Scott Fullington, Peter Craig, so 3, 9, 10, 2 is your top 4. So like I said, you know it's been a messy final when your 9 and 10 cars are up in the 2 and 3 spot. Ewan McLeod, though, doesn't care about this. He'll take all the advantages they're giving him, and he's out front. Schumacher car looks like he's got good traction out of the 2 tricky hairpins onto the back section. Round up and over corner tabletop and up to the mountain. Doesn't have any issues getting up there either. Takes a tighter line, so it doesn't go for the middle and just uses a tighter line to just carry corner speed and drive diagonally over onto the tabletop. So he's worked that out. So Ewan McLeod leads now by 3 seconds over Peter Craig. Then James Gibbs, Jacob Tomlinson up to the 4th spot. Quickest man in this one so far is your race leader, Ewan McLeod, 27.6. But Ewan now 28.31. Peter Craig and James Gibbs. Only 30 seconds to go. 28.31, so your leader extended his lead by 0.2 on the last lap. James Gibbs and Scott Follington only separated by a second on track, so closest battle on track's probably your 3rd and 4th place cars. And 5th, Jacob Tomlinson is now up to the 4, so he's having a proper seesaw run from pole to pretty much the back of the grid to up to the front to back of the grid. But your winner, Ewan McLeod, onto the Man Mountain, round the 2 hairpins onto concrete corner and down the straight. Your winner of the H final, Ewan McLeod.
This is the G final. G for both. After this is A final, leg number 2. Drivers will be announcing you onto the election. Marshalls changeover, please. Marshalls changeover.
Don't forget you're going to be doing them all day tomorrow though, so don't be fucking wearing your alcohol.
Hudson Knight leads G final. Hudson definitely underqualified. And one run, I think, in the top 20, but then nothing to back that up. So Hudson ended up in your G final, but B final at Robin Hood. Hudson. (26.2) outlap, so Hudson definitely got pace. This should be a walk in the park for Hudson. Ben Elliott second, Dave Burton third, Ben Stevenson fourth, Jack Mills White up to fifth from seventh on the grid. But out front, Hudson Knight is gone. 2 seconds quicker than anyone on his outlap and backs it up with a 27.9. So it's still 2 second gap. But Hudson on through the back section, round over the corner tabletop, catches a pipe, onto the mountain, drops down the other side and round onto the concrete corner for lap number 3, 27.2. So 26, a 28 and a 27. I think that's what I've probably seen Hudson down in the G final, a little bit inconsistent, and he's over on the back section. Just seems to be pushing the car a little bit on too hard, trying to win this by absolute country mile. But now 28.8. So gap is now 2.3. Dave Burton a further 2 seconds back. Running third with the associated car. So your front three, you have a decent gap over the rest of the field. It's Chris Elworthy up to the 4, then Ryan Preston, Graham Lyle, Neil Tinsley, Ben Stevenson, Jack Mills-White and Andy Manning complete the field. Up at the front, Hudson Knight 26.6. So now bringing the lap time back down again. But can he do 2 laps back to back? The 26s. He does a 26.95 this time by, so round, cuts over the cobble corner. Up through the back section, round through the corner tabletop and over the mountain. And gets it right this time. Another 26 that time by Hudson, so got in the groove. So outlap 26.2 and the last 3 laps all been the 26s, and now Hudson's 6-second lead. So when he gets it right, he's pulling out the thick end of 2 seconds a lap over your second place man, Ben Elliott. Dave Burton only 1.3 back. Car on the straight, go wide. Oh. Yeah, so 26.0. 27.7 this time for Ben Elliott, but 1.7 second. Now the gap's now up to 8 seconds with a minute to go. Dave Burton though only 0.9 now behind Ben Elliott, so the closest battle on track is for second and third. And a mistake for Dave Burton though drops him down the order, and he's now dropped down from the 3 to the 6 spot, or 5 spot now actually. So Hudson Knight now leads by 8 seconds of the rest of the field. 30 seconds to go. Ben Elliott, then Graham Lyle. But Hudson Knight round over the cobble corners, jumping into the back section. Looks like he's got the back section sorted, just needs to clean those sort of mistakes out of this run. And Hudson Knight through.
Second, Dave Burton, you finished third. Graham Lyle fourth, Chris Ellsworth 5, Ben Stevenson 6. Here he comes to the line, old man. Hudson Knight, you round of applause, wins the G final. Series are next, and marshals change over immediately, please. That's marshals change over immediately, please. So we're getting ready for the A final leg number 2. I think all the drivers are just about there from what we've just been told. So you can call the drivers up in grid order today so you can get your position on the rostrum. So give them a big cheer and round of applause as we announce the drivers, please. So, to drive A final, your pole positions again, driving for Team Associated, Tommy Hall. Second on the grid, driving for Schumacher, Luke Holdsworth. Third place driving for Schumacher, Ben Smith. Fourth place driving for Schumacher, Josh Holdsworth. Fifth place on the grid driving for Team Associated, Jamie Hall. Sixth place driving for X-Ray, Lee Martin. Seventh driving for Schumacher, Lewis Hopkins. Eighth place driving for X-Ray, Thomas Phipps. Ninth place for X-Ray, Johnny Skidmore. And 10th place driving for Team Associated, Charlie Saunders. That is your runners and riders in the A final 2 drive today. So A final's just doing their warm up. So he's getting the grid sorted out. Remember, Tommy Hall took victory in A final leg number 1.
Tommy gets away cleanly. Luke Holdsworth and Smith, Josh Holdsworth and Jamie Hall, Lee Martin. So regulation order again for lap 1, or first few corners of lap 1. Tommy Hall already looking to make a clean break, get away and get this final done and dusted in 2. He comes out onto the straight, a little bit of a mistake. And Luke Holdsworth, like he said, he said that Luke's going to have a lot of pace, and he does at the end of the straight. So Tommy with that 6.5, is he under motor? But he gets a little bit wild on the back section, and he's around and he's through up the inside. Tommy goes wide. So like Tommy said, not hitting his markers through the infield. So it's Luke now to the point. But Tommy's car definitely isn't short of pace, as he just proved by keeping in Luke's wheel tracks over the cobble corner, up the back section. A lot smoother this time for your race leaders through the infield, and missing that bump this time up onto the tabletop. So it's Luke from Tommy, then Ben Smith in third, and Ben is on his way. Ben closing at the end of leg 1. Tommy Hull hooking that inside line up. Said we might use it in the finals to try and get past, and that's what he's doing. But Tommy Hull's through, and Luke Holdsworth has caught Luke Holdsworth. So Jamie Hall now takes full advantage, and it's Luke from Jamie from Ben Smith, who was out of it until that little collection, but now all 4 down the straight in one camera shot, and Tommy clips the back of Ben Smith. There's a bit of history after Robin Hood, but that's all sorted now. And Luke, followed by Jamie, Ben and Tommy over the tabletop in the middle. Your front 4 cars separated by less than a couple of metres, really. And all four of them were following in each other's wheel tracks. And Tommy going for that move again up on the curb, down the inside. Couldn't quite get the move done on Ben Smith. Ben Smith keeping Tommy behind him, and Jamie's through, and Jamie Hall cleans out Ben Smith. That's not ideal. So now Holdsworth is, as you were at the start of the run, Holdsworth from Hall. So Tommy's just got to catch them up. And Ben Smith still recovers to the 3. That looks like Lewis Hopkins in the 4. Johnny Skidmore running 5th. Thomas Phipps 6th. Lee Martin, Jamie Hall and Charlie Saunders round out the top 10, but up at the front it's Luke, followed by Tommy, and Tommy closing the gap. 2/10 took out of him in the last lap. Only 2 minutes to go. Not about lap time, it's just about can you catch and pass cleanly Luke Holdsworth. Tommy's definitely got a better line and carries more corner speed round the end of the straight through the 180s. Just looks like he's got a little bit more grip than Luke through there, but then Luke's got the back section and gets away. Tommy will be ruining that early mistake clipping that policeman when the line's like a good 2 feet up the inside of it. Tommy up on the inside of the curve, and he said they could do it. So it's up to them if they go across it, and that's what he's looking for. See if it does actually cut any time, but it doesn't look like it. Looks like you don't get enough traction, but Tommy's up the inside. And the side by side, Tommy and Luke up at the front, a little bit of argy-bargy, but the referee said nothing, and Luke's up the inside, block pass on Tommy. 4:34 down, so 26 seconds it'll be this lap, and one more for your 2 leaders. It's been a rough old battle up front between these 2. Referee's not called anything, but we'll probably have a chat with them afterwards to clean up their act. Going to the last lap. Tommy just knows what he's got to do. He's just got to chase him down, hunt down Luke and pass him cleanly in the last few corners, and Luke just needs to hold on. The difficult part of the track's done. Is now just when to squirt the power on across the line. And Luke Holdsworth takes leg 2 from Tommy Hall. Ben Smith 3rd. All smiles and handshakes on the rostrum, so it doesn't seem like just a good hard battle up front. So it's yep. Game on now for leg 3 then. So stick around for the last final. Tommy has a win. Luke has a win. Ben doesn't have a win. So Johnny Skidmore got a 5 out of that one. Got a 7 out of leg 1. Lewis Hopkins a 4. Lee Martin a 6. Been a great day for Leroy. Thomas Phipps 7. Josh Holdsworth. Jamie Hall getting tangled up with Ben Smith, and then his race just went south after that and finishes 10th. Up at the front between Luke and Tommy for the win. So a final, Craig Lomax leads us off. Reuben Russell gets it wrong over the mountain in the middle. And Lomax gets it wrong as well, but still leads it and gets it wrong onto. So Callum Trewartha leads this one now from Ewan Mulcahy, James Dixon, Harry Saunders, Hattie Thames, Roger Tugwood, Seth Shillito Everest, Reuben Russell, Craig Lomax and Tristram Neal. Looks like Lomax is at the back. So Callum leads from Jim Dixon. Harry Saunders, underqualified, definitely been on pace, but just keeps making those little odd mistakes. Looks like Hattie Thames, the 10 car, up to 5th. Ewan Mulcahy up to the 4th spot from 5. So Jim Dixon all the way up to the 2 from 9. Good points for Jim Dixon this. But your race leader, Callum Trewartha, out front. Looking at that Tommy Hall line, and his car's looking a little bit squirrely on throttle, so some of these guys may not have put new tyres on for the final. Just running old tyres, and Callum Trewartha's car looks like a bit of a handful. Keeps getting that snap of oversteer, and really hard work to hang on to that car, but he's out front, and that's all he's got to do is hang on to it for the remaining 3 minutes. Jim Dixon backing Harry Saunders up. And Jim Dixon very rarely makes mistakes. So Jim will be backing Harry up, and Harry's just got to get round Jim, put a clean move on him. So Callum Trewartha now leads by just over 3 seconds. Jim Dixon's got a bit of a gap now. It's Hattie Thames up to the 3 spot. Harry Saunders makes an error and drops down. 29.4 last time by for Harry, so he drops down, but Hattie Thames runs wide. And Harry's back up the inside. So Callum Trewartha down the straight. Round the bank corner. Callum now 4 seconds clear. Popping a wheelie. And onto the straight to complete lap number 7, and another 26-second lap. Jim Dixon 27.7. Nice, safe 27s from Jim Dixon. And he's just letting the other guys not catch him up by making little mistakes while Jim just keeps on plugging along. Hattie Thames is over again and gets caught up in the back section. 4 cars in the back section, and they're just going to keep hitting each other. I think that was Trish getting into Hattie's car. Trewartha now 6.5 seconds clear of Jim Dixon, but Dixon is now 4 seconds clear of your 3rd place battle, which is now Ewan Mulcahy and Harry Saunders. So Harry Saunders now doing some yo-yoing backwards and forwards in this one. Definitely has the pace to have challenged up at the front, but just keeps making those odd little mistakes, and this track just punishes those odd little mistakes. So 40 seconds to go. Harry Saunders all over the back of Ewan Mulcahy, but at the front, Callum Trewartha onto the straight for lap number 11, and his lead now is the length of the straight and the next couple of corners. He's got a 9-second lead over Jim Dixon, but Jim doesn't care about that. From 9th on the grid, I think he will definitely have taken 2nd at the start of this final. So Jim Dixon from 9th on the grid is the first guy to finish, and finishes 2nd. Harry Saunders eventually gets back up to third. Seth Shillito up to fourth. Matty James fifth. Tris Neal sixth. Roger Tugwood seventh. Ewan Mulcahy eighth. Craig Lomax, Ruben Russell. See a pole and 2-car drop right to the back of this F final 2-wheel drive. Now go on to your E-final. McFadden car. It's a Panasar car as well. And also got in this one Chris Foster. Steve Brown up there. Chris Foster, Matt Dodd, Manny Panasar. Chris Foster leads us off, and someone gets peeled off. The 2-car gets peeled off, so Alex Pyatt gets unlucky and then rejoins back in the middle. And your 8-car, is that Venables? Yeah, that's your 8-car, pops a ball joint, so Will Venables. James Proctor with the Will Speed car leads us round. Chris Foster, then it's Panasar, Dodd. So all of these finals so far have had some action from the rear of the grid. David Scott moves up to 5th from 10th. But out front it's Proctor with the Will Speed car, followed by Foster with the Yokomo. And it's Matt Dodd. Not sure what Matt's running now. Then it's Manny, Alex Pyatt, Stephen Brown, Isaac McFadden. So Isaac also will have hoped for a better event than he's had today. Looks like the David Scott car at the back. It's Proctor in the 28th. Chris Foster closes down by 7/10 on that lap. Proctor's got going again and onto the concrete, onto the straight. Proctor now 27.02, so takes half second out of Chris Foster that time by. Matt Dodd's 3rd, Alex Pyatt 4th, Isaac McFadden 5th. But out front, James Proctor. Gap's come down, I think. And it has. Chris Foster now finding his feet and getting back into the 26s, which is what he was doing in qualifying. Matt Dodd not being left either, and Matt Dodd running a big rear wing on that car of his. Got plenty of gurney, so he's looking, and he's got a middle bit as well, so he's looking to try and get some traction out of that car. for Doddy, up to third from 6. Isaac McFadden up to 4th from 9th, so Isaac definitely underqualified today. James Proctor through the back section with the wheel speed car and is over, and Chris Foster avoids him, as does Doddy. So now it's Foster from Doddy, and Chris Foster gets a bit of a tank slapper on going into the sweeper up to the mountain. Looks like that's the hard corner to get right now. Foster's Yokomo to the point. 27.6 last time by, 27.4 from Matt Dodd, so Matt Dodd's not out of this yet. Can still win this from the 6 on the grid. But he's got to beat your pole man. And McFadden gets hung up on a pipe, but closes down on James Proctor, but jumps over Proctor onto the mountain. So another one passing over them onto the mountain, and it's Proctor. Now your race was once your race leader, now drops down to the 4 spot. So McFadden from 9th on the grid is making headway in this final. E-final will be a result he'll want to drop at the end of the year, but still wants to race and get used to how this Southport track works. McFadden closing down on Matt Dodd while we watch Chris Foster at the front. So you're Chris Foster out front. Matt Dodd and Isaac McFadden are a couple of cars back, and that's the closest battle on track going into your last 30 seconds. Foster holding on. Isaac McFadden now up to the 2 spot. So can Isaac he should get through for this lap and one more. So probably have 2 laps. Only 10 seconds to go. They'll make it through.
Isaac McFadden 9th up to 2nd. What an effort. Matt Dodd 3. Manny Panasoff 4. James Proctor will be your top 5.
So Foster wins from McFadden, closing quick, and probably just needed that one more lap from Matt Dodd, Manny Panasoff and James Proctor.
D final is coming up next.
Get Pritchard to commentate with you for the last leg. No. I don't think anyone's got I think he'll be quite excitable. So Ollie Natras will be in the B final. So that'll be in another couple of finals time. We've got the D final next. And JMN will be following Ollie. Be near the front of the B final, I think. So he should hopefully Oliver has a good race, but he'll be on in 2 finals time. So we're currently on the D, then there'll be the C, and then Ollie will be on. Oh no, sorry, Ollie Natras is in the C final. He polled the C final. I thought he'd made the B. But now there'll be this final, then one more. So we'll definitely be on Oliver will definitely be on camera. That'll be car 1 in the C final. Yeah, we know we can already hear him in the background because the X-ray tent is right behind us, and Pritchard is pitting next to the X-ray tent. And chaos on the first corner. So who gets away in this one? Looks like the Helliwell car at the front, and Tommy Dale goes up the inside. goes for the move. A little bit ambitious. Wipes out Helliwell and wipes himself out. Car 4, Aaron Nash leads us round with the unusual lime green body shell. Then William Fisher, Colin May, James Helliwell, Tommy Dale, Gareth Stanton, Cameron Wells, Liam Robinson, Ashton Pry has an awful start and goes from pole to 9th in lap 1, but he's already back up to 8th as Aaron Nash drops right back to the back of the grid. Colin May up to the point from 6th, so just showing you how hard this track is for racing. Don't think we've seen a poleman really get away apart from Hudson. But Colin May leads this one round from William Fisher, James Helliwell, Tommy Dale. And Colin May down the straight with the Schumacher car. And it's Will Fisher and Tommy Dale. So your top 5 not separated by much. All of these guys could win it, but 6th and 7th aren't out of it either. As they all get sideways up onto the tabletop, sort themselves out, and it's still these 5 guys down the straight now. All 5 leaders on the straight at the same time. So it's May from Fisher from Helliwell, goes wide. It looks like he's not got enough steering in that car. And gets a couple of taps with the back section, and Tommy Dale is through. Helliwell running wide again. And stances up the inside of Helliwell. But at the front, Colin May just cruising away. Will Fisher. Colin May out front. Colin May round onto the start. The gap now 2 seconds dead. The battle behind is getting serious now as Tommy Dale puts a move up the inside. Colin May at the front.
Tommy Day, William Fisher, then comes James Helliwell and Gareth Stanton. Aaron Nash recovering not too far behind also.
Colin May now leading this one by a good 2.5 seconds. But there is a battle ensuing behind for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Just 4 seconds off the lead of this one, with a minute to go.
So Colin May, 3.5 second lead over the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 2nd, 3rd and 4th and 5th only separated now by 2 seconds. And the 3 cars come down the straight at the same time. But May through the infield up onto the tabletop. And on to start finish. 30 seconds to go, so it should be this lap and one more for Colin May at the front. Will Fisher in a clear 2nd place now, but the battle is now on for 3rd and 4th between Helliwell and Stanton, the 2 and 10 car. Helliwell still looking like he's got understeer in that car, but Stanton can't make a move. Helliwell just shutting the door. So Colin May takes that, winning the D final.
Irishman to go. Everybody is done. So final coming up next, we're going to the faster and faster drivers. And marshals changeover. So it's going to look for the C final.
So C final. Ollie Natras will be following at the start of this one. He's had a good start, and good starts from pole haven't been easy to come by for these guys. So it's Oliver Natras, Adam Perai, Freddie Thompson, Eugene Galley. Ollie Natras leads his round. Poleman. Looks like he's trying to make an early break from Adam Perai, but Adam was very quick in qualifying. This is the first time he's really had to race at anyone of his own pace. Nearly 3 seconds a lap quicker than everyone in his heat. So just needs to try and stick onto the back of young Ollie Natras, but Ollie is making a break for it. 26.2 for Ollie on this first lap. 26.5, so 26.2, 26.5. Adam Perry just getting a little bit Larry at the end of the straight, better over the cobbles this time, doesn't get a kick, and it's Freddie Thompson in the 3 spot. Not really seen Freddie all day, must have been running around or thereabouts, but not quite at the sharp end of his heat. But Natras at the head of the field, 1.8 seconds clear of the rest of the field. 3.26 is to start Ollie's final. And young Ollie showing everyone how it's done in this C final. Very close today, not many points difference between B and C final. So Ollie Natras just has a little error, but it's a 27. But Adam Perai gets a 26.5 on that lap, so the gap comes down by 0.6. But Adam's got his mirrors full of Freddie Thompson behind him. But Ollie Natras just leading this one out. 26.6, 27.3, so pendulum swings the other way. And Ollie Natras' lead extends, going a little bit wide and catching that corner bot dot up there. Doesn't wants to keep away from that if he can. So 27.1. So pendulum swings back. Adam looks like he's got rid of. Yeah, so he definitely got rid of Freddie Thompson now. So Freddie must have made a mistake. It's now Ewan Tumulty behind him, and that's released Adam now. You can get after young Ollie Natras with a little bit of local knowledge. Can he catch Ollie Natras in with 2 minutes to go? 26-1 last time by for Adam Perry. And Ollie Natras 26-2. It's not like Ollie's going slow, it's just that Adam's picking up the pace lap by lap. Catches. And Adam's clipped the top of the mountain section and he's over, so now Ollie Natras has a big lead at the front. It's the biggest lead he's seen all race long. That's 4.5 seconds. And there's a bit of a pile up at the back between Ed, Harley and Kevin. So that'll promote Freddie Thompson back up to the 3 spot where he was a while ago. Ewan Tumulty will jump up to the 4 spot, but out front Ollie Natras is putting on a show for the rest of this field and leading it from lap 1. So we don't see many people, haven't seen many people lead from pole, but Ollie's certainly done that. Catches a pipe, gets away with it. 26-1 last time by, and I think he's broken Adam Perry now. Adam's now only done a 26.9, but Ollie drops into the 27s. No point pushing now with 30 seconds to go. A lead of 5.2 seconds. So he doesn't really want to push it too much, no risk it on this next to last lap. So he'll get through. I don't think that Adam Perry will. So Ollie on his victory lap, 26.8. No, Adam Perry, sorry, does get through. So he's still got to keep his wits about him on this last lap. But he's not looked like he's going to put a foot wrong all race long. Survived the pressure early on from Adam and held off for an excellent win. Young Ollie Natras in the C final 2-wheel drive. Adam Perry finishes second. Now have your B final. So your B final. Stuart Mahon on pole, Matt Thompson, Matt Druitt, Callum Ackroyd bench, Chris Everson, Mark Anthony Jones, Reese Ward, Ryan Clark, Andy Woods and Archie Bowman. 16 points, topped out the B final. You needed 13 for the back of the A, so quite a big gap between your A and B final.
So Stuart Mahon, pole position man. Qualified Pritchard and Hodgkinson. Andy Woods is there in the 9 spot, so Battle of the Northwest is on again. We've got Imagine there as well in the middle in 6. Referee, you're going to be busy.
So off and away, Stuart Mahon leads us off. Matt Thompson. It's the Druitt machine, then Ackroyd bench. Everson, Mark Anthony Jones in that back section, collected a couple of cars already. Who was it who was over? That looked like the Clark machine at the back. So Stuart Marn, big lead on lap 1. Matt Thompson gets on 2 wheels in the background. But Stuart Marn leads this one. He's gone and away. Battle is on behind though for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Marn has this, looks like he's got this one under control at the front. But behind it's Thompson, Everson, Mark Anthony Jones and Ryan Clark. So it wasn't Clarkey that was over, it was Matt Druitt that was over. Similar colour paint scheme to the 2 X-Ray guys, but Clarkey has yellow wheels, Matt Druitt has white. But Stuart Marn is clearing off 25.44 last time by. 26.58, the fastest lap from anyone else, so he's 1.1 seconds faster than the rest of the field. Catches that sleeping policeman, so doubt if this lap will be a 25. Depends what the rest of the lap was like. 26.49. So Marn putting his foot down and get good points out of the B final through the back section. Doesn't clip the sleeping policeman this time, jumps up onto the top with ease. Looks like those X-ray cars have got some. Oh no, Stuart Marn's got a Schumacher car, hasn't he, with his LD3, sorry. There's the LD3, Stuart Marn, then Matt Thompson, Chris Everson, Mark Anthony Jones, Ryan Clark. So Clarkey closing in from 8th, getting good B final points. Still looking for his first A final. Keeps knocking on the door and keeps getting good B final scores. So Ryan Clark missed Robin Hood. I think B final at the other nationals this year. Give Ryan some good points. But out front and Marn is over. Matt Thompson now to the point. Stuart Marn 2nd. That's Madge in 3rd, but Marn rolls over again. 3 minutes down, 2 to go. Can Stu Marn catch Matt Thompson? But first he's got to get past Madge. Madge is over, so that's released Stuart Marn now. So can Marn in 1 minute 30 catch Matt Thompson? He's got the full length of the straight to pull back. Matt Thompson's no slouch. 26.3 last time by, so Stu Marn's going to have to find some of those 25s if he wants to catch Matt Thompson. Matt Thompson out front though with the X-ray car. Another B final for Matt after making an A final at Robin Hood, making his 2nd A final at Robin Hood. Matt Thompson round across the cobbles. Stuart Marn didn't take any time, in fact lost time to Matt Thompson, so maybe just overdriving, a bit like Jamie Hull said, once you start overdriving you start to lose a couple of tenths a lap, and that's what it looks like he's doing. He was doing 25s for fun early on with Stuart Marn, but now when he's chasing he can't do it, and Archie Bowman from 10th on the grid is up to 3rd. Matt Thompson now. He's just got this lap to do now. Stuart Marn is coming, but it's a full length of the straight, so Matt just needs to keep it rubber side down. And pulls out another 0.15 on that lap, so lead going into the final lap is 2.8 seconds, but Thompson's over on the last lap. quickly marshalled, and Stuart Martin's going to get, and Archie Bowman jumps up to the 2 spot. And Thompson's thrown this away. An absolute mare of a last lap for Matt Thompson, who drops from winning that to 5th on the last lap.
So Stuart Martin, Archie Bowman, and Ryan Clark, your top 3. Wow. So what a finish, the B final, A final, leg number 3, final race of the day coming up.
So Matt Thompson really just can't believe what just happened on the last lap. Crashed in the back section and then literally went to pieces. But Ryan Clark will love that. Ryan will, and Stuart Martin made a right mess of that, but somehow managed to win. Managed to make a right mess of it, but still won. No, Archie Bowman picks up great points from 10th on the grid. Ryan Clark bragging rights over roommate Matt Thompson tonight, so drinks on Matt tonight after that. Well, cracked like a cream egg, to quote Nathan Rawls on the last lap, handing back. But I think Stu Martin got unlucky when he crashed. No marshal really saw where he was over, but somehow got back to winning ways. So Tommy Hall gets a clean start, and that's what he needed. Luke Holdsworth going to try and put pressure on him right from that first lap, and it looks like that's what he's doing, showing him a wheel everywhere he can. Tommy leads round up onto the tabletop. Looks like they've got different lines and they're converging a couple of places, and Luke's just a bit faster. But Tommy Hall leads from Holdsworth, then Smith, then Josh Holdsworth and Jamie Hall. So it's Tommy from Luke, from Ben, from Josh, from Jamie, from Lee Martin. Up over the mountain section in the middle, and your top 4 are going to be in the same frame as we come down to the straight. So Tommy Hall 25.86, 25.85, 25.82. So your top 3 all lapping within a couple of 100 seconds of each other, and Luke makes a little mistake in the back section, and that puts Ben Smith on his back door, but that's not going to help. Ben Smith then can't get past, but Luke suddenly is able to gap Ben in a couple of corners, and he's already back onto Tommy Hall. So Tommy Hall back driving defensive again, but just got to make his car as wide as he can and hold on to leg number 3. Gets it slightly sideways up onto the mountain, but Luke is fast through this section. And then Tommy stretches his legs round the bank corner over, he's not jumping full tabletop, just landing on the top and then choosing to get a tighter line around the concrete corner marker. Tommy much better this time up onto the tabletop. Luke a little looser, but Luke makes up so much time through that ski jump section and onto the straight. gap extends by half a second, and that's the biggest breathing room Tommy's had in the last couple of finals, and he just now needs to keep that gap to win his first meeting of the year and start his two-wheel drive title defence. Thomas Phipps pulls off to Tommy Hall, 25.4, 25.8, so he extends the lead again by 0.4 of a second. Now up to 1.6 seconds, so up front, now 1.6 second lead, but Luke's coming again, and here comes Ben Smith. It's not over. These three on the straight at the same time, and that gap's come down this time. Luke Holdsworth drops a 25.17. So the gap's now down to 0.7 of a second. And he's over. Yeah, Luke must have been on the limit there because he's over, and that's dropped him down. So, like Josh said earlier on, just sometimes knowing when to risk it, and probably wasn't the time, just get on him. But Tommy now has a 1 minute 30 to go, and Ben Smith's over now, so Tommy Hull's been handed this one. He just needs to back it down. But Josh Holdsworth's coming next. Smith's been over, so it'll be Josh giving chase now. Josh Holdsworth, 25.4 from the 4 to the 2. Ben Smith still third. Luke Holdsworth running fourth. Lee Martin having a better run in this one. A 5, maybe go with this 6, but out front Tommy Hall just has 55 seconds to go. So it'll be this lap and 2 more for Tommy Hall as we start lap number 11. Josh Holdsworth, though, takes out 0.3 of a second. Luke Holdsworth, though, looks like he's done now. 26.25 that time by. Drops him back into the grips of Lee Martin. Ben Smith has an error as well. Ben Smith drops back. Ben's over again. So this won't be one that Ben will be wanting to count at the end of the year, but Tommy Hall is backing into Luke Holdsworth. Just got to finish this one lap, but Josh Holdsworth is on a mission to try and help his brother out, to try and win the meeting. But Tommy's just got to bring it round over the ski jump, round the concrete and onto the straight for his first win of the year. Tommy Hall. Josh Holdsworth finishes second, Luke Holdsworth third, Lee Martin fourth. Jamie Hall rounds out your top 5.
Waiting for confirmation of your podium. Interest spring to life. So your podium today, Tommy Hall taking the overall victory. Runs Tommy. And round of applause, exactly. Second place your runner today will be Luke Holdsworth. Third on the podium will be Ben Smith. I'll give you a order for the rest of them at presentation time. So that's a wrap for two-wheel drive on everybody. Four-wheel drive action.
So your overall for two-wheel drive, Tommy Hall with a 1, a 2 and a 1. So 2 1s. Takes the win. Luke Holdsworth with a 1 and a 3. Takes second. Ben Smith takes a 2 and a 3 and finishes third. Josh Holdsworth at 2 and a 5, finishes fourth. Jamie Hall a 3 and a 5, finishes fifth. Lee Martin a 6 and a 4, finishes sixth. Lewis Hopkins of 408 finishes 7th. So your top 7 finished in their qualifying order. The only changes, Johnny Skidmore jumps up from the 9 spot to 8th with a 7 and a 5. Charlie Saunders jumps up from the 10 spot to 9th with 2 6s. And Thomas Phipps rounds out the A final, dropping down from 8th, finished 10th with 10 and a 7.
Stuart Marn, please. Can I have you over here as soon as possible? Please, please, please. Stuart Marn, this is the last call, otherwise I'm selling your award. Okay, so we're going to do the presentation now for the A finalists. In third place, Ben Smith. Don't all applaud at the same time, guys. You know, just one at a time. In second place, Luke Holdsworth. stay, and your TQ man, Tommy Hall.
Is that better? How's that? Is that better? Alright? Yeah, I think so. Yes, please.
So, race winner. It sounds nice.
It does sound very nice. It sounds great.
Yeah, so there you go. We on now. So Tommy Hall 21.
Oh,
so
can I have the honours of editing the
well,
editing the spreadsheet?
Well, you,
I
no,
just
because
wanna do
you can't because it's all done by
Either way.
maths. But 21. So closing in on Kev Moore 23 wins.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome.
That'll be a name you don't remember. Or don't
I've
even
never
know.
seen him race, no. I've only ever heard stories about him, but I mean, that's pretty cool.
No,
that's pretty cool.
But good to get a monkey off your back this year. You've actually won one this year.
Yes. I mean, again, you can probably all see it in the finals. I'm all over the place. I don't know what's going on. I'm just fucking, yeah. It's I was struggling out there a little bit, but to bring it home is all that matters.
You've got a big gap in them, but Luke was put the pressure on you early doors, got really close, and then you got a big gap. And then, but it was Josh that was coming like a steam train. I mean, he couldn't really affect. He couldn't help his brother win because you already got two good results. So,
yeah, it was difficult. The group really came up for that last one, which I think caught a few of us off guard. So it was there was just mega steering out there.
Okay.
So it had already gone a little bit higher for leg 2, and I thought, well, I'll leave the same fronts again for the last leg, and that was definitely a big help for me. I think having the older fronts on. So yeah, it all fell in place in the end, which is nice. But yeah.
So a good way to start a championship defence now, midway through the season with a win.
Halfway through, yeah. Finally, I've woken up.
Yeah, but so you've got, what's it, 120? Oh, let's go back and have a look. Can't remember what they are, your points. Yeah, 128, 129, 129. You now get a 131. So
yeah,
still going to be close between you, Ben, and Josh.
We're all in it, aren't we? It'll be.
Luke drops his 110, but 124, 121. So I don't think Luke's going to be in the battle. It's going to be you three, and when Dan comes back.
Yeah, Dan's been really good this year, so he'll be in there. He can affect things.
He's back here tomorrow, isn't he, Dan?
Yes, he'll be here tomorrow. I think it will go down to the last round probably too, won't it? It'll be a good scrap at Batley. Obviously, I don't think any of us have ever been there even. So it'll be interesting. It'll be exciting. So yeah.
Good job. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for the commentary.
And see you tomorrow.
Yeah, see you
Hope
tomorrow.
More of the same tomorrow.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
All right, take care.
Thanks, guys.
A quick outro.
Right then, thank you very much for joining us today. Thank you, Mr. Skelding, for keeping everybody company. Much appreciated, as usual.
It's all right.
Don't forget to join us tomorrow morning, 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, we'll be live for practice round 2, as normal. So round 9-ish, 9:30-ish, isn't it?
10-ish.
Yeah, something like that. So drivers' briefing's at 8. So let them get practice round 1. Track's already being changed.
It is. There we
go.
go.
There you go. You can have a look at the track being changed.
Southport team on it already.
Yeah, it looks like a bit more of the back section they'll keep. Looks like a lot of it.
It'll be interesting.
Extended it and hairpin after the bank corner.
Should be interesting for sure. So, yeah, don't forget to join us tomorrow morning, 4-wheel drive action. Don't forget, if you want to kill some time between now and tomorrow morning, come on RCTV Hero. There's lots of exclusive content that you can watch.
Yeah, you could listen to Frank ramble on about magazines.
Magazines, yeah. It's always a good one. So we are all wrapped up here for 2-wheel drive at round 4 at the BRCA 1/10 Off-Road Nationals in sunny Southport. We will see you tomorrow morning.
Bye-bye.